In October 1917, the Italian army cracked. Between May 1915 and September 1917, General Cadorna had ordered no fewer than 11 offensives on the Isonzo River on Italy's northeastern frontier. Each had failed. Italian casualties were 1/3 in the two 1917 offensives alone. When the Austrians and Germans counterattacked in late October, the Italian army collapsed. The rout continued for 112 kilometers. Twice as many men deserted as were lost on the battlefield. Tens of thousands discarded their rifles and streamed away from the front chanting, "The war's over. We're going home. Up with Russia." A new line was improvised deep inside northeastern Italy. Cadorna was sacked, the soldiers' conditions were greatly improved, and no new offensive was attempted before the second half of 1918. On the other side of no man's land, in Germany, Austria-Hungary, Bulgaria, and the Ottoman Empire, conditions were even worse. Total war meant murderous offensives and a war of munitions at the battle fronts. It also meant an attempt to starve the enemy into submission, by a British naval blockade of German ports, and a German submarine offensive against British shipping. Germany lost 1.8 million soldiers in the First World War, but almost half that number again died of starvation at home. Food production fell as the land was stripped of labor by the draft. War production took priority over consumption needs. German trade was crippled by a naval blockade. In the second half of the war, the diet of the average German worker averaged only 2/3 of the calories needed for long-term survival. Around 200,000 German engineering workers struck against reductions in the bread ration in April 1917. Disaffection spread to the sailors of the High Seas Fleet at Kiel. Resentment at poor conditions, harsh discipline, and the privileges of the officer class boiled over when rations were cut. The sailors elected food committees and demanded recognition from the authorities. But the movement was crushed. 2 of the leaders were executed and others imprisoned with hard labor. Then a fresh wave of strikes swept across Germany in January 1918, with 500,000 out in Berlin and a dozen other industrial centers. Embryonic workers' councils emerged to coordinate the action. Anti-war socialists played leading roles. Activists made direct comparison between events in Germany and the revolution in Russia. But the authorities cracked down hard, and again the movement subsided. Germany's rulers had been given one last chance. The Russian Revolution and the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk had ended the war on the Eastern Front. It was now possible to reinforce the Western Front and go on to the offensive against the British and the French. But the United States had entered the war and was in the process of transporting hundreds of thousands of troops across the Atlantic. Germany's opportunity would be brief. In spring 1918, General Ludendorff launched 5 separate offensives. The Allied line almost broke. The British Commander-in-Chief, Douglas Haig, issued an order stating, "With our backs to the wall and believing in the justice of our cause, each one of us must fight to the end." The line held, and when the offensives ended in July, the Germans had lost 500,000 men. The Allies had lost more, but American troops were arriving at the rate of 300,000 a month. The Allies could now go on to the offensive, and they began to make massive gains. The fighting on the Western Front reached unparalleled ferocity. The Germans suffered a succession of defeats and lost large swathes of the territory they had conquered in 1914. The First World War had the character of a gigantic siege of the Central Powers. By autumn 1918, there was heavy and mounting pressure on all fronts. Between September and November, all 4 of the Central Powers collapsed. The Ottoman-Turkish line in Palestine was broken at the Battle of Megiddo on 19–21 September. 2 entire armies broke and fled northwards. The rout continued to the modern Turkish, Syrian border. Arab nationalist guerrillas had played a central role in the victory, liberating the Arabic-speaking territories east of the Jordan. The war in the Middle East was ended by the Armistice of Mudros on October 30. The Bulgarian line in Macedonia was broken by a combined army of British, French, Serbian, Greek, and Italian troops in a sustained two-week offensive in late September. Bulgaria was a small, underdeveloped country. It had lost a higher proportion of its military manpower during 6 years of war between 1912 and 1918 than any other belligerent state. Its agriculture had collapsed. Its infant industries had been yoked to the German war machine. Bulgaria's leaders had led their people to national disaster. By the time an armistice was signed on the Salonika front on September 29, much of the army had disintegrated and a revolution had broken out at home. The Austro-Hungarian line was broken by the Italians at the Battle of Vittorio Veneto, October 24 to November 4. An armistice was signed on the day after the Italians captured the Adriatic port of Trieste. The military defeat destroyed the ramshackle Austro-Hungarian Empire. The army broke up into national fragments and liberal politicians seized power in dozens of cities, Czechs and Slovaks in Prague, Brno and Bratislava, South Slavs in Zagreb and Sarajevo, Poles in Krakow. The twin capitals of the Habsburg dual monarchy, German-speaking Vienna and Magyar-speaking Budapest, were also swept up by the revolutionary tide. A coalition led by Social Democrats took power in Vienna, a liberal aristocrat in Budapest. On September 29, Hindenburg and Ludendorff, the leading German generals, informed the Kaiser that the war was lost. They demanded an armistice, a compromise peace, and a new government that would include Social Democrats, explaining that it is necessary to prevent an upheaval from below by a revolution from above. The Kaiser was too obdurate to comply and attempted to continue the war. The High Seas Fleet was ordered to sea in a last desperate do-or-die bid to defeat Britain's Royal Navy. Germany's sailors were to be a final sacrifice to the god of war. On October 29 the sailors began to mutiny. This time, instead of simply sitting tight on their ships, they went onto the offensive, organizing armed demonstrations to spread the revolt through the fleet and the docks. By November 3 the German naval base at Kiel was controlled by a revolutionary council. Kiel was the trigger. Huge demonstrations broke out across Germany. Within days, scores of German towns were controlled by councils of workers, soldiers, and sailors. On November 9 the revolution reached Berlin. Hundreds of thousands were on the streets. The city was festooned with red flags and socialist banners. The anti-war revolutionary socialist Karl Liebknecht addressed the crowds from the balcony of the Imperial Palace and proclaimed a socialist republic and world revolution. The German Revolution had begun. Russia had had its February days. Now Germany had its November days. The film of 1917 was being rerun in the heart of Europe. The First World War, the bloodiest carnage in human history up to that time, had been ended by the revolutionary action of millions of workers, soldiers, sailors, and peasants across Europe. The German Revolution. Once it was clear they could not win the war, the Central Powers made a series of compromise peace offers. Each was rejected. The Entente Powers, Britain, France, Italy, and the United States, wanted total victory and a free hand to carve up the world in their own interests. In these circumstances, the German, Austro-Hungarian, Ottoman, and Bulgarian leaders were determined to continue fighting. The imperialist greed of the world's ruling classes would have condemned humanity to endless slaughter. What prevented this was revolution, first in Russia, then in Bulgaria, Austria-Hungary, and Germany. Nor did the contagion stop at the borders of the defeated Central Powers. It soon spread to Britain, France, and Italy. The whole of Europe is filled with the spirit of revolution, complained British Prime Minister David Lloyd George in a letter to his French counterpart in 1919. The whole existing order in its political, social, and economic aspects is questioned by the mass of the population from one end of Europe to the other. At the end of the war, the epicentre of the revolutionary storm moved from Petrograd to Berlin, from the edge of Europe to its heart. History would turn on the outcome of the German Revolution. Victory in Germany would have brought the richest industrial economy and the largest working class in Europe over to the side of socialist revolution, bringing immediate succor to the beleaguered Bolshevik regime in Russia, establishing workers' power from the North Sea to the Pacific, and, in all probability, ensuring that the revolution would go global. Had this happened, the future course of human history would have been different. There would have been no Great Depression, no Nazism, no Stalinism, no Second World War, no Cold War. The stakes in 1918-23 could not have been higher. Germany's November Days Revolution had seen vast demonstrations, mass strikes, and mutinies, and the rapid formation of a network of workers, soldiers, and sailors' councils. The Russian Revolution had shown that such a network represented a potential alternative state structure based on direct democracy. But the German councils chose to hand over power to a traditional parliamentary-type government. A new administration formed of SPD, right-wing socialist, and USPD, left-wing socialist, ministers was endorsed by an assembly of 1,500 workers and soldiers delegates. This revealed both the strength of the councils, their backing was needed, and the weakness of their politics, they put their trust in professional career politicians. The German socialists had split into three groups. The leaders of the SPD, the German Social Democratic Party, were pro-war and anti-revolution. Their main aim was to make Germany safe for capitalism by destroying the very movement that had swept them to power. The SPD leader Friedrich Ebert became German premier in November. General Groener was soon on the phone. The High Command would recognize the new government provided it supported strict discipline and strict order in the army and committed itself to the fight against Bolshevism. Ebert and Groener became firm allies. The leaders of the USPD, the Independent Social Democratic Party, were centrists. Their ranks included social democratic revisionists like Eduard Bernstein, more radical parliamentary socialists like Karl Kosky, and Marxist intellectuals like the economist Rudolf Hilferding. What united them was their combination, in varying proportions, of revolutionary rhetoric and reformist practice. In January 1919, SPD electoral support was 5 times that of the USPD, 11.5 million as against 2.3 million votes. By June 1920 the two parties would be almost neck and neck. This is one measure of the dramatic shift to the left among German workers during Europe's 2 great years of revolution after the First World War. The third group was the Spartacus League, or the KPD, the German Communist Party as it became on January 1, 1919. A revolutionary socialist group led by Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg, it was similar in character to the Russian Bolsheviks. In November 1918 the USPD probably had 10 times as many members as the Spartacus League. The SPD was the dominant party in government and its leaders were working hand in glove with the Army High Command. Because the soldiers were infected with the spirit of revolution, the Social Democrat Minister of the Interior, Gustav Nitzky, authorized the generals to create a new paramilitary force, the Freikorps. The combination of military defeat, economic crisis, and social upheaval had torn the old world apart. Many Germans moved to the left. Others, including many junior officers, NCOs, elite soldiers, and military specialists, moved to the right. The Freikorps was recruited from these hard right elements. It immediately gained a reputation for brutality, anti-Semitism, extreme nationalism, and violent hostility to the workers' councils, the unions, and the left. Many of its thugs would later join the Nazi Party. Berlin was the capital of the revolution and the strongest base of the newly formed KPD. On January 4 the SPD-dominated government sacked Berlin's chief of police, the USPD member Emil Eckhorn, for refusing to take action against working-class protests. Hundreds of thousands of workers poured onto the streets, many of them armed. An interim revolutionary committee was installed at police headquarters. But the leadership was hesitant, local troops remained hostile, and support for the action outside Berlin was minimal. The Berlin activists had been goaded into action before the revolution had ripened. The revolutionary capital was isolated. Not only the Freikorps but many soldiers from outside Berlin were willing to participate in what turned out to be the bloody suppression of the Spartacus rising. Liebknecht was knocked unconscious and shot. Luxemburg's skull was smashed with a rifle butt, she was then shot, and her body thrown into a canal. The German Revolution had been decapitated. The KPD was a new party, its support outside Berlin was limited, it lacked the authority of a more established organization, and many of its activists were inexperienced and prone to adventurism. In July 1917 the Bolsheviks had reigned in the Petrograd proletariat to prevent a premature seizure of power in the capital. In January 1919 the Spartakists failed to do the same in Berlin and paid a terrible price. Nonetheless, the setback was not necessarily fatal. The crisis continued to mature across Germany. Support switched from the SPD to the USPD and the KPD. The Free Corps faced increasingly effective resistance from armed workers and revolutionary soldiers. By March 1920 an estimated 20,000 had been killed in a series of regional civil wars. At this point, the German ruling class launched a law and order coup, sending troops into Berlin, overthrowing the SPD government, and appointing a conservative bureaucrat, Wolfgang Kapp, in its place. Now it was the right that had moved too soon. The head of the main union confederation called a general strike. Millions of workers not only walked out, they also formed new councils and took up arms. The Ruhr Red Army freed Germany's greatest industrial region of all right-wing troops. The Kapp putsch collapsed in a few days and the SPD ministers returned to office. The coup had exposed the true nature of the ruling class, and German workers moved sharply to the left. Its defeat had also revealed the strength of the revolution, and confidence soared. But the potential was not realized. The KPD drew back from preparing a proletarian insurrection. The Kapp putsch did not, like the Kornilov coup of August 1917, pave the way for socialist revolution. Too bold in January 1919, the KPD leaders had learnt their lesson too well, and now, in wholly different circumstances, proved far too timid. Timing is everything in the art of revolution. The summer of 1920 was almost certainly a moment when revolutionaries could have led the working class to victory in the heart of Europe. The price for their failure is incalculable. Italy's 2 red years. Italy, like Germany, was on the brink of revolution in the summer of 1920, after the strains of imperialist war had prized open deep fractures in an unstable social order. During Italy's Biennio Rosso, 2 red years, 1919 and 1920, the country came close to resolving its tensions through socialist revolution. That this did not happen was to have dire consequences. The left's failure became the right's opportunity. Benito Mussolini's fascists seized power in 1922. The roots of the post-war crisis lay in the country's long, stuttering, never quite finished bourgeois revolution. Ever since the anti-feudal reforms of 1796 to 1814 imposed under French rule, and through the successive insurrections of 1820, 1831, 1848, and 1860, Italy had managed only half-baked modernization. The country was a stark example of what Trotsky called combined and uneven development. By May 1915, when it entered the First World War, it had an advanced capitalist industry and a modern working class in northern cities like Milan and Turin, but a rural south of desperately poor peasants dominated by landlords, priests, and the mafia. Before the war, the growing militancy and radicalism of the northern working class had begun to penetrate the rural hinterland and stir the villages into motion. This had been countered by harsh repression and a turn to nationalist rhetoric by a political elite notable mainly for its corruption. Imperialism, as elsewhere in Europe, was deployed to undercut the appeal of socialism. Italy embarked on colonial wars in Ethiopia in 1896 and Libya in 1911-12. It then entered the World War with the primary aim of securing territory in the Balkans at the expense of Austria-Hungary. Despite recent economic development, Italy lacked the industrial base to underpin these imperial ambitions. As Bismarck once remarked, Italy had a large appetite but rotten teeth. The war imposed massive strains on Italian society and brought its deep-rooted social tensions to crisis point. The majority of Italians were against the war from the outset and continued to oppose it for as long as it lasted. Unfortunately, the Socialist Party, which included both reformists and revolutionaries, failed to give a clear anti-war lead. Its slogan was neither support nor sabotage. Lenin's had been down with the imperialist war. Italy lost 500,000 dead in the war, and the misery of the trenches was matched by bread shortages and hunger on the home front. Mass strikes broke out in Turin factories in August 1917 and there were widespread desertions from the army in October and November. The age-old poverty of the villages, the new exploitation of the factories, and the carnage and privation of the war combined to produce the 2 Red Years. Summer 1919 witnessed a 3-day general strike in solidarity with the Russian Revolution. Spring 1920 saw Turin metal workers on strike demanding recognition for their Camera del Lavoro, factory councils, which the leading revolutionary Antonio Gramsci saw as the Italian equivalent of Russia's Soviets. The movement peaked in August 1920. Engineering workers in Milan occupied their factories in response to a lockout by the employers. An occupation movement then swept the industrial triangle of northwestern Italy. Some 400,000 metal workers and 100,000 others took part. The occupied factories were treated like military bases, they were defended against the police and arms were stockpiled inside them. The Italian working class had had enough, the mood among workers was insurrectionary. The government was paralyzed. The Prime Minister, Giovanni Giolitti, admitted to the Senate that he had insufficient forces to suppress the movement. So he made some concessions and cut a deal with the union leaders. The Socialist Party was not prepared to challenge this decision. Reformists dominated the apparatus of both unions and party. Had a large, well-rooted revolutionary party led an insurrection in August 1920, it is likely that the Italian working class could have taken state power and pulled the mass of the peasants and the rural and urban poor into action behind it. The primary reason this did not happen was lack of revolutionary clarity, organization, and direction. The price they paid was very high, the retreating proletarian movement was soon to be overwhelmed by an advancing fascist one. World Revolution. Capitalism is a world system. Much recent talk about globalization imagines it to have assumed this form only recently. Here, by contrast, is Marx describing the early development of the system in the Communist Manifesto of 1848. The discovery of America, the rounding of the Cape, opened up fresh ground for the rising bourgeoisie. The East India and Chinese markets, the colonization of America, trade with the colonies, the increase in the means of exchange and commodities generally, gave to commerce, to navigation, to industry, an impulse never before known, and thereby, to the revolutionary element in the tottering feudal society, a rapid development. For Marx, the establishment of modern industry and the world market went hand in hand. Globalization is as old as capitalism. It predates the digital technology of the early 21st century, the radio communications of the 20th, and the telegraph cables of the 19th. It predates the slave trade in the 18th century and the first colonies in the 17th. It goes back to the very birth pangs of the system in the trade networks of 15th and 16th century merchant capitalists. Capitalism is not only global, it is also highly pervasive. Once it has a grip in one part of the world, it spreads rapidly. What makes it so is the competitive character of a world divided into rival corporations and states. Those who fail to develop economically, but remain trapped in pre-industrial social systems, are doomed to defeat. The steel and guns of the conquistadores triumphed over the stone weapons of the Aztecs and the Inca. Europeans conquered India with flintlocks and fire discipline. Machine guns and artillery crushed the Zulus and the dervishes. This is the basic reason why bourgeois revolutions from below, in Holland, Britain, America, and France, were soon followed by bourgeois revolutions from above, in Italy, Germany, Japan, Turkey, and many other places. Because capitalism unleashes an industrial revolution, ruling classes elsewhere are forced to embrace change or fall behind in the geopolitical struggle. So the imperatives of economic and politico-military competition ensure that industrialization, once in motion, leaps across the world. The globalization of commerce becomes the globalization of industry. If capitalism is a world system, it follows that the working class is an international class. Workers are divided by nationalism, but this does not reflect their true interests. To take on the bosses, who operate globally, workers have to unite across national boundaries. To achieve social emancipation, they have to destroy the nation-state and create an alternative democratic one. To defend their gains against counter-revolution by international capital, they have to spread their struggle across the world. It is not possible to build socialism in one country. Marx, Engels, Lenin, Trotsky, and many other leading Marxist thinkers have all stressed that proletarian revolution has to be worldwide or it will fail. A socialist siege economy can only ever be a temporary measure. Eventually, either poverty and insecurity will force the revolution to turn in on itself and create new forms of exploitation and militarization in order to survive, or the workers' state will succumb to hostile pressure, a combination of economic boycott, civil war, and foreign military aggression. This knowledge was fundamental to the thinking of the Bolshevik leaders after the October insurrection. It was why they prioritized the creation of the Communist International, the Comintern or Third International, in 1919. The Bolsheviks wanted to create a revolutionary international to replace the Second International of social democratic parties which had broken up as its respective constituents voted to back their own governments at the outbreak of the First World War. The new Comintern was to be the high command of world revolution. The first 4 congresses of the Comintern were genuinely revolutionary assemblies of growing size and importance. The first, in March 1919, comprised 51 delegates from 33 countries, the fourth, in November, December 1922, had 408 delegates from 61 countries. How realistic was the aim of world revolution? Revolution is infectious. Because capitalism is a world system, its major crises are always international. Similar conditions provoke similar responses, and news of revolution elsewhere can quickly shatter the thin veneer of conformity and obedience. The American Revolution inspired the French Revolution. The 1848 revolutions spread across Europe. The Russian Revolution of 1917 triggered the most powerful wave of revolutions in human history. The convulsions were not restricted to Germany and Italy. They were felt across the whole of Europe and beyond. At the end of 1918, the liberal nationalist government in Hungary collapsed and was replaced by a radical Soviet government of communists and social democrats led by Bela Kun. In April 1919, a Soviet republic was established in Munich, and in the same month revolutionaries attempted to seize power in Vienna. A fleeting glimpse was offered of a possible alternative future. Budapest, Munich, and Vienna might have formed a revolutionary bloc in the heart of Europe. It was not to be. In each case, the revolutionaries were not strong enough to prevent the reformists from derailing the revolution. One of the Bavarian revolutionary leaders, facing execution after the Soviet Republic's overthrow, summed up the experience of working with Social Democrat and Independent Socialist allies: the Social Democrats start, then run away and betray us. The Independents fall for the bait, join us, and then let us down. And we communists are stood up against the wall. We communists are all dead men on leave. The point is simple. Revolution was possible. What frustrated it time and again was the trust workers placed in reformist leaders committed to the defense of capitalism and the state. Nor was the revolutionary ferment restricted to defeated states like Austria-Hungary and Germany or weak ones like Russia and Italy. Britain, France, and Spain were all swept by the revolutionary mood. British troops mutinied because of delays in repatriating them from France, and they refused to go into action against Bolshevik forces when sent to Russia. Engineering strikes in Glasgow led to bitter clashes with the police and the deployment of troops in 1919. The formation of a triple alliance of mining, transport, and rail unions terrified the government in early 1920. Spain had its 3 Bolshevik years, Trienio Bolchevista, of 1918 to 20, with bread riots, mass strikes, peasant land seizures, violent street clashes, and the proclamation of Bolshevik republics in the towns. Here, as everywhere else, wrote the American novelist John Dos Passos, Russia has been the beacon fire. The contagion jumped continents. Australia, Canada, and the US experienced mass strikes as workers fought to build unions, raise wages, and improve conditions. It also passed from the major metropolitan countries to the colonial periphery. Irish Republicans waged guerrilla warfare to win independence. Egyptian crowds demanded an end to British rule. Strikes, demonstrations, and riots swept across India. Chinese students triggered a mass movement against colonialism. Between 1918 and 1923, the future of humanity hung in the balance. Mainstream historians deny the potential and prefer to gloss over the period with crude and disdainful references to anarchy. They are more comfortable with the maneuvers of generals and the routines of statesmen than with mass movements of ordinary people powerful enough to make world revolution a real possibility. The First Chinese Revolution. Between 1911 and 1949, China was transformed by a protracted and complex process of war and revolution. The first phase of this process, accelerated by the impact of the First World War and the Russian Revolution, was ended by counter-revolution in 1927. The second phase, triggered by the Second World War, ended with the victory of the Chinese Communist Party and the establishment of the People's Republic of China in 1949. In the first phase, a proletarian insurrection on the Russian model was a possibility. Its defeat in 1927 was to shape the whole of the country's subsequent history. China's revolutionary crisis was triggered by imperialism. During the 19th century, leading foreign powers had established a series of concessions, colonies and associated commercial privileges, on the Chinese coast. The concessions had been obtained by a combination of bribes, threats, and military action. Chinese nationalist resistance had been crushed, and the decaying Manchu dynasty in Beijing had been propped up by the foreign powers as a shield for the concessions. But in October 1911, the Manchus, hopelessly discredited by their inability to defend national territory, were overthrown in a military revolt. A republic was proclaimed and the nationalist leader Sun Yat-sen, newly returned from exile, was made president. Sun Yat-sen was soon displaced by army commander Yuan Shikai, who dissolved parliament and made himself dictator. The nationalist bourgeoisie was too weak to carry out its historic tasks, forming a stable government, unifying the country, and carrying out modernizing reforms. So its place was taken by army officers. But they too lacked the means to overcome the conflicts tearing Chinese society apart. Sun Yat-sen and his Chinese National People's Party, Kuomintang, established a new political base in the southern port city of Guangzhou. Most of China, however, was ruled by neither the Beijing dictator nor the Guangzhou liberal, most was under the sway of one or another of more than 1,000 regional warlords. The Chinese bourgeoisie was weak for 3 reasons. First, only 1 in 5 of China's 350 million people lived in towns of any size. It was an essentially agricultural country of landlords and peasants with few railways, bad roads, and little large-scale industry. Second, the bourgeoisie was divided by its contradictory relationship with imperialism. Some Chinese capitalists wanted to build up native industries and resented the foreign concessions. Others had close economic ties with foreign capitalists. Third, the bourgeoisie feared the masses. Even those who wanted to fight for national independence worried they might lose control of events to more radical forces. They remembered with foreboding the Taiping and Boxer rebellions. The weakness of both the Guangzhou bourgeoisie and the Beijing dictatorship left a political vacuum. This was filled by the warlords, regional military strongmen who built power bases by forming alliances with landlords, businessmen, army officers, and criminal gangs in the areas they controlled. The collapse of central state authority meant a breakdown of order and a threat to property. An unstable mosaic of petty bandit states was the result. The overthrow of the Manchus therefore had the effect of making China more vulnerable to the depredations of foreign imperialism. The main threat was from Japan. The Japanese had won effective control of Korea following the Sino-Japanese War of 1894-5, and then of Manchuria following the Russo-Japanese War of 1904-5. These two conflicts made Japan the dominant imperial power in China. During the First World War, Japan seized the German colonies in China and issued a list of 21 demands which amounted to a claim to a Japanese protectorate over the entire country. By the end of the war, Japan, with the third biggest navy in the world, was a great power, and its appropriation of the German colonies was recognized by the other victorious powers at the 1919 Versailles Peace Conference. In consequence, Chinese delegates refused to sign the Versailles Treaty, and when news of it reached Beijing, it triggered a new revolutionary upsurge. Student-led protests against imperialism unleashed a wave of action involving millions of ordinary Chinese, with mass meetings, demonstrations, boycotts of Japanese goods, and a general strike in Shanghai. The 4 May movement of 1919 was far more powerful than that of 1911. War production had increased the size and confidence of the embryonic working class in major ports and production centers like Shanghai. The Russian Revolution had shown how the working class might lead a socialist revolution in a predominantly peasant country. A Marxist study circle had begun meeting at Beijing University in 1918, and the Chinese Communist Party, CCP, was founded in Shanghai in 1921. The following year, major strikes erupted across several cities, with Chinese workers pitted against company thugs, foreign police, and warlord armies. The new CCP now became a mass party. The national and social struggles began to reinforce one another. National independence could not be achieved without mobilizing the masses to defeat imperialism and warlordism, and the workers could not end their poverty without taking on foreign capitalists and police. Between 1924 and 1927, the Kuomintang and the Communists formed an alliance. The Russians set up a military academy at Whampoa to train Kuomintang army officers, and Chinese Communists were encouraged to follow the political lead of Sun Yat-sen's nationalists. When General Chiang Kai-shek led the Kuomintang into action in the Northern Expedition of 1926, workers' and peasants' risings were organized against local warlords as the nationalist army approached. A rolling tide of national and social revolution swept across southern China. Landlords, merchants, and money-lenders fled. Village cooperatives were set up. Urban workers took over their factories. Footbinding, child prostitution, opium addiction, and other ancient oppressions disappeared. A new age of social liberation seemed to be dawning. Shanghai was the Petrograd of the Chinese Revolution. In March 1927, as Chiang Kai-shek approached the city, 600,000 workers joined a 12-day general strike. Armed union militias took control of the city. A government dominated by workers' leaders took power. When the Kuomintang army arrived, the workers were told by their leaders to lay down their arms and welcome the nationalist soldiers as liberators. No sooner had they done so than, in April 1927, Chiang Kai-shek unleashed his army on the city in a counter-revolutionary pogrom. More than 50,000 were butchered, the unions broken, and activist networks liquidated. The working-class revolutionary movement in Shanghai was destroyed in a matter of days. From Shanghai the counter-revolutionary terror spread to other cities and provinces. By the end of the summer, the nationalists, now in alliance with landlords, capitalists, and foreign powers, had smashed the first Chinese Revolution. In doing so, they had wrecked any possibility of mobilizing the mass forces required to win national independence. The Kuomintang was a bourgeois nationalist party. Its leaders and army officers came from the propertied classes. The proletarian and peasant revolution of 1926–7 was therefore seen as a greater threat than warlords and imperialists. But why had the workers of Shanghai put down their weapons? Why had they surrendered power to the nationalist bourgeoisie? How could the communist leadership of the working class have made such a catastrophic mistake? Trotsky had argued vehemently against an alliance with the Kuomintang. The Chinese workers had to maintain an independent organization, he had insisted, including an armed revolutionary militia, and carry out a socialist revolution. But he was overruled. Lenin was dead, Trotsky had been marginalist, and Stalin was now the dominant political figure in Russia. The Chinese communists had been led to disaster by their foreign advisors because the Russian leadership, isolated and beleaguered, was turning into a bureaucratic dictatorship hostile to international working-class revolution. Revolts against colonialism. The Chinese Revolution was the most important revolt in the colonial and semi-colonial countries in the aftermath of the First World War. But there were many others of similar kind. Anti-colonial revolts during the 19th century had usually taken a traditional form. Leadership had been provided by tribal chieftains and dynastic potentates. Old weapons and antiquated tactics had been employed against modern firepower. The aim had been to restore the old order. Anti-colonial revolts in the early 20th century were different. Led by new resistance movements and spearheaded by the most advanced sections of colonial society, they were inspired by the Russian Revolution and the most radical ideas of the period. What made this possible was the transformation of traditional societies by imperialism. The rapid development of infrastructure and industry by foreign capital had created a new working class. Shanghai and Guangzhou, Bombay and Calcutta, Belfast and Dublin became modern industrial cities. The market penetrated distant villages and threw their economies into crisis. Indian textile weavers were ruined by imports of machine-made goods from Manchester. Collapsing commodity prices pitched Latin American peasants into destitution. The war accelerated both industrialization and impoverishment. New war industries sucked in workers from the countryside. Millions of Asians and Africans were mobilized as soldiers or laborers. But conscription, war taxes, and food shortages also meant misery in the slums and villages. Capitalism and war were tearing traditional societies apart, while creating new social forces, an educated middle class and an industrial working class, capable of creating modern movements of mass resistance. Trotsky wrote of the combined and uneven development that characterized world capitalism at the time. Advanced technology, large-scale industry, and modern cities coexisted with villages where illiterate peasants still relied on hand-drawn plows. University students attended communist study circles in cities inhabited by feudal warlords and their armed retainers. Pickets of striking workers were confronted by thugs brandishing medieval swords. Because combined and uneven development took an extreme form in the colonies and semi-colonies of the periphery, class struggles were often explosive. Events in Mexico, Ireland, and India provide contrasting examples. In 1910, Mexico was dominated by a landowning elite of Spanish colonial descent. It was ruled by a dictatorial president, Porfirio Diaz, and its economy was increasingly enthralled to American business interests. The majority of native Indians and mixed-race mestizos were the beasts of burden in this semi-colonial setup. The liberal politician Francisco Madero ousted Diaz in an armed revolt in 1910–11. But he failed to deliver on vague promises of agrarian reform, and his erstwhile supporters, the social bandit Pancho Villa in the north and the peasant farmer Emiliano Zapata in the south, launched a revolutionary war against the new government. History then repeated itself on a higher level. Madero was murdered by one of his own generals, Victoriano Huerta, but another liberal politician, Venustiano Carranza, quickly formed a constitutionalist army to renew the alliance with the peasantry and resume the struggle against dictatorship. The peasant armies of Villa and Zapata entered Mexico City in 1914. But instead of taking state power, they handed back control to the liberal bourgeoisie. Villa and Zapata followed the same policy as the Chinese Communist Party would do in Shanghai in 1927, with Carranza's constitutionalists playing the role of Chiang Kai-shek's Kuomintang. The denouement was the same, though played out in slow motion. The constitutionalists refused to implement radical land reform. Government troops fought alongside U.S. forces to crush the peasant guerrillas. Zapata was murdered in 1919, Villa in 1923, and Mexico was eventually made safe for big business and the rich. Similar forces were at work in Ireland between 1916 and 1923. The country was Britain's oldest colony and had a long history of poverty, oppression, and resistance. During Easter 1916, 800 armed Republican rebels seized key public buildings in central Dublin, notably the General Post Office, and fought a pitched battle against the security forces. Belfast and Dublin had seen fierce class struggles immediately before the First World War, and Ireland had seemed on the brink of Home Rule in 1914. But the Easter Rising was premature. Popular support was limited and planned participation by the Irish Volunteers, essentially a pro-Home Rule militia, was cancelled at the last minute. The result was that the Republican vanguard was isolated and defeated. But the subsequent execution of the captured leaders outraged Irish opinion and contributed to a sharp swing to the left, which gave Sinn Féin, the main Republican party, a landslide victory in the general election of late 1918. The Sinn Féiners refused to take their seats in the London Parliament and instead formed an Irish Dáil. An Irish Republican army was organised by Michael Collins to mount a military campaign to destroy the British security apparatus. The British waged a brutal colonial war against the Irish between 1919 and 1921. Outright victory proved impossible, but they did succeed in splitting the resistance by offering independence to Southern Ireland in return for recognition of British rule over Ulster in the north. The War of Independence then degenerated into a civil war. The British-backed conservative pro-partition Free Staters like Michael Collins against rejectionist Republicans like Eamon de Valera. The Irish revolutionary socialist James Connolly, who had been executed for his participation in the Easter Rising, had predicted that partition would lead to a carnival of reaction on both sides of the border. He was right. The mainly peasant South came to be dominated by a green political elite of Irish Catholic Republicans, the more industrial East North by an orange political elite of Anglo-Irish Protestant loyalists. The border turned sectarian cracks into chasms, leaving the Irish working class deeply divided and thereby disempowered. If Ireland was Britain's oldest colony, India was its biggest, with some 250 million inhabitants. Manpower, supplies, and finance had flowed to European and Middle Eastern battlefronts during the war. When the war ended, demonstrations, strikes, and food riots swept across the country. On April 16, 1919, General Dyer ordered 50 riflemen to open fire on a crowd of about 20,000 demonstrators gathered inside a walled enclosure at Amritsar. They continued firing for 10 minutes and killed up to 1,000 people. As news of the massacre spread, resistance rose to new heights. Millions of peasants, workers, and urban poor became involved in mass action. Hindus and Muslims fought side by side against bosses, landlords, and police. The governor of Bombay later admitted that the movement gave us a scare and came within an inch of succeeding. Its failure had nothing to do with the British. The action was called off by Mahatma Gandhi and the leaders of Congress, the main Indian nationalist party. Gandhi had turned nonviolence, ahimsa, into a principle. Despite the violence of the recent imperialist war, which he had supported, despite the violence of a foreign army of occupation prepared to use lethal force against protesters, Gandhi opposed the use of armed self-defense by the Indian national movement in its struggle for independence. For Gandhi, a moderate nationalist in the guise of a mystic, ahimsa may have been a matter of principle. Its political significance, however, was that it limited the struggle to nationalist agitation for independence and prevented it evolving into a class struggle against exploitation, which would have threatened the interests of the Indian bourgeoisie represented by Congress. Under determined revolutionary leadership, the Indian national movement might have ended British rule in the early 1920s. Under vacillating liberal leadership, it allowed foreign rule to continue for another quarter of a century, and, when it ended, it would be immediately followed by communal violence, ethnic cleansing, and genocide of unprecedented ferocity. Why did the colonial revolutions fail? Trotsky's theory of permanent revolution, first developed to explain the character of the Russian Revolution, provides an answer. The nationalist bourgeoisie vacillated because it was bound by strong ties to a social order based on private ownership of land and capital. Whenever mass movements of workers and peasants became powerful enough to threaten colonial rule, they also threatened the property and power of native landlords and capitalists. Class instincts then ensured that nationalist leaders either reigned in the movement or joined the counter-revolution to crush it. The lesson was an old one: the emancipation of the masses would have to be undertaken by the masses themselves. Freedom would never be granted. It would have to be taken. Stalinism, the bitter fruit of revolutionary defeat. By late 1923, almost everywhere in the world, the great revolutionary wave stirred into motion by the First World War was ebbing away. The German Revolution had been defeated, and the Weimar Republic, a liberal parliamentary regime, had achieved a measure of stability. The October insurrection of 1917 had not ignited the world socialist revolution that the Bolsheviks had worked for. Lenin himself became a poignant symbol of the decay of revolutionary hope. Increasingly incapacitated by a series of strokes, he died in 1924. The Russian Revolution was left isolated, surrounded by enemies, devastated by war, and impoverished by economic collapse. Struggling to survive in desperate conditions, the Bolshevik regime turned in on itself and, in time, degenerated into a hideous mockery of its former socialist ideals. The great lie of 20th century political history is that this outcome was inevitable, that Stalinism was the direct result of the Bolshevik Revolution. The reality was very different. In 1928, the party-state bureaucracy that had emerged in Russia under Stalin's leadership carried out a counter-revolution. It had been accumulating power for a decade, and when it moved decisively at the end of the 1920s, it was able to destroy all remaining vestiges of working-class democracy. Meetings were packed, speakers shouted down, and oppositionists purged and deported by a party-state machine now dominated by officials who had joined the Communist Party since the revolution. The left opposition, led by Trotsky, was broken up. During the 1930s, the bureaucracy consolidated its grip by liquidating virtually the whole of the old Bolshevik Party. Veterans of the October insurrection were arrested, tortured, paraded in show trials, denounced as saboteurs and wreckers, and executed by Stalin's secret police. Of the 9 members of Lenin's last Politburo, in 1923, only Stalin, Molotov, and Kollontai were still alive at the end of 1940. Of the others, Lenin died of natural causes, Tomsky committed suicide in fear of arrest, and Kamina, Zinoviev, Bukharin, Rykov, and Trotsky had all been murdered. How was this possible? Again and again, the Bolshevik leaders had insisted that backward Russia could not achieve socialism in isolation. The final victory of socialism in a single country is, of course, impossible, explained Lenin on January 11, 1918. Our contingent of workers and peasants which is upholding Soviet power is one of the contingents of the Great World Army. What the Bolshevik leaders had not been able to predict was the form of the counter-revolution which eventually destroyed them. 3 crushing material factors weighed upon the Russian Revolution: the social weight of the peasantry, the economic collapse caused by war, and the disintegration of the working class. The alliance between workers and peasants had made the revolution possible. The peasants outnumbered the workers 10-1. If the workers had not won over the peasants, they would have been shot down by peasant soldiers loyal to the Tsar. Instead, the Bolsheviks had promised bread, peace, and land, and the peasants had supported the October insurrection. But the interests of the workers and peasants then diverged. The working class is a collective class because its labor is collective. Workers cannot divide the mines, factories, and railways into individual units. They have to run the economy as an integrated whole. The peasantry, on the other hand, is a class of individualists, because every peasant aspires to be a prosperous independent farmer. The peasants will support urban revolutionaries who allow them to seize the land. But further cooperation depends on the ability of the towns to produce goods they can trade with the villages. If they fail to do this, the peasants will not trade and the towns will starve. The Bolsheviks understood this. Their problem was that production had collapsed. The combination of World War, Revolution, and Civil War caused such massive disruption that industrial output fell to a fifth of its 1914 level. Shortages of food, fuel, and other basic necessities meant that between late 1918 and late 1920 around 9 million Russians died of hunger, disease, and cold, more than twice the number lost in the World War. This drove the third factor. The working class physically disintegrated as millions abandoned the towns and returned to the villages where they had family. The urban population of Russia was reduced by more than half. Even the workers who remained were not the same. The revolutionary government had to administer a vast territory, regenerate a broken economy, and fight a civil war against white armies backed by no fewer than 14 foreign expeditionary forces. The revolutionary proletariat of 1917 was therefore transformed into the Red Army of 1920. Moreover, as sections of the economy cranked up again, new workers were sucked in from the countryside. So the Russian working class of 1920 was not only much smaller than that of 1917, its composition was also very different. By the end of the Civil War, the revolutionary working class had dissolved, the peasantry was in control of the land, and the landlord and capitalist classes had been vanquished. The only organized social force operating at national level was the party-state administration. Had full democracy been restored, the country would have been torn apart by the contradiction between the interests of the international working class and the interests of the Russian peasantry. The Bolsheviks had no choice but to attempt to hold on to power in the hope that they would be rescued by world revolution. For a while, the revolutionary tradition itself could act as an historical force, even though now embodied in a revolutionary apparatus rather than a revolutionary class. But the Bolsheviks could not defy gravity. Eventually, they would succumb to the hostile social forces all around them. Lenin could see it. Ours is not actually a workers' state, he said as early as 1920, but a workers' and peasants' state. But that is not all. Our party program shows that ours is a workers' state with bureaucratic distortions. Later, alarmed at the influence of former Tsarist officials and newly recruited careerists in the government apparatus, he posed the question, this mass of bureaucrats, who is leading whom? The new economic policy, NEP, of 1921-8 was an attempt to resolve the economic contradictions and win breathing space before the next global revolutionary upsurge. It allowed private production and a free market to develop alongside state enterprise. The effect was to foster the development of a class of entrepreneurs, the N-Eatmen, and a class of rich peasants, the kulaks. At the same time, the red industrialists who ran state enterprises behaved increasingly like conventional capitalists in relation to their own workers. The imperatives of running a backward economy in an embattled state were transforming the political character of the ruling regime. In 1928, Lenin's question, who is leading whom, received its definitive answer. Crushing both the right, representing the N-Eatmen and the kulaks, and the left, representing the Bolshevik tradition, Stalin's center emerged from the backrooms of the Communist Party as the political expression of a new bureaucratic ruling class. 13. The Great Depression and the Rise of Fascism. 1929 to 1939. Socialism or Barbarism, a revolutionary militia woman as depicted on a Spanish Civil War poster. The defeat of the World Revolution and the isolation and decay of the Russian Revolution ushered in a brief period of relative stability. The capitalist system recovered, the rulers of the world slept easier, and the millions stirred by the revolutionary mass movements of 1917 to 23 sank back into the apathy of everyday life. but the breathing space was brief. An economic boom in the mid to late 1920s was built on the shifting sands of financial speculation. When boom turned to bust in 1929, the system was hurled into a new and intractable crisis deeper than any other previously experienced. So desperate were social conditions in what came to be called the Great Depression that millions of ordinary people were once again drawn into mass struggles to determine the course of European and world history. These struggles crystallized into a sharp confrontation between the forces of fascism and socialist revolution. Fascism emerged victorious and dominant across the continent. The result was another world war even longer, bloodier, and more barbaric than the first. The Roaring Twenties. The post-war wave of struggle and radicalization was short-lived in the United States. From 1920 the economy boomed and a new culture of individualism took hold. By 1928 output was double the level of 1914. Economists announced that capitalism's childhood diseases were things of the past and that the economic condition of the world seems on the verge of a great forward movement. The American market was flooded with consumer goods that had previously been available only to a small minority. Ordinary homes were supplied with electric power. Middle-class families acquired telephones, radios, gramophones, vacuum cleaners, and refrigerators. Millions went to the cinema each week. Cars ceased to be a luxury and became mass-market commodities. The American dream seemed to have become an everyday reality. Everybody ought to be rich, announced John J. Raskob, director of General Motors and chair of the Democratic Party's National Committee. Many ordinary Americans agreed. Europe was slower to join the Roaring Twenties. The economic impact of the war, the social dislocation, the great upsurge of revolution had all been far more powerful in Europe than in the States. But after 1923, Europeans also joined the Jazz Age. The Dawes Plan, which provided a flow of U.S. loans, helped revive German capitalism and stabilize the Weimar Republic in the later 1920s. Britain embarked on a new industrial revolution, with high-tech industries like cars, aircraft, and consumer durables developing in the Midlands and the Southeast, and new suburbs being built around old urban centers. As in the United States, the restabilization of capitalism prompted optimistic predictions of permanent prosperity and harmony. "Our economy is sound," proclaimed Germany's Social Democratic Chancellor Hermann Müller in 1928, "our system of social welfare is sound, and you will see that the communists as well as the Nazis will be absorbed by the traditional parties." Leading German economists concurred, there has been a clear tendency in European economic life for antagonistic tendencies to balance each other, to grow less, and finally to disappear. But the contradictions of capitalism had not been abolished. Equally significant, though far less commented upon, were the clear limits to the economic recovery. State arms expenditure had sustained the world economy in the run-up to and during the First World War. It had been the pre-war arms race that had ended the long depression of 1873–96. Even in the late 19th century, the signs were there that the system had a fatal addiction to guns. Arms spending was cut to a fraction of wartime levels after 1918. The result was mass unemployment. The system thus proved incapable of an orderly resumption of civilian production. The market turned out not to be self-regulating. Growth remained patchy and modest throughout the 1920s. For every success, there was a failure. Unemployment never dropped below 1 million in Britain in the interwar years. Wage cuts in the pits provoked a 6-month miners' strike and a 9-day general strike in 1926. War reparations brought the German economy to its knees in the early 1920s, and hyperinflation wiped out the value of savings in 1923. The French economy was propped up by German war reparations, the U.S. economy by war loan repayments and a policy of easy money, cheap credit though low interest rates. It was this that enabled the U.S. economy to boom for a decade. But some capitalists were roaring only because others were squealing. The American dream was, in fact, an illusion. A central contradiction of capitalism is that it imposes low wages in the workplace but requires high spending in the marketplace. In the long run, you cannot have both. When wages are squeezed to reduce costs and raise profits, workers cannot afford to buy the goods that their labor has produced. But if wages increase and profits are reduced, capitalists have no incentive to invest. The search for profit powers the system. In America's Roaring Twenties, farm incomes were down and wages did not rise. Demand in the real economy was therefore depressed. Industrial investment was in consequence too sluggish to absorb the surplus capital with which the system was awash. So it flowed into speculation. Specifically, it fed a self-sustaining speculative bubble on the Wall Street Stock Exchange. F. Scott Fitzgerald's novel The Great Gatsby, 1926, captures the vacuousness of the period. The futility of the lives of its characters, obscenely wealthy members of the American bourgeoisie, mirrors their absence of social function. The empty minds and endless round of self-indulgence reflect the bubble economy of financial parasitism. Financial bubbles are as old as capitalism. There was a bubble of speculation in tulips in early 17th century Holland, tulip mania, and a bubble of speculation in colonial investment in early 18th century England, the South Sea Bubble. The long depression of 1873 to 96 had begun with a financial crash following a speculative boom. The way a bubble works is simple. If demand for a paper asset is high enough, its price will rise. If the price of an asset is rising, more investors will want to buy it, hoping to profit from further rises when they sell it on. If there is enough surplus capital, and if paper assets keep rising in price because of high demand, take-off becomes possible. Assets continue to rise in value simply because more and more investors want to buy them, irrespective of the relationship between their price and the actual value of the goods or services represented. Paper assets are essentially loans of money in return for titles to ownership. They can take the form of corporate shares, government bonds, insurance policies, currency holdings, bundles of mortgages, advance purchases of commodities, and many other things. The financial services industry is very inventive in this respect. The normal return on capital is a share in the profits of the real economy. A speculative return arises when the link between the price of paper assets and the value of actual commodities has broken down. Price rises then become self-sustaining and stratospheric in a frenzy of get-rich-quick buying and selling. Global debt increased by about 50% during the 1920s. This is one measure of the creation of fictitious capital. Whole new classes of holding companies and investment trusts emerged. These companies produced nothing. They simply traded in the stock of other companies. Often, the companies they invested in were other holding companies and investment trusts. Sometimes the layers of fictitious capital could be 5, even 10 deep. Goldman Sachs Trading Corporation is an example. It was formed on December 4, 1928 and issued an initial $100 million of stock, 90% of it sold direct to the general public. With this capital, it invested in the stock of other companies. In February 1929 Goldman Sachs merged with another investment trust. Assets were now valued at $235 million. In July the joint enterprise launched the Shenandoah Corporation. When it offered $102 million of stock for sale, the issue was oversubscribed sevenfold. No one wanted to miss out on this money-for-nothing miracle. The company duly obliged and issued yet more stock. As the frenzy mounted, capital was sucked out of foreign loans, industrial investment, and infrastructure projects. Nothing was as profitable as speculation on Wall Street. Loose money and a weak economy gave rise to a massive imbalance between the price of paper assets and the value of real commodities. The bubble was a trap. Some observers tried to sound a warning. Sooner or later a crash is coming, declared Roger Babson to the annual National Business Conference on September 5, 1929, and it may be terrific. But prophets of doom were not welcome at the party. A lot of very rich people had staked a fortune on making themselves even richer. They had fully backed President Coolidge's optimistic State of the Union address the previous December. No Congress of the United States ever assembled has met with a more pleasing prospect than that which appears at the present time. There is tranquility and contentment, and the highest record of years of prosperity. When, a short while later, the stock market got the jitters, Secretary of the Treasury Andrew Mellon was quick to offer reassurance: there is no cause for worry. The high tide of prosperity will continue. The Wall Street Journal was also keen to dispel investors' anxieties. Price movements in the main body of stocks yesterday continued to display the characteristics of a major advance temporarily halted for technical readjustment. On October 24, 1929, the Wall Street stock market crashed. The financial collapse pitched the world into the Great Depression and triggered the sequence of events that led eventually to Stalingrad, Auschwitz, and Hiroshima. The greatest tragedy in human history had begun to unfold. The Hungry 30s. On Black Thursday, the Wall Street Stock Exchange fell by almost a third. Thousands of finance capitalists were wiped out. Millions of ordinary people lost their savings. Once started, the crash, like the bubble that preceded it, was self-sustaining. Just as rising prices had sucked speculative capital into the vortex, now collapsing prices generated a stampede to sell, to liquidate capital, to withdraw from the market before prices fell further. When investors found themselves overexposed, moreover, debts were called in to pay other debts, fueling the reverse frenzy of panic selling and falling prices. The whole complex of financial obligations was suddenly unraveling. The value of shares in the Shenandoah Corporation had peaked at $36. They eventually went down to 50 cents. Goldman Sachs Trading Corporation stocks had hit $222.50. 2 years later, you could buy them for $1 or $2. The crash did not come from nowhere. Agriculture had been depressed since 1927, and industry was afflicted by a classic cyclical downturn due to overexpansion and underconsumption during the spring and summer of 1929. The agricultural and industrial crises triggered the financial crash. But the crash then fed back into the real economy, collapsing credit, choking off loans and investment, shrinking demand. The centralization and concentration of capital magnified the scale of the crisis. When a small or medium-sized firm is bankrupted, the overall impact is limited, many others remain open for business. When a major bank or industrial corporation is bankrupted, it pulls many others down with it, sending a deflationary wave across the wider economy. That is what happened now. By 1933, 9,000 American banks had failed, industrial production had almost halved, and 1 in 3 workers was unemployed. Nor was there so much as a glimmer of recovery. American capitalism appeared to be dead in the water. A world system meant a world crisis. The Wall Street crash triggered a global slump. The value of world trade collapsed to a third of its 1929 figure. Unemployment leapt from 10 million worldwide to 40 million by 1932. In that year, 1 in 3 workers was unemployed in Germany, 1 in 5 in Britain. What made the Great Depression so disastrous were the policies pursued by world leaders. Drastic cuts were not the immediate response to the crash. But when the global economy nosedived in 1931, politicians panicked. U.S. President Hoover was obsessed with sound money and a balanced budget. He denounced programs for large-scale spending, and was soon lecturing his successor-elect, Franklin D. Roosevelt, on the virtues of what would today be called deficit cutting. His Treasury Secretary's remedy was to liquidate labor, liquidate stocks, liquidate the farmers. Democracy, moreover, was soon under attack as hard right regimes drove through cuts in the face of mass resistance. Conservative German Chancellor Heinrich Brüning's response to the crash was to cut wages, cut salaries, cut prices, and raise taxes. He did this at a time when 1 in 4 German workers was unemployed. The effect was to push it up to 1 in 3. Brüning did not last long. The depth of the economic crisis and the polarization of German society paralyzed the political system. After Brüning's resignation, President Hindenburg appointed a rapid succession of chancellors, von Papen, von Schleicher, then Adolf Hitler. None commanded a parliamentary majority. German chancellors ruled by emergency decree. Democracy ceased to operate in Germany from 1930 onwards. After January 1933, its very possibility was destroyed by the Nazi dictatorship, installed in power by Hindenburg, acting on behalf of Germany's traditional rulers. In Britain, a minority Labour government elected in 1929 found itself under siege by finance capital. As unemployment soared, dole payments were to be cut to satisfy the vital need for securing budget equilibrium. One cabinet minister later recalled, "One of the memories that abides with me, is that of 20 men and 1 woman, representing the government of the country, standing one black Sunday evening in the Downing Street garden awaiting a cable from New York as to whether the pound was to be saved or not, and whether the condition would be insisted upon that the unemployed rate would be cut by 10%. The condition was insisted on. The bankers wanted the impoverishment of the unemployed as a token of the Labour government's total submission. They also wanted unanimity, the whole cabinet was to vote it through. Otherwise the government was to resign. So it is the financiers, British and American, who will settle the personnel and the policy of the British government," wrote the leading Fabian Beatrice Webb in her diary. The dictatorship of the capitalist class with a vengeance. The cabinet split. The government resigned. The former Labour Prime Minister Ramsay MacDonald became head of a reactionary, deficit-cutting national government. Governments also devalued their currencies to make their exports cheaper, while imposing tariffs on imports to make them more expensive. But protectionism is a competitive process. When rival states did the same, the effect was an accelerating race to the bottom, with falling prices and shrinking markets leading to a catastrophic collapse in international trade. Deflation and protectionism, on top of the economic downturn and the financial crash, destroyed any possibility of recovery. They locked the world into a decade of economic slump and mass impoverishment. They guaranteed what the liberal economist and critic of state policy John Maynard Keynes called an underemployment equilibrium, permanent mass unemployment. The economics of the Great Depression were the economics of the madhouse. The purpose of any economic system should be to produce the goods and services people need to live full and happy lives. But that is not the purpose of capitalism. Capitalism is a system of competitive capital accumulation driven by profit and the enrichment of the few. The drive for profit, as much as possible, as quick as possible, no matter how, had created the speculative bubble of the late 1920s. Now, in the crash, shoring up profits meant cutting wages, slashing services, and choking trade, thereby plunging the world into permanent slump. Hundreds of millions of lives were torn apart. Farmers were ruined as markets disappeared and commodity prices collapsed. Workers lost their jobs and lived on handouts from soup kitchens. Those still in work lived in fear of the sack, and bosses went onto the offensive over wages, conditions, and workloads. Across Europe, support for mainstream parties associated with austerity collapsed and politics became polarized between radical movements of the working class and fascist movements of the middle class. On the streets of Berlin, Vienna, Paris, Barcelona, and London, the forces of hope and despair, of revolution and counter-revolution, clashed repeatedly during the 1930s in a struggle for the heart and soul of Europe. 1933, the Nazi seizure of power. On January 31, 1933, Adolf Hitler, leader of the National Socialist German Workers' Nazi Party, became German Chancellor. A month later, the Communist Party was banned, its newspapers shut down, and 10,000 of its members sent to concentration camps. Soon after, the leaders of the Social Democratic Party and of the German trade unions were also sent to concentration camps. In a matter of months, the Nazis had destroyed the most powerful labor movement in the world. The unions and the socialist parties are the basis of democracy. without mass working class organization, capital, and the state rule unchallenged. Consequently, by the end of 1933, the conservative and liberal parties had also been destroyed. Germany had become a totalitarian police state. The final cost of Nazism would be astronomical. 7 million Germans would die and 14 million be made homeless during the Second World War. Millions of men would be shot and millions of women raped as the Russian army advanced across eastern Germany seeking primeval vengeance in 1944 and 1945. Across the globe, the war unleashed by the Nazis would kill 60 million. Between 1939 and 1945, the race myths of the 10th century would fuse with the technology of the 20th to create the greatest disaster in human history. What had made this possible? The Great Depression hit Germany harder than any other European state. American bankers demanded repayment of the Dawes Plan loans which had boosted the economy in the mid-1920s. The bankers demanded massive cuts to balance the books. German governments obliged, cutting jobs, wages, and benefits. The economy nosedived and a third of workers were unemployed. Farms and small businesses were ruined. Managers, professionals, and clerical workers found themselves out of work alongside miners and steel workers. Capitalist crisis shreds the social fabric and polarizes politics. When people's anger is directed against bankers, politicians, and the system, they move to the left, towards class struggle and revolutionary change. When they turn against one another, they move to the right, towards the politics of hate. The Great Depression created a sharp polarity between socialist parties of revolutionary hope and fascist parties of counter-revolutionary despair. Fascism was a new type of political movement first pioneered in Italy immediately after the First World War. The very word is Italian. Benito Mussolini, an unstable political adventurer who had broken with the Socialist Party because he supported the imperialist war, had begun recruiting a right-wing nationalist following during Italy's two red years in 1919 and 1920. The fascists were essentially a middle-class movement of army veterans, professionals, students, minor landowners, and petty proprietors. Paramilitary squads of fascist black shirts, squadristi, carried out attacks on occupations, picket lines, union offices, socialist printing presses, and individual activists. But their influence was limited when the workers' movement was on the offensive. Only with the defeat of the factory occupations in the summer of 1920 did the fascists become a major force. The number of active squads increased from 190 in October 1920 to 2,300 in November 1921. The failure of the left made the fascists attractive to many of the unemployed and to working-class youth in slums and villages lacking a socialist tradition. It also made them appear more plausible to their core middle-class supporters. But the left was still a threat, and this ensured support for Mussolini from industrialists and liberal politicians. Henceforward the squadristi were funded by leading capitalists and given a free hand by the police. Fascist thugs were unleashed by the Italian ruling class to smash the retreating workers' movement. By October 1922 Mussolini was strong enough to demand a place in government. A fascist march on Rome was unopposed and King Victor Emmanuel appointed Mussolini prime minister. Thereafter the black shirts and police worked together to destroy the working class movement and establish a totalitarian state. Mussolini was widely admired in European ruling class circles as a strongman who had brought order out of chaos. Italy's black shirts provided a political model for others to follow. Among those who attempted to do so was Hitler, a failed artist, Dachhaus dropout, war veteran, and virulent anti-Semite. But the infant Nazi Party's Beer Hall Putsch, an attempted right-wing coup in Munich in November 1923, was broken up by the police. Hitler's party remained in the doldrums for 6 years. But its vote rocketed from 800,000, 3%er, in 1928 to 6 million, 18%er, in 1930 and almost 14 million, 37%er, in July 1932. Its paramilitary wing, the brown shirts of the SA, Sturmabteilung, quadrupled from 100,000 at the end of 1930 to 400,000 by mid-1932. The Nazi struggle for power was three-pronged. Mass rallies and parades created an impression of strength and determination in the face of the social crisis. The brown shirts engaged in a relentless struggle on the streets to destroy working-class organization. And Hitler lobbied big business and state leaders for funding, support, and a share in power. The core of Nazi support, like that of the Italian fascists, was the middle class. Hitler expressed the rage of the socially aspirant in a world that was falling apart and shattering their hopes. The petty proprietor, the junior executive, the small-town professional hated in equal measure the capitalists and politicians who had caused the crisis and the unions and left parties which represented the workers. Their powerlessness enraged them. The concept of an international Jewish conspiracy linking Moscow and Wall Street, communists and capitalists, the workers and the rich, was the supreme expression of the Nazis' irrational worldview. It became the hideous ideology of those described by Trotsky as human dust, a glue to bind together the otherwise atomized individuals who formed the fascist mass movement. The Nazis also appropriated the German national cause. The Versailles Treaty had confiscated chunks of Germany's territory, restricted the size of its armed forces, and imposed massive reparations payments. The Weimar politicians had failed to challenge this architecture of national disempowerment. Hitler promised action. By late 1932 the German ruling class was determined to use the Nazis to solve the economic crisis in their own way. Hitler would tear up the Versailles Treaty, end crippling reparations payments, and rebuild German power in Europe. The brown shirts would destroy the left at home. The Nazis would end the drift and unite the nation. They would make the world safe for German capital. That is why one leading Ruhr industrialist, Fritz Thyssen, became a keen Nazi supporter, why Chancellor von Papen said it would be a disaster if the Hitler movement collapsed or was crushed, and why President Hindenburg, a First World War field marshal, invited Hitler, a First World War corporal, to form a government in January 1933 at the very moment when Nazi support was beginning to wane. The fascist victory was not inevitable. In July 1932 the combined SPD, Social Democrat, and KPD, Communist, vote was a little over 13 million, 36%, almost as many as the Nazis, 37%. Both the SPD and KPD had their own armed self-defense forces. Nazi marches in working-class areas had frequently been attacked and broken up. As late as the afternoon and evening of January 30, 1933, mass demonstrations against Hitler had erupted spontaneously across Germany. Millions of workers understood the danger and were prepared to fight. But the SPD leaders were supine in the face of both the Depression and the Nazis. They had argued for toleration of austerity cuts and legality in response to the brown shirts' violence. As Hitler took power, their main paper proclaimed that the party stood foursquare on the grounds of the Constitution and legality. The charge against the communist leaders is equally serious. They should have appealed to the Social Democratic workers to form a united front against fascist violence and takeover. Instead, their strategy was one of sectarian stupidity and self-imposed isolation. They talked down the fascist danger, denounced the Social Democrats as social fascists, and refused to unite with them on the basis that they posed a greater threat to the working class than Hitler. Why did the communist leaders follow this line? The SPD had, of course, engineered the defeat of the German Revolution between 1918 and 1923. The KPD had been prone to ultra-leftism ever since, being deeply hostile to reformist leaders and unwilling to form a united front with them in pursuit of common goals. But the KPD's sectarian instincts were reinforced by the line coming from Moscow. The Comintern, the Moscow-based Communist International, was now under the control of Stalin and the new bureaucratic ruling class in Russia. Ultra-left sectarianism had become official Soviet policy as a cover for the counter-revolutionary character of the dramatic changes underway within Russia. In 1923 the young German Communist Party had missed its chance to lead a socialist revolution. In 1933 the same Communist Party, now older, but no wiser, and much deformed by Stalinism, had failed to prevent a fascist coup. The historical importance of revolutionary leadership has never been clearer. State capitalism in Russia. First, the Wall Street crash plunged the world into the Great Depression and put 40 million out of work. Then the Nazis, the most barbaric political movement of modern times, seized power in Germany. No wonder millions of desperate activists looked for an alternative. No wonder they believed Stalin's claim to be the world's standard-bearer against capitalism and fascism. Mass unemployment and the menace of fascism made them uncritical. Why should they believe reports in the West of atrocities and injustices in the Soviet Union? Was it not inevitable that the capitalist press would denigrate the homeland of socialist revolution? After all, the Soviet economy was booming, while the rest of the world was mired in depression. The success of Stalin's five-year plan seemed prodigious. Between 1927/8 and 1937, industrial output increased fivefold. Whereas the Soviet Union had accounted for just 4% of global industrial production in 1929, the proportion had risen to 12% by 1939. But this was not the triumph of socialism. On the contrary, all vestiges of workers' control of industry had been stamped out. In its place, a new model of state capitalist development was being pioneered, where the ruling class was formed of government bureaucrats, the national economy was run like a single giant corporation, and all forms of dissent and resistance were treated as crimes against the state. This transformation, from workers' democracy to a new form of class society, had resulted from the isolation and decay of the revolutionary mass movement. Lenin had seen the danger. The party's proletarian policy, he had written, is determined at present not by its rank and file, but by the immense and undivided authority of tiny sections of what might be called the party's old guard. The party had been filled with the arriviste of post-revolutionary times because party membership had become a passport to a paid post in government, army, or industry. As early as 1922, only 1 in 40 members had joined before the February Revolution. Lenin had also identified Stalin as the potential leader of the emerging party-state bureaucracy. In a secret testament written shortly before his death, Lenin had warned leading party comrades that Stalin, the Secretary-General of the party, had unlimited authority concentrated in his hands, that he was too boorish and bureaucratic to wield such power, and that they should consider removing Stalin from that post and appointing another man in his stead. The testament was suppressed, and, with civil society hollowed out by war and economic collapse, the party-state apparatus swelled to fill the vacuum. Stalin's position gave him control of this apparatus. By the end of the 1920s, it was the dominant force in society. The annihilation of opposition currents inside the party was easily accomplished by the police agents of the bureaucracy in 1928, both the right, led by Bukharin and representing the private capitalist interests which had developed under the new economic policy, and the left, led by Trotsky and representing the revolutionary socialist tradition of the Bolsheviks. Against Trotsky was the power of inertia in an exhausted, impoverished, peasant country. Without world revolution to reinforce them, backward war-torn Russia had simply consumed its native revolutionaries, until they were so few that they could be swept into the oblivion of the gulags. Even so, the idealism and self-emancipation of the revolutionary years survived in popular memory and served to indict all that followed. For this reason, the remaining revolutionaries were hounded to their deaths during the 1930s. Only 1 in 14 of the Bolshevik Party's 1917 members still belonged to the Communist Party of the Soviet Union in 1939, virtually all of the others were dead. The bureaucracy had acted in 1928 because it had the power to do so, and it was confronted by an acute scissors crisis. The peasants were refusing to supply enough grain to the cities, while foreign governments were cutting diplomatic relations, banning trade links, and giving rise to a genuine war scare. The leadership's response was to seize the grain, drive down wages, and impose rapid industrialization. To slacken the pace of industrialization would mean to lag behind, Stalin announced, and those who lag behind are beaten. We are 50 to 100 years behind the advanced countries. We must make good this lag in 10 years or they will crush us. Russia had survived civil war and foreign invasion, the new regime had not been destroyed by military force. But the defeat of the World Revolution had left Russia isolated and impoverished in a global economy dominated by capitalism. So the counter-revolution was achieved not by violent overthrow, but by the relentless external pressure of economic and military competition. The Soviet Union needed to export grain to pay for machine tools. It needed machine tools to build modern industries. And it needed modern industries to produce the guns, tanks, and planes with which to defend itself in a predatory global system of competing nation-states. Private capital accumulation was too slow. What Bukharin in the 1920s had called socialism at a snail's pace would have left it trailing behind and vulnerable to dismemberment by hostile powers. Only the state had the power to concentrate resources, impose a plan, override opposition, and drive through rapid forced industrialization. Stalin's policy reflected wider trends in the world economy. Under the impact of the Great Depression there was a global shift towards state-managed capitalism, with more public spending and government intervention in the economy to compensate for the failure of private capital to invest. The Soviet system represented the extreme end of a spectrum. Stalin's aim was mass production to build state power. Soviet rulers thus became the personification of state capitalist accumulation. But they also used their power to reward themselves handsomely, even as they plundered the peasantry, cut wages, increased work pressure, and filled the gulags with slave laborers. By 1937, plant directors were paid 2,000 rubles a month, skilled workers 200 to 300 rubles, and workers on the minimum wage 110 to 15 rubles. Pay differentials in the army were even more extreme. During the Second World War, colonels were paid 2,400 rubles a month, private soldiers 10 rubles. The pay of plant directors and army colonels was modest, however, compared with that of top members of the state bourgeoisie, who could earn up to 25,000 rubles a month, more than 200 times the minimum wage. So the bureaucracy evolved into a privileged class with a clear material interest in remaining loyal to Stalin and the state capitalist system. It proved utterly ruthless in imposing forced industrialization on society at a colossal cost in human suffering. Consumption was sacrificed to investment in heavy industry. The proportion of investment devoted to plant, machinery, and raw materials, as opposed to consumer goods, rose from 33% in 1927/8, to 53% by 1932, and 69% by 1950. The result was shortages and queues, though less than there might have been, because at the same time wages were cut by an estimated 50% over 6 years. Grain was expropriated from the peasantry to feed the growing urban population and to pay for imports of foreign machinery. Because of this, when the price collapsed on world markets in 1929, at least 3 million peasants starved to death. It was still not enough. The state decreed the collectivization state control of agriculture. Millions of peasants, denounced as kulaks, rich peasants producing for the market, were dispossessed and transported. Many died. Others became slave laborers in the gulags. The Siberian gulags expanded into a vast slave empire run by Stalin's security apparatus. The 30,000 prisoners of 1928 had become 2 million by 1931, 5 million by 1935, and probably more than 10 million by the end of the decade. Millions of others were simply murdered by the police, the annual death toll rising from 20,000 in 1930 to 350,000 in 1937. State terror on this scale reflected the backwardness of the economy, the pace of state capitalist accumulation, and the levels of exploitation necessary to achieve it. The working class, the peasantry, and the national minorities had to be pulverized into submission. The damage was not confined to the Soviet Union. The revolutionary content of Marxism was abandoned, but its verbal formulas were retained and redeployed to justify the policies of the bureaucracy. The Comintern became a vehicle for imposing the ideology and policies of the Soviet state on foreign communist parties. In 1927, having abandoned world revolution in favor of socialism in one country, Stalin tried to break out of his country's isolation by seeking respectable allies abroad. So the Chinese Communist Party was instructed to subordinate itself to the nationalist General Chiang Kai-shek and order the Shanghai working class to lay down its arms. The result was a counter-revolutionary massacre. The following year the policy switched abruptly to sectarianism and adventurism. In the Comintern's disastrous third period, Stalin proclaimed a new revolutionary advance. Communists were to break all ties with Social Democrats and prepare for an imminent seizure of power. This mirrored and helped justify the policy at home. The attack on the kulaks was presented as an attack on private capitalism, which was true, and as a major advance towards socialism, which was not. At home, the ultra-left turn of the third period provided a smokescreen for bureaucratic power and forced industrialization. Abroad, it fostered disastrous sectarianism, above all in Germany, where a divided labor movement allowed Hitler to take power in 1933. But the Nazis threatened a resurgence of aggressive German imperialism, and Stalin began casting around for European allies. The Comintern duly lurched from ultra-left madness to popular frontism. Communists were now to form alliances with the liberal bourgeoisie, reining back the working class to placate potential allies of the Russian state. Thus, instead of promoting world revolution, the Stalinist Comintern had, by the mid-1930s, become actively counter-revolutionary. This was to produce another catastrophic disaster to set alongside those of 1927 and 1933. June 1936, the French general strike and factory occupations. The Nazi seizure of power sent shockwaves across Europe. Hitler offered a solution to the economic crisis based on dictatorship at home and imperialism abroad. His was a model other ruling classes might follow. The destruction of labor organization by state repression and fascist terror allowed capitalists to ratchet up the rate of exploitation in the workplaces. It also eliminated any possibility of a socialist alternative. The historic function of fascism, explained Trotsky, is to smash the working class, to destroy its organizations, and stifle political liberties when the capitalists find themselves unable to govern and dominate with the help of democratic machinery. The first successful attempt to replicate the pattern was in Austria. The revolutionary wave after the First World War had created a powerful social democratic party with 600,000 members, 40% of the popular vote, and its own paramilitary defense force. The Austrian ruling class wanted to crush this movement. Federal Chancellor Engelbert Dollfuss carried out an internal coup in March 1933, dispensing with parliament, imposing rule by decree, and cracking down on working-class organization. The Social Democratic leaders advised their supporters to do nothing. They preferred to support the pro-Catholic fascist Dollfuss against his pro-Nazi fascist rivals. On February 12, 1934, the Dollfuss regime launched a full-scale police attack on the Social Democrats. For 4 days the workers fought back, but were finally crushed. 11 activists were hanged. The Austrian labor movement was driven underground. At least the Austrian workers had resisted, unlike the German workers the year before. Better Vienna than Berlin became a rallying cry on the European left. It would be heard often in the mid-1930s. Vienna was not the only capital city where fascists made a bid for power in February 1934. On February 6 a huge right-wing demonstration in Paris had demanded the resignation of a newly formed liberal government headed by Édouard Daladier. After a night of vicious fighting between demonstrators and police that left 15 dead, Daladier, fearing he could not maintain order, stepped down. The fascists seemed able to unmake a government by force. But the CGT Union Federation called a general strike on February 12. The Socialist Party, SFIO, and the Communist Party, PCF, organized mass demonstrations. As the separate SFIO and PCF demonstrations came together in Paris, there was an explosion of shouts and applause, with cries of unity. Unity. The PCF leaders had wanted to keep the two demonstrations apart. They were still peddling the third period madness that the socialists were social fascists. But the working class had imposed unity on their sectarian leaders. Stalin, isolated in Europe and threatened by Hitler, was now desperately seeking allies among the Western powers. So the Comintern flipped over to a policy of political alliances not just with Social Democrats but also with liberals. In France, this meant an electoral pact, a popular front, of communists, socialists, and radicals, as the French liberals were known. The Popular Front won the general election of May 1936 and a new government was formed by socialist leader Léon Blum. The workers, inspired by the victory of their parties, immediately went onto the offensive. From May 26 onwards, this movement swelled into a massive general strike involving 2 million workers. Over 3/4 of the strikes took the form of factory occupations. The British ambassador compared the situation to that of Russia in 1917. The employers and the police were powerless. The ruling class looked to the socialist premier for salvation. He duly called for public security and convened a meeting of employers and union representatives to negotiate a settlement at the Matignon Hotel. With the employers on the back foot, the concessions were massive: wage increases of between 7 and 15%, the working week cut from 48 to 40 hours with no loss of pay, 2 weeks paid holiday, and agreement in principle to free collective bargaining. All Popular Front parties recommended acceptance of the Matignon Agreement and an immediate return to work. This included the Communist Party, whose leader, Maurice Thérèse, declared, "So what next? We must know how to end a strike when satisfaction has been obtained. We must even know how to accept a compromise when all demands have not yet been met." But the economic gains of the workers were bound to be whittled away as soon as the employers regained the initiative. This was especially so during a slump. Yet Thérèse said nothing about creating a network of workers' councils to protect the gains and organize future action for more. He did not see the June movement as an opportunity to establish permanent organs of mass democracy. He led his supporters backwards instead of using the factory occupations as a platform for further advance. The majority of workers may not have been willing to fight for more in June 1936. But their mood was shifting rapidly to the left. Communist Party membership leapt from 90,000 to 290,000 in the course of the year. It was fast becoming the dominant force within the Popular Front. But the PCF leadership was fiercely loyal to Stalin. It adhered staunchly to the Popular Front. This meant doing nothing to upset liberal politicians. It also meant minimizing political demands and discouraging strikes and demonstrations. Dissidents who questioned this approach were expelled. The effect was to subordinate the interests of the working class to those of the ruling class. The People's Front, wrote Trotsky, represents the coalition of the proletariat with the imperialist bourgeoisie. The coalition extends both to the parliamentary and to the extra-parliamentary spheres. In both spheres, the Radical Party, preserving for itself complete freedom of action, savagely imposes restrictions upon the freedom of action of the proletariat. As the working class movement receded, the government moved to the right. Blum abandoned his policy of economic expansion and social reform in favor of deflation and rearmament. The Popular Front opted for guns instead of butter. This did not save him. A flight of capital created a financial crisis that forced Blum's resignation in June 1937. A second Popular Front government was a right-of-center administration led by a radical rather than a socialist. A third government was formed in April 1938. This saw the return of Édouard Daladier, a right-wing radical, as premier. In reality, it was not a Popular Front administration at all, since it included no socialists but did include the parties of the right. On November 12, 1938, Paul Reynaud, Minister of Finance, declared, "We are living in a capitalist system. The capitalist system, being what it is, its laws must be obeyed. These are the laws of profit, of individual risk, of a free market, of the incentive of competition. The government then issued a series of decrees cutting wages, increasing the working week, and undermining terms and conditions of employment. Inflation had already wiped out the wage rises won in June 1936. The new attacks represented a full-scale counter-offensive against French workers. The CGT called a general strike. But support was patchy, and the police attacked those who did take action with exceptional violence. The Renault workers at the giant Billancourt works outside Paris fought a 24-hour battle with 1,500 riot police. After their defeat, they were forced to march out of the factory giving the fascist salute and shouting "Vive la police!" The defeat of the strike broke the great workers' movement spawned by the events of February 1934 and June 1936. Union membership collapsed from a peak of 4 million to 1 million. 1 in 6 CGT local branches folded. Thousands of workplace militants were victimized. In 1934, Trotsky had written, "Whoever consoles himself with the phrase 'France is not Germany' is hopeless." In all countries, the same historical laws operate, the laws of capitalist decline. The bourgeoisie is leading its society to complete bankruptcy. It is capable of providing the people with neither bread nor peace. This is precisely why it cannot any longer tolerate the democratic order. The choice, Trotsky concluded, was socialist revolution or fascist barbarism. The defeat, disintegration, and demoralization of the French labor movement created the basis for France's military capitulation in 1940, the occupation of the north of the country by the Nazis, and the establishment in the south of the pro-fascist Vichy regime of Marshal Pétain. Trotsky's analysis was confirmed. The Spanish Civil War. It was the first time I had ever been in a town where the working class was in the saddle, wrote George Orwell of Barcelona in November 1936. Practically every building had been seized by the workers and was draped with red flags. Every shop and cafe had an inscription saying that it had been collectivist. There were no private motor cars, they had all been commandeered, and all the trams and taxis and much of the other transport was painted red and black. In outward appearance, it was a town in which the wealthy classes had practically ceased to exist. Above all, there was a belief in the revolution and the future, a feeling of having suddenly emerged into an era of equality and freedom. Human beings were trying to behave as human beings and not as cogs in the capitalist machine. Spain had become two armed camps. On 17 to 18 July, General Francisco Franco had staged a military coup in an attempt to wrest control from the democratically elected Popular Front government in Madrid. The coup was backed by the army, church, big landowners, and all the right-wing parties, Carlists, other monarchists, and Phalangists, fascists. It was generally successful in the more backward, rural parts of Spain. But on 19 to 20 July, armed workers had surrounded the barracks in Barcelona and Madrid and forced the soldiers to surrender. Their action had triggered popular revolts across working-class Spain. The Spanish working class had doubled in size between 1910 and 1930, and now made up about a quarter of the population. In July 1936 there were revolutionary risings in 5 main areas: the Basque Country, with 70% of Spain's iron, steel, and shipbuilding; the coal mining region of Asturias; Madrid, the capital; Andalusia, where 800,000 day laborers worked on big estates; and Catalonia, where more than half the working class was concentrated. Class tension had been high in Spain since the late 19th century. Industrialization had produced a well-organized working class with a tradition of militant struggle. But it was politically divided. The General Union of Labor, UGT, dominant in Madrid, was led by the Socialist Party, PSOE. The National Confederation of Labor, CNT, dominant in Catalonia, was, by contrast, an anarcho-syndicalist organization. Smaller left parties included the Spanish Communist Party, PCE, the Unified Socialist Party of Catalonia, PSUC, the Workers' Party of Marxist Unity, POUM, and the Iberian Anarchist Federation, FAI. In 1931 a combined monarchy and dictatorship had been overthrown and replaced by an elected liberal republican government. But the new government failed to carry out promised reforms and cracked down hard on land occupations and strikes. In October 1934 the government lost its parliamentary majority and gave way to a new conservative administration. When 20,000 Asturian coal miners rose in revolt, they were crushed in 2 weeks of fierce fighting. More than 3,000 were murdered after surrendering and 40,000 activists were jailed across Spain. But in February 1936 a popular front of liberal, socialist, and separatist parties won the general election. The victory brought millions of workers and peasants into action, storming prisons to free jailed activists, taking strike action for both economic and political demands, and seizing land from the landowners. It was this movement that prompted the right-wing coup. And the coup's defeat across half of Spain had nothing to do with the Popular Front government. Official advice was to guarantee the normality of daily life, in order to set an example of serenity and of confidence in the means of military strength of the state. Since the means of military strength of the state were carrying out a coup, the government's advice amounted to capitulation to Franco. Both the socialist and communist leaders, moreover, parrot this message: the moment is a difficult one, but by no means desperate. The government is certain that it has sufficient resources to overcome the criminal attempt. The workers ignored them. Revolution from below secured most of northern and eastern Spain, with workers' control of the factories, peasant land seizures, and the creation of popular militias. In the militias, officers were elected, rank carried no privileges, and tactics were debated. Much had to be improvised, as the nationalists began the war with most of the weapons. But the Republicans had one potentially decisive advantage: the appeal of their revolutionary message to ordinary nationalist soldiers conscripted to fight in the interests of officers, landlords, and priests. A civil war is waged, not only with military but also with political weapons, explained Trotsky. From a purely military point of view, the Spanish Revolution is much weaker than its enemy. Its strength lies in its ability to rouse great masses to action. It can even take away the army from its reactionary officers. To accomplish this, it is only necessary to advance seriously and courageously the program of the socialist revolution. It is necessary to proclaim that from now on the land, factories, and shops will pass from the hands of the capitalists into the hands of the people. The fascist army could not resist the influence of such a program for 24 hours. But it was not to be. The leaders of the CNT ceded power in Barcelona to the liberals, and the leaders of the POUM would not break with the CNT and offer decisive, independent, revolutionary leadership. Barcelona was the Petrograd of the Spanish Revolution. But it was Petrograd without Soviets or Bolsheviks. There was no network of democratic councils able to give organized expression to the will of the masses, nor a revolutionary party committed to a decisive struggle for power and the creation of a workers' state. There was the steam of revolution, but no box or piston. In Madrid the PCE grew increasingly powerful. This was partly because workers were attracted to its radical-sounding rhetoric and partly because Stalin was supplying military hardware. He who pays the piper calls the tune. Communist guns meant communist influence. But the PCE was now playing an actively counter-revolutionary role. Its slogan "First win the war, then win the revolution" gave workers false hope while justifying the disarming of the militias and the return of the factories to the capitalists and the land to the landlords. In homage to Moscow's Popular Front line, the PCE used its control of Russian arms to help the Republican bourgeoisie create a conventional popular army controlled from above that would defend private property. By April 1937 Orwell could see the difference in Barcelona. The smart restaurants and hotels were full of rich people wolfing expensive meals, while for the working class population food prices had jumped enormously without any corresponding rise in wages. The queues for bread, olive oil, and other necessities were hundreds of yards long. The following month, the liberal bourgeoisie and their Stalinist allies felt strong enough to go onto the offensive. They used 3 lorry loads of assault guards to evict the CNT from the Barcelona telephone exchange, one of the first buildings to be put under workers' control the previous July. In response, barricades went up across the city. Even at that point, had the CNT and POUM leaders acted with determination, organizing an insurrection to seize state power in Catalonia, then issuing a general call for land seizures, workers' control, and colonial independence, 25,000 of Franco's best troops were Moroccans, they might still have won. But they did not. They did the opposite. They called on their supporters to lay down their guns. After 5 days of fighting in which 500 had died, most of the barricades came down. Savage repression followed. The city was flooded with 5,000 assault guards. The POUM was made illegal. Its leaders were arrested, tortured, and murdered. The CNT and POUM militias were forcibly incorporated into the Popular Army and put under regular military discipline. Dissidents were denounced as Trotsky fascists. Estates and factories were returned to their former owners. The counter-revolution of May 1937 killed the Revolution of July 1936. The Spanish Civil War was transformed from a revolutionary war between classes into a conventional war between rival factions of the same class, one liberal, the other fascist. The outcome was now determined by firepower, not politics. This meant victory for Franco, who was supported by Fascist Italy and Nazi Germany. Barcelona fell to fascism in January 1939 and Madrid in March, confirming the truth of Trotsky's epitaph for the Spanish Revolution. The demand not to transgress the bounds of bourgeois democracy signifies in practice not a defense of the democratic revolution but a repudiation of it. The causes of the Second World War. By late 1939 the working class movement lay defeated and broken across most of Europe. Stalinism and fascism were dominant. Dictatorship had triumphed over democracy, revolutionary hope had given way to counter-revolutionary despair. 10 million were imprisoned in Stalin's gulags, 150,000 in Hitler's concentration camps. Franco's nationalists had murdered 200,000 people during and immediately after the Spanish Civil War. Union membership in France had fallen by 3/4. Authoritarian governments, in varying degrees fascist, were now installed across Europe. They had been established in Turkey, Hungary, Italy, Poland, and Portugal during the 1920s, and in Yugoslavia, Germany, Austria, Bulgaria, the Baltic states, Greece, and Spain during the 1930s. Totalitarianism was not, however, a uniform phenomenon. Stalinism and Nazism were equally brutal, but different in character and purpose. Russia's economic backwardness meant that rapid accumulation of capital to create infrastructure, heavy industry, and armaments was possible only with very high levels of exploitation. This was made possible by state terror to eradicate any possibility of resistance. Germany was not backward at all, it was at the time the greatest industrial power in Europe. But economic collapse had torn society apart, driven the middle class to despair, and resurrected the specter of socialist revolution. Nazism was an extreme right-wing response to this crisis. The Nazi regime had 3 basic characteristics. First, it was a mass movement of the middle classes and the most backward sections of the working class. What held this otherwise disparate human dust together was the party and its mission, the destruction of internal enemies and the restoration of German might. Second, Nazism was an instrument of counter-revolution. Before coming to power, its paramilitary army of 400,000 brown shirts had been used to attack the unions, left-wing parties, and workers' protests. After January 1933 the Nazi paramilitaries fused with the German state and swelled into a monstrous police apparatus that liquidated all opposition. Third, Nazism was an expression of German imperialism. Hitler's demands for Lebensraum, living space, at the expense of Slavic Untermenschen, subhumans, echoed the traditional imperialist ambitions of German capitalism in Central and Eastern Europe. During the First World War, German leaders had dreamed of a vast imperial domain stretching from the Baltic to the Bosphorus, Middle Europe, and a further sphere of influence extending from there down to the Persian Gulf. Hitler revived and expanded these ambitions in the 1930s. He was a racist psychopath and a totalitarian dictator, but he was not hell-bent on a world war for global domination for its own sake. His foreign policy was a reflection of the long-term interests of German capitalism. The tensions between the great powers had not been resolved in 1918, in many ways, they had been intensified. The Treaty of Versailles had partly dismembered Germany, built up rival states on its borders, and imposed crippling reparations payments and arms limitations. This did not end the conflict, it simply created the context for its next phase. Underlying the rising tensions of the 1930s was the impact of the Great Depression. As trade collapsed, each state devalued its currency to make home-produced goods cheaper on world markets and imposed protective tariffs on foreign imports. The world became divided into autarkic, economically self-sufficient, blocks of rival capitalists. State power was also used to stimulate growth through public investment. Russia, where all economic activity was state-controlled, was the most extreme example, but Germany also borrowed to invest in infrastructure, especially motorway construction, and rearmament. Lucrative state contracts combined with wage cuts of around 25% led to a huge expansion of German industrial investment. Unemployment fell from 6 million in 1933 to virtually none in 1939. But Germany's booming capitalist economy was at risk of being choked by lack of raw materials and closed markets. Further capital accumulation could not be accommodated within existing national boundaries. Germany needed the ironworks of Alsace-Lorraine, which had been returned to France in 1919, the arms industries of Czechoslovakia, the coal mines of Poland, and the oilfields of Romania, perhaps even the grain-producing regions of Ukraine and the oilfields of the distant Caucasus or Middle East. Hitler's challenge to the Versailles settlement ramped up as German economic and military strength increased. In March 1936, the demilitarized Rhineland, designed as a buffer zone protecting France's eastern frontier, was reoccupied by German troops. Between 1936 and 1939, Germany supplied guns, tanks, bombers, and volunteers to the nationalists in Spain, using the war there as a training ground for its fast-growing armed forces. In March 1938, Hitler annexed Austria to the Reich. The Anschluss, Union, was uncontested by the Austrian authorities and widely welcomed by Austrian Nazis. In October 1938, he annexed the mainly German-speaking Sudetenland of neighboring Czechoslovakia, a seizure made possible by the Munich Agreement signed by Germany, Italy, Britain, and France on September 30. Loss of the Sudetenland stripped Czechoslovakia of its mountain barrier and rendered it defenseless against further aggression. In March 1939, the rest of Czechoslovakia was duly absorbed into the growing Nazi Empire. By now, Europe was firmly divided into two blocks. Germany and Italy had formed an axis in November 1936. Both were expansionist powers with ambitions that threatened the interests of Britain and France. The British government, however, was keen to avoid war, and the rulers of France could not challenge the Axis on their own. Appeasement became the official policy of the Western powers. That meant refusing to supply the Spanish Republic, acquiescing in Hitler's European annexations, and ignoring Italy's conquest of Ethiopia in northeast Africa. The British ruling class was increasingly divided, but appeasement reflected the interests of the majority, at least until September 1939. Britain's rulers wanted to defend the substance of the 1919 carve-up. Minor European states were expendable in the wider game. They hoped to contain Hitler and preserve the balance of power. They were also sympathetic to fascism as a hammer with which to beat down the working class, and they saw Germany as a bulwark against Soviet Russia. World War, moreover, might end in another round of revolutionary turmoil. Appeasement, therefore, was not willful stupidity, it reflected the interests of British capitalism at the time. What made it unsustainable was the way in which the expansion of German capital continued to push against the limits of the European geopolitical system. The danger for British and French imperialism was that a tipping point would be reached when German economic and military power became overwhelming. Poland was judged to be that tipping point. The result was frenetic, last-minute diplomacy. On March 31, 1939, Britain and France guaranteed military support to Poland in the event of invasion. But they continued to seek a diplomatic solution to German territorial demands and refused to enter into any sort of agreement with the Soviet Union. Stalin, unable to secure an alliance with Britain and France, opted instead for a non-aggression pact with Hitler and an agreement to partition Poland between them, the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact of August 23, 1939. Just over a week later, on September 1, 1939, the Germans attacked Poland from the west. The Russians followed, attacking from the east on September 17. Within 3 weeks, Poland had been defeated and, despite pockets of resistance, ceased to exist as an independent nation-state. Although Britain and France had declared war on Germany on September 3, they failed to provide any military assistance to Poland. Nonetheless, the Second World War had begun. The defeat of the Socialist Revolution in the interwar period meant the victory of fascism. That victory meant that the crisis of the 1930s was resolved not by the overthrow of capitalism but by a new imperialist war. The cost of working-class defeat in interwar Europe was the bloodiest and most barbaric war in human history. 14. World War and Cold War. 1939 to 1967. A world gone mad, victims of the Nazi Holocaust. The period from 1914 to 1945 can be viewed as a single global crisis centered on Europe and played out in two dimensions. First, it was a geopolitical crisis involving competition between opposing national capitalist blocs in the form of arms races, imperialist wars, and forcible redivisions of the world. The axis of the conflict was Anglo-German rivalry and the main battlegrounds were in Europe. Second, it was a recurring social crisis in which successive mass movements from below, centered on the organized working class, challenged the rule of the imperialist bourgeoisie and placed socialist revolution on the historical agenda. Virtually every major European state experienced a working-class upsurge with revolutionary potential at least once between 1917 and 1936. Europe faced a stark choice between socialism and barbarism throughout this period. Working-class defeat meant the triumph of fascism, the Second World War, and a further redivision of the world, this time between two reconfigured geopolitical blocs centered on the United States and the Soviet Union. In this chapter, we analyze the war and the post-war world to which it gave rise, a world defined above all by a long economic boom in the West, a nuclear-armed standoff between the superpowers, and a wave of anti-colonial liberation struggles in the Third World. The Second World War, imperialism. The Second World War was the greatest tragedy in human history. It lasted 6 years, killed 60 million people, and tore apart the lives of hundreds of millions of others. Like the First World War, it transformed the productive and liberating potential of the modern economy into its opposite, an industrialist mechanism for killing and destruction. It revealed the alienation at the very heart of the capitalist system as the war turned the products of human labor into instruments of carnage on an unprecedented scale. The waste of life and wealth was phenomenal. Between September 1939 and August 1945, an average of 27,000 people perished every day. By 1942, Russian factories were turning out 24,000 tanks and 22,000 aircraft a year. On the first day of the final assault on Berlin in April 1945, almost 9,000 Russian guns fired more than 1,200,000 shells. The bombardment was so intense that walls vibrated 60 kilometers away. What motivated this stupendous expenditure of blood and resources? Not, as the British, Russian, and American ruling classes claimed, a desire to defeat fascism and make the world safe for democracy. The motives of the Allied leaders were no nobler than those of the Axis. Let us consider the evidence. Germany was attempting to restore its dominant position in Europe and secure access to the raw materials, labor reserves, factories, and markets necessary for the continued expansion of German capitalism. Italy entered the war when it appeared that Germany would be victorious. Still a second-rate power, Fascist Italy needed a strong ally, for it had ambitions to build an empire in North Africa and the Balkans, and to turn the Mediterranean into an Italian lake. The Soviet Union's vast size, its wealth of resources, and its focus on basic industrialization made it more inward-looking. Stalin's main preoccupation was national security. But to achieve it, he was prepared to attack Finland, annex the Baltic states, and divide Poland with Nazi Germany. Such was the incompetence and brutality of the Stalinist regime that it was almost overwhelmed by the German invasion of June 1941. Mass purges had largely destroyed the officer corps of the Red Army. Millions of men were lost in the first months of the war. But Russia's vastness, in terms of territory, manpower, and resources, absorbed the shock and swallowed up the German army. Then, fully mobilized, Russia turned the tide at the Battle of Stalingrad, August 1942 to January 1943. Thereafter, as the Red Army advanced, Stalin's imperial ambition grew. The Big Three, Stalin, U.S. President Roosevelt, and British Prime Minister Churchill, held a series of meetings in the last 2 years of the war to discuss the post-war settlement. At one of these meetings, in Moscow in October 1944, Churchill wrote the following note and passed it to Stalin. Romania, Russia 90%er, the others 10%er. Greece, Britain, in accord with USA, 90%er, Russia 10%er. Yugoslavia, 50%er 50%er. Hungary, 50%er 50%er. Bulgaria, Russia 75%er, the others 25%er. Stalin looked at the note, changed the Russian proportion of Bulgaria to 90%er, ticked the top left corner with a blue pencil, then passed it back to Churchill. Thus was the fate of tens of millions decided by the latter-day conquerors of Europe. The war in Europe was won on the Eastern Front. The Russians killed about 4.5 million German soldiers, the British and Americans about 500,000. The disparity was partly because Britain was much weaker and partly because both Britain and the US were simultaneously fighting a full-scale war against the Japanese in the Far East. Churchill's main war aim was to defend the British Empire. He favored war as soon as it became clear that Germany might become hegemonic in Europe. Britain's rulers always feared a threat to their maritime supremacy and trade from a hostile power in control of Northwest Europe. This threat materialized when a new German blitzkrieg, lightning war, strategy based on armored spearheads brought about the collapse of France in 6 weeks in May, June 1940. Britain itself was not invaded, but communications with the overseas empire were immediately imperiled. That is why, until late in the war, Churchill prioritized operations in the Mediterranean, the Middle East, and the Far East over the opening of a second front in Northwest Europe. He wanted to defend Egypt, the Suez Canal, and India. "I have not become the king's first minister," he declared, to oversee the dismemberment of the British Empire. This made the war harder, longer, and bloodier than it might have been. In 1942 the British had more troops policing India than fighting the Japanese. Nationalist demonstrations there were brutally suppressed with shootings, floggings, and gang rapes of protesters. 30,000 oppositionists were incarcerated. A year later, 3 million died of hunger in Bengal because the British authorities failed to organize relief. Little wonder that some Indians chose to fight on the side of the Japanese in an Indian National Army. Britain was a declining industrial and imperial power. It was saved from Nazi occupation by the sea. That meant that it could become a platform for the projection of U.S. military power from 1942 onwards. U.S. bombers attacked Germany from British airfields, U.S. troops invaded France from British ports. Financially, economically, and militarily unable to sustain the World War on its own, Britain needed the US to become the arsenal of democracy, supplying food, fuel, and armaments on a lend-lease basis. But this had nothing to do with solidarity among democratic ruling classes. The US had imperialist ambitions of its own. It hoped to emerge from the war as the dominant global power. This meant opening up the protected markets of the old European empires to American trade. Lend-Lease was designed to advance American interests at the expense of the British Empire. The terms required the British to liquidate virtually all their financial reserves and overseas holdings. The choice for the British ruling class was either to sue for peace and lose their empire or become an economic and military dependency of the US. They chose the latter. The special relationship forged during the Second World War is still in place. The British and the Americans were in fact fighting two imperialist wars, one in Europe and the Mediterranean against Germany and Italy, and another in the Far East against Japan. Japan had emerged from the Sino-Japanese, Russo-Japanese, and First World Wars as a major imperialist power. Japan was industrializing fast, but lacked vital resources. Unions were weak, democracy had not taken root, and from 1927 onwards Japanese government policy was increasingly shaped by the militarist wing of the ruling class. The Japanese militarists wanted to replace the British, French, Dutch, and American empires in the Far East with an empire of their own. In 1931 they occupied Manchuria. In 1937 they launched a full-scale war against China. And in 1940 they announced their intention to create the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere. War with Britain and the US started in December 1941 with simultaneous attacks on British-occupied Malaya and the US Pacific Fleet at Pearl Harbor. Within 6 months the Japanese had overrun virtually the whole of Southeast Asia and the Western Pacific. The British maintained large forces both to hold down India and to defend its border against the Japanese. The US committed vast naval and marine resources to the defeat of the Japanese Empire. At the Battle of Leyte Gulf in October 1944, the U.S. fleet comprised 225 warships, 34 of them aircraft carriers, and around 1,500 planes. In a long war of attrition, the combined industrial power of the Soviet Union and the U.S. was decisive. The contribution of other states to victory was secondary. Because of this, the war meant the end not only of the German, Italian, and Japanese empires, it also meant the eclipse of the British and French empires. The British fought their way into Germany driving American tanks and trucks. The French returned to Paris in the wake of the US Army. Berlin was captured by the Soviet Army advancing from the east. The Second World War was an imperialist war to redivide the world between competing blocs of capitalists. Dominant among the victors were the US and Soviet ruling classes. The imperialist World War had created a new bipolar division of the globe. The Second World War, barbarism. Nazi Germany, Stalinist Russia, and militarist Japan had at least three things in common: a weak or non-existent labor movement, an authoritarian police state, and a way of waging war characterized by primeval savagery. These three things were linked. A strong working class is the basis of democracy, an atomized working class is the precondition for dictatorship. The defeat of revolutionary movements in the 1930s meant the dominance of nationalism, racism, and militarism. It meant a descent into barbarism. Anti-Semitism provided Nazism with its ideological framework. The fantasy of an international Jewish conspiracy linking Wall Street and Moscow expressed the irrationality of an enraged middle class that was being ruined by the economic crisis and lived in fear of the working class. A wider anti-Slav racism echoed millennium-old race myths as a justification for new wars of empire. The undermentioned subhumans of Eastern Europe, the Poles and Russians, were to be enslaved or ethnically cleansed to create Lebensraum, living space, for an Aryan master race modeled on the Teutonic Knights of the Middle Ages. The dual logic of Nazi racism and German imperialism led to genocide as swathes of Poland and Russia were overrun. The genocide intensified as the tide of war turned against the invaders. The Jews in particular became scapegoats for defeat. Around 6 million Poles were killed, 16% of the total population. Half were Jews, who were first forcibly moved into ghettos, then, from 1942, transported to purpose-built extermination camps. Auschwitz-Birkenau, the largest of these camps, was an industrial complex built with the sole purpose of killing as many people as possible as quickly as possible. 3 million died at the camp, 2.5 million of them in its gas chambers, the others from starvation or disease. In total, the Nazis murdered 6 million Jews and 6 million others during the genocide we know as the Holocaust. But millions more died as a result of starvation, neglect, and random shooting. The war on the Eastern Front cost the Russians 27 million lives, 16% of the total population. The majority of these were prisoners of war or civilians in the occupied zone. Stalin's conduct of the war was almost as brutal. He did not order racial genocide or build death factories. But he did use his armies as instruments of conquest, he did employ millions of slave laborers, and he did operate a police terror as ruthless as that of Hitler's Gestapo. In 1918 the Bolsheviks had leafleted the German trenches calling on German soldiers to turn their guns on their officers and join the World Revolution. In 1941 Stalin dubbed the war against Hitler the Great Patriotic War and extolled the achievements of 19th-century Tsarist generals. When the Soviet army entered German territory in 1944, it began a rampage of state-sanctioned and wholly indiscriminate murder, rape, and destruction. An estimated 2 million women were raped, many of them repeatedly. Such was the terror that 14 million civilians fled their homes and trekked westwards in the largest mass migration in history. The Japanese occupation of China was just as murderous as the Nazi occupation of Poland or the Stalinist occupation of East Germany. At least 15 million Chinese were killed during the Second World War. These included young women used as slave prostitutes, prisoners subjected to medical experiments and weapons tests, and local people used as human livestock and eaten by Japanese soldiers cut off from their supply bases. The barbarism was not restricted to totalitarian regimes. The democracies were also imperialist powers committed to the subjugation of native populations, the British in India, the French in Indochina, the Americans in the Philippines. The democracies also committed terrible war crimes. The carpet bombing of German cities by the British and US Air Forces often had no military purpose whatsoever. The bombing of Hamburg on July 27, 1943 created an uncontrollable firestorm. Houses exploded. People hiding in cellars suffocated or were roasted alive. Tarmac boiled and fleeing people stuck to it like flypaper. Hair burned, eyes melted, flesh was carbonized. Twice as many people, 40,000, died in one night as in the whole of the 8-month London Blitz. Virtually all of them were civilians. Air Chief Marshal Arthur Harris, head of RAF Bomber Command, was an unashamed advocate of vengeance and terror bombing. His aim was to destroy every major city in Germany. His nighttime raids, deploying as many as 1,000 planes, killed 600,000 German civilians, and destroyed 3.4 million homes across 64 cities. But the most terrible fate was reserved for the cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki in Japan. On August 6, 1945, the American B-29 bomber Enola Gay dropped an atomic bomb, nicknamed Little Boy, on the city of Hiroshima. The detonation killed at least 45,000 people on the first day, and a similar number from injury and sickness later, most of whom died slowly and in agony. 3 days later, Fat Man was dropped on Nagasaki, killing at least 30,000 on the first day and a similar number later. Neither city had any military significance. The war was almost over. A demonstration that the weapon existed would probably have secured a Japanese surrender. But the US government wanted to display its newfound military power and assert the global dominance it afforded. It also wanted to test the effects of the weapon on a live target. The people of Hiroshima and Nagasaki were, in a sense, the first victims of what would become the Cold War. The imperialist character of the Second World War trapped the peoples of the world in a war of industrialist attrition and genocide. The war was made possible by the defeat of the Great Revolutionary Wave of 1917–23. After the First World War, humanity had faced a stark alternative, a socialist revolution or unemployment, fascism, and war. The outcome was decided in large part by failures of revolutionary organization and leadership. The price of those failures continued to be paid to the very end of the war and beyond, for the destruction of the working class movement across most of Europe during the interwar period prevented an eruption of revolution similar to what had occurred in 1917. Instead, at the end of the war, the Nazis presided over an apocalyptic crescendo of violence. While Hitler, hiding in his Berlin bunker, fantasized about non-existent armies, issued impossible orders to fight to the death, and raved against Jews, Bolsheviks, and traitors, his secret police conscripted teenagers and old men to fight Russian tanks and hanged batches of deserters along the roadside. The Stalinist terror also peaked in 1944–5, an estimated 3 million returning prisoners of war were sent to the gulags accused of surrendering or collaborating, a further 135,000 soldiers were arrested for counter-revolutionary crimes. The post-war carve-up of the world after 1945 faced only disjointed, confused, and largely unsuccessful challenges. The Second World War, resistance. The Axis powers faced growing internal opposition to their brutal regimes during the Second World War. When the Japanese militarists attacked China in 1937, they expected a rapid conquest before embarking on a wider war. Instead, their savagery provoked fierce and sustained resistance from both nationalist and communist movements, forcing them to keep some 650,000 troops in China until the end of the war. The Germans, despite the police terror they imposed on occupied Europe, were also obliged to deploy huge armies to hold down subject populations. Even at the very end of the war, with Berlin itself under attack, Hitler still kept 400,000 troops in Norway. Many occupied countries freed themselves. Yugoslavia was liberated not by Allied armies but by the Partisans, a communist-led mass movement headed by Josip Broz Tito. The Partisans drove out the Germans, crushed their Croat Ustase fascist allies, and marginalized the ineffective Chetnik royalist movement. The Partisans were a genuinely multi-ethnic mass movement. By the end of the war, almost 1 million Yugoslavs were actively involved. This gave Tito a strong independent base. During the subsequent Cold War, Yugoslavia was aligned with neither the West nor the East. Poland also had a powerful resistance movement. At its height, the Polish Home Army numbered an estimated 400,000 members. As the Soviet army approached Warsaw, Radio Moscow announced that the hour of action has already arrived and called on the Poles to join the struggle against the Germans. Around 50,000 Poles responded, including many communists and Jews who now emerged from hiding. The center of Warsaw was captured. The concentration camp built on the site of the Jewish ghetto was liberated. Weapons were seized, arms workshops improvised, and canteens and hospitals established. But Stalin then halted the Soviet advance, allowing the Nazis to concentrate their forces to crush the uprising. It took 2 months. The city was first bombed and shelled into submission, then subjected to a punitive terror. Wounded fighters were burned alive in their beds with flamethrowers. Nurses were raped, flogged, and murdered. Polish children were shot down for fun. At least 30,000 were killed in the Old Town alone. The Polish resistance was decapitated. The Nazis performed the execution, but the Stalinists had erected the scaffold. The Soviet Union was an imperialist power waging a war of conquest. It wanted no homegrown rivals to the puppet regimes it planned to impose. It was therefore actively counter-revolutionary. Stalin's policy in the East was matched by that of the British and Americans in the West. But Stalin's role was again decisive. The Second World War found the British and French ruling classes deeply divided. They were torn between fear of socialist revolution and fear of German imperialism. Churchill had opposed appeasement because he believed the threat of revolution was receding and that of the Nazis increasing. His aim was to defend the British Empire and keep the world safe for big business and the rich. That meant crushing revolutionary movements in both Europe and the colonies. The deal agreed by the Big Three at their wartime conferences was for the division of Europe into spheres of influence. Stalin was given a free hand in the East, Churchill and Roosevelt in the West. The latter faced three major challenges, in France, Italy, and Greece. Following the military defeat of June 1940, the French ruling class had split irrevocably into a collaborationist wing which supported the Vichy regime of Marshal Pétain in southern France and an exiled nationalist wing based in Britain led by General Charles de Gaulle, which, with American assistance, was organizing an army of Free French soldiers. The Free French participated in Allied campaigns in North Africa and Northwest Europe. But the communist-led underground resistance in France grew to be much more powerful. During the liberation of France in November 1944, workers took strike action and the resistance defeated local German units and set up liberation committees and people's courts. But when the exiled French Communist Party leader Maurice Thorez returned from Moscow to Paris, he called on the working class to subordinate itself to the Gaullists, coining the slogan "One State, One Army, One Police Force." In Italy, Mussolini had been overthrown by the Grand Fascist Council in July 1943. Marshal Badoglio, a conservative general, had formed a new government and made peace with the Allies. But the Germans rushed troops to Italy and reinstated Mussolini as the head of a puppet fascist regime in the north. The Nazi occupation triggered a communist-led insurgency which swelled rapidly from 10,000 armed rural partisans in late 1943 to 100,000 or more by the end of the war. Underground resistance groups also formed in the cities, and hundreds of thousands of workers eventually took strike action. Three northern industrial cities, Genoa, Turin, and Milan, were liberated by armed insurrections in spring 1945. Communist Party membership grew from 5,000 to 400,000. But when the Italian communist leader Palmiro Togliatti returned from exile in Russia, he announced that his party was joining Badoglio's government. The partisans should lay down their arms and the workers return to their benches. In Greece, the Nazis had faced a mounting guerrilla insurgency. Their evacuation at the end of 1944 had left the country under the virtual control of EAMLS, the communist-dominated resistance movement. In France and Italy, local communist parties obeyed Stalin's orders and disarmed. In Greece they attempted to do the same. Explaining that it was everybody's primary national duty to ensure order, they urged their supporters to back the united national government. But Churchill was determined to use force to restore the monarchy and crush the left. Do not hesitate to act as if you were in a conquered city where a local rebellion is in process, he cabled the local British commander. The result was a protracted, vicious, British-backed civil war to destroy EAMLS, the resistance movement that had liberated Greece from the Nazis. Again, the action of the Western leaders was supported by Stalin, who told Churchill, "I have every confidence in British policy in Greece." Large parts of occupied Europe were liberated from the Nazis by local resistance organizations in the last 2 years of the war. As Nazi power crumbled, these organizations had evolved from small underground units into mass movements involving millions of people. Most were dominated by communists. Yet the potential for a thoroughgoing revolutionary transformation of European society was smothered at birth. Old ruling classes, including former fascists and collaborators, were restored to power, both at home and in the colonies. In both East and West, the principal agent of this counter-revolution was Stalinism, in the East because of the power of the Soviet army to crush all independent political forces, in the West because millions of workers looked for leadership to communist parties which took their orders from Moscow. The Cold War. The mushroom cloud which changed the world was how military historian Max Hastings described the nuclear bombing of Hiroshima. It caused injuries never seen before. The cavalry horse standing pink, stripped of its hide, people with clothing patterns imprinted upon their flesh, the line of schoolgirls with ribbons of skin dangling from their faces, doomed survivors, hideously burned, without hope of effective medical relief, the host of charred and shriveled corpses. The bomb exploded with the power of 12,500 tons of TNT. The temperature at ground level reached 4,000 degrees Celsius. More than 90% of the city's buildings were destroyed by blast or fire. About a quarter of its population were killed immediately. Another quarter began to die slowly from their injuries. Despite the insanity and horror of such weapons, by 1952 the Americans were testing H-bombs 100 times more powerful than the A-bomb used at Hiroshima. The Russians were not far behind in the nuclear arms race, testing their first A-bomb in 1949, their first H-bomb in 1955. Military expenditure soared to unprecedented peacetime levels, with the US spending 20% of GDP on armaments, the Russians, with a smaller economy, as much as 40%. By the late 1960s, the total megatonnage of destructive power deployed by the rival superpowers was around 1 million times that of the Hiroshima bomb. The rulers of the US and the Soviet Union had the capacity to destroy human civilization several times over. Mutual Assured Destruction, MAD, was the term applied to the balance of terror between the two imperialist blocs. Their respective nuclear arsenals acted as a deterrent to full-scale war. But suspicion and rivalry meant that war was never far away. It came closest during the Cuban Missiles Crisis of October 1962. The Soviets were secretly installing nuclear missiles on Cuba, a Caribbean island within easy range of the US. The Americans demanded they be withdrawn and prepared for nuclear war. The US put its intercontinental ballistic missiles, submarine-based missiles, and aerial bombers on alert. It also assembled an invasion force of 100,000 men. We all agreed, recalled US Attorney General Robert Kennedy, if the Russians were prepared to go to war over Cuba, they were prepared to go to nuclear war, and we might as well have the showdown then as 6 months later. The Russians backed down. But for 2 weeks the world had held its breath, the whole of humanity hovering on the brink of the ultimate insanity, global annihilation at the behest of a tiny group of nuclear-powered pharaohs. MAD did, in the event, avert all-out war between the superpowers. But it did not prevent countless proxy wars on the peripheries of the rival empires. The first erupted within 5 years of the Second World War. Korea had been divided at the 38th parallel into Soviet and US occupation zones in 1945. As the Cold War intensified, the division became permanent, with 2 separate states formed in 1948. A subsequent 3-year war, 1950-3, to reunify the country drew in the great powers, the Soviet-backed Chinese on the side of the North, the US and its allies on that of the South. 2 million Koreans and 2 million Chinese and Western soldiers were killed. Half the southern population lost their homes. Both North and South were left economically prostrate. Yet the war ended in stalemate along the original border, without any formal peace agreement, and the conflict has remained fossilized for more than half a century, the front line defined by barbed wire, watchtowers, and ritualist military confrontation. The war was utterly futile. What lay behind this sustained military confrontation? The Second World War had created a world divided between 2 superpowers. Each had ended the war in effective control of a global sphere of influence within which it was economically dominant. These 2 spheres were, to an exceptional degree, independent of one another. They formed largely self-contained imperialist blocs. Stalin had at first imposed governments on Eastern Europe that included nationalists, liberals, and social democrats as well as communists. But as Soviet control hardened, non-communists were forced out of office. So too were local communists who proved too independent-minded. By 1948, pro-Soviet Stalinist dictatorships had been established across Eastern Europe. Major industries were nationalist and government planning introduced. The state capitalist model of economic development pioneered in Russia was now rolled out across Eastern Europe. But this took place within an imperialist framework. The economies of East Germany, Poland, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Romania, and Bulgaria were subordinated to that of the Soviet Union. The traditional imperialist countries, explained Tony Cliff in his seminal study State Capitalism in Russia, exploited their colonies in three ways: by buying the products of their colonies for low prices, by selling them the products of the mother countries for high prices, and by establishing enterprises owned by the capitalists of the mother country and employing natives. Russian state capitalism uses the same three methods to exploit its colonies. The Soviet Union was still a relatively backward economy. Its rulers therefore aimed to create a closed imperial market. The United States, by contrast, had the most advanced economy in the world, produced about 50% of global output, and dominated world markets. Its rulers therefore wanted open markets. This meant breaking up the old colonial empires of the European powers and limiting the extent of the new Soviet Empire. The Marshall Plan, 1948-52, was a primary mechanism for achieving this. European states were offered large U.S. loans on generous terms to help rebuild their shattered economies. In return they had to promote free trade and marginalize the communists. The idea, as an American economist who worked on the plan later explained, was to strengthen the area still outside Stalin's grasp. An iron curtain has descended on the European continent, said Churchill, addressing an American audience in March 1946. The phrase stuck. Iron Curtain became the term to describe the world's main economic, political, and ideological fracture line during the long Cold War between 1945 and 1989. In the East, dissidents were demonized as imperialist agents and fascists and consigned to the gulags. In the West, communists were blacklisted and told to go back to Russia. Some British unions banned communists from holding office. U.S. Senator Joe McCarthy's House Un-American Activities Committee engaged in a systematic witch hunt of communist sympathizers. Radicals of all stripes were sacked and prevented from working. Some were driven to suicide. 2. Julius and Ethel Rosenberg were executed for allegedly passing atomic secrets to Russia. Dissidents often made the mistake of identifying with imperialist forces on the opposite side of the divide. In the East, anti-Stalinists idealized Western capitalist democracy. In the West, communists continued to regard Russia as a socialist motherland. The workers of the Eastern Bloc were exploited by state capitalism, those of the West by market capitalism, yet people everywhere were confused by Cold War ideology and a false dichotomy between rival systems. Some activists, however, understood that neither Western democracy nor Eastern communism offered a real alternative for humanity. Some retained a far more radical vision of revolution, people power, and an egalitarian society geared to human need, not profit and war. When mass struggles erupted against the exploitation, oppression, and violence of the rival Cold War systems, these activists, bearers of the age-old tradition of struggle from below, would reconnect with new mass forces. The Great Boom. Capitalism is an irrational and dysfunctional system. Crisis is never far away. Boom and slump are its natural rhythms. The long depression of the late 19th century was ended only by imperialism, rearmament, and World War. The system's sluggishness in the 1920s caused a bubble of speculation as capital flowed into banking instead of industry. When the bubble burst in 1929, the system was pitched into the Great Depression. Again, it required imperialism, rearmament, and World War to end the downturn. It is in this context that the Great Boom, which lasted from 1948 to 1973, is so remarkable. Growth rates were phenomenal and unprecedented. Total U.S. economic output was 3 times higher in 1970 than in 1940. German industrial output increased 5-fold between 1948 and 1970, French output 4-fold. Old industries expanded and new ones formed, with giant plants employing hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of workers. Car plants in particular, with assembly line production for a growing mass market, symbolized a new consumer economy. The US eventually had 70 million workers employed in manufacturing. Unemployment fell across the developed world, to 3% in the US, 1.5% in Britain, 1% in Germany. New workers were sucked into the workplaces. Black Americans migrated from southern estates to northern factories. Italian peasants left impoverished farms in Sicily to work in Turin and Milan. Turks found work in Cologne car plants, Algerians in Parisian hotels, Punjabis in British textile factories. Such was the demand for labor that women, too, entered the workforce in unprecedented peacetime numbers. Only 1 in 5 married women in Britain was working in 1950. Thereafter, the proportion rose steadily, reaching 2 in 5 by 1970, 3 in 5 by 2000. Wages and living standards rose. Working-class families bought vacuum cleaners, washing machines, fridges, televisions, and second-hand cars. From the cradle to the grave, welfare states were constructed. Governments invested heavily in public sector jobs, social housing, state hospitals, new schools, and increased benefits for the poor. Youth culture was born, because for the first time young people had sufficient independence, income, and freedom from work in their teenage years to cultivate their own forms of dress, music, and identity. High growth rates, rapidly rising living standards, a business cycle whose occasional slowdowns were so slight as to be barely noticeable, these things made it appear to many that capitalism had solved its problems and could now deliver endless and increasing prosperity for all. The social democratic politician Tony Crosland caught the mood in his much-praised 1956 book The Future of Socialism. The full employment welfare state would have seemed like a paradise to many early socialist pioneers. Poverty and insecurity are in the process of disappearing. Living standards are rising rapidly, the fear of unemployment is steadily weakening, and the ordinary young worker has hopes that would never have entered his father's head. We stand in Britain on the threshold of mass abundance. Academics came forward to give the new era of mass abundance an intellectual gloss. Sociologists spoke of the embourgeoisement of the affluent worker, comfortable, secure, contented, and therefore no longer interested in class politics, only in lifestyle. Others constructed models of society that stressed its cohesion and consensus, or they proclaimed the end of ideology on the grounds that it had become irrelevant in an era of technocratic management and social engineering. Politicians established a broad consensus, most favored state planning and public expenditure, while lauding reform, modernization, and what British Labour Party leader Harold Wilson called the white heat of the technological revolution. The optimism of the age was a rerun of an old film. Previous booms, between 1848 and 1873, and again between 1896 and 1914, had also been greeted with euphoric predictions of a new society of ever-increasing wealth. Crosland's revisionism echoed that of German social democratic theorist Eduard Bernstein before the First World War. But the contradictions of capitalism had not been abolished. The boom rested on unstable foundations and was in the long run unsustainable. It was, in fact, a product of 3 factors, all of them rooted in the Second World War: arms spending, state management, and working-class militancy. Though it declined after 1945, arms expenditure remained exceptionally high because of the Cold War. State arms contracts provided a host of top corporations with guaranteed sales and profits. Once a contract was signed, investment in arms production, including research and development, was virtually risk-free. The multiplier effect meant that the boom in arms production stimulated the economy as a whole, as arms manufacturers bought raw materials, components, power, and various services from other capitalists, and as arms industry workers spent their wages on a wide range of consumer goods. What is more, because arms production was waste expenditure, it leaked surplus wealth out of the system, reducing the tendency for capital accumulation to overheat the economy and put a squeeze on markets, prices, and profits, thereby precipitating a slump. The second factor was the enhanced economic role of the state more generally. As well as buying arms, post-war states nationalized major industries, built infrastructure, expanded the government workforce, and redistributed income in the form of benefits, pensions, and the social wage represented by hospitals, schools, and other public services. This, too, provided markets and profits for capitalists, for construction firms building social housing, for example, or pharmaceuticals companies supplying medicines to public hospitals, or factories building rolling stock for nationalist rail networks. Here again, the multiplier effect was at work. This factor was closely linked with the third, the militancy of a working class radicalized by the Depression and the war. The ruling class knew that the First World War had ended in a wave of revolution between 1917 and 1923. They knew that economic depression in the interwar period had stimulated renewed revolutionary upsurges, like those in France and Spain in 1936. They knew, too, that the European working class had emerged from the Second World War both embittered by memories of interwar dole queues and poverty, but also empowered by full employment in the war economies of 1939 to 45. The immediate post-war communist threat might have receded, but the left's demands for planning and welfare had become universal in a European working class determined that there would be no return to the 1930s. Quintin Hogg, a conservative officer and MP, had put the case for reform in Britain's House of Commons in 1943, if you do not give the people social reform, they are going to give you social revolution. Post-war Marshall aid had similar motives, stopping the spread of communism by alleviating social distress. European capitalism survived after the Second World War thanks to U.S. loans to fund investment, maintain full employment, and build welfare states. The combined economic effect of the permanent arms economy and the welfare state consensus was a state-sponsored boom that enabled capitalism to grow at an unprecedented rate for a whole generation. It could not last. It did not last. The contradictions of the system were temporarily submerged, but they had not been resolved, and by the late 1960s Western capitalism was, as we shall see, entering a new phase of crisis. Maoist China. In the summer of 1949, the Chinese Communist Party, CCP, at the head of the People's Liberation Army, PLA, entered Beijing and took power. The nationalist leader Chiang Kai-shek had fled to Taiwan as his armies disintegrated at the end of a 4-year civil war. Mao Zedong, the CCP leader, proclaimed a socialist revolution and the foundation of a people's republic. Many across the world accepted these claims, and Maoism would become the ideological inspiration for a generation of activists in the 1960s and 1970s. That the events of 1949 were a genuine revolution is beyond question. A million-strong peasant army had overthrown the old ruling classes, broken the power of Western imperialism, and created the basis for a new social order. Chiang Kai-shek had represented landlords and capitalists. His army had been corrupt. Many of his soldiers had ruthlessly plundered the peasantry in areas they controlled. And the nationalists had failed in the primary duty of any state, the defense of national territory against foreign enemies. At the end of the Second World War, the nationalists had appeared stronger than the communists, they controlled more territory and their army was equipped and supplied by the U.S. But nationalist authority was no more than a thin veneer. The communists, on the other hand, were socially embedded in their liberated zones. The PLA was highly disciplined and did not plunder the peasantry. The CCP limited the rents charged by landlords. The communists were powerful in fighting warlords, nationalists, and Japanese alike. Mao's appeal was that he was both an effective nationalist and a social reformer. The communists attracted middle-class support for their fight against imperialism and peasant support because they protected the villages from predatory soldiers, landlords, and officials. The result was that hundreds of thousands of nationalist troops simply deserted to the communists during the Civil War. But this did not mean that 1949 was a socialist revolution. It did not even mean that it was a revolution from below. It did not involve a mass movement of workers democratically organized and acting for themselves to bring about their own emancipation. On the contrary, the CCP had virtually no urban working class members at all. At the end of 1926, two-thirds of party members had been workers. But this had collapsed to 10% in 1928, 2% in 1930, and almost zero thereafter. By 1949 the CCP was a party of middle-class leaders and peasant followers. How had this arisen? In 1927 the First Chinese Revolution had been drowned in blood when Chiang Kai-shek's nationalists butchered 50,000 Shanghai workers and destroyed the embryonic Chinese labor movement. Mao and a group of about 1,000 communists survived only by retreating to a remote mountain area. They operated as a guerrilla army and slowly expanded their Chinese Soviet Republic. But they then came under sustained nationalist military attack. Threatened with extinction, in October 1934 Mao's group set out on its famous Long March, taking them deep into China's rural interior. It was an epic of human endurance. Between 80,000 and 90,000 people set out, but most died en route, some left to set up new red bases on the way, and only around 4,000 completed the year-long journey. By that time, Mao was the undisputed leader, and the CCP had ceased to be an urban working-class party. Re-established in one of the most backward parts of China, cut off from all the major cities, the CCP's character as a movement of middle-class leaders and peasant guerrillas became fossilized as a permanent change. The CCP leaders were not self-serving politicians. They were revolutionaries who made huge sacrifices for a cause they believed in. But, in the absence of a revolutionary working-class movement able to hold them to account, they were not socialist revolutionaries. The CCP was dominated by its middle-class leaders and, while consent and enthusiasm were high, the peasant rank and file did not exercise democratic control over the party. As the PLA advanced on major cities, it issued a proclamation: "It is hoped that workers and employees in all trades will continue to work and that business will operate as usual." It also instructed government officials and police to remain at their posts. There was to be no urban revolution that might challenge their leadership. China in 1949 was one of the poorest countries in the world. It was much more backward compared with the advanced industrial countries than Russia had been in 1928, when Stalin assumed full control. China was also threatened by imperialism. The US had backed the nationalists. The Cold War had just begun. Mao's victory came as a huge shock to America's leaders. Then the Korean War broke out just a year after the PLA entered Beijing. To safeguard their national independence, China's leaders had to industrialize and militarize as quickly as possible. Starting from a low economic base, this meant high levels of exploitation to generate the surpluses needed. Private capitalism was too weak to accomplish this and foreign capitalism was hostile. Only state capitalism could provide a mechanism for rapid economic development in the new China. This meant the transformation of the CCP leadership from nationalist revolutionaries into a bureaucratic ruling class. They had to become political embodiments of capital accumulation. During the 1950s, about 25% of national output was invested in heavy industry and armaments, whereas living standards barely increased at all. To build well means to build on solid foundations. China's backwardness made this a very slow process. Its leaders wanted a shortcut to industrial and military power. They lacked technology and infrastructure, but they had labor in abundance. Perhaps they could substitute the latter for the former. This was the genesis of the disastrous Great Leap Forward, 1958-61. Grossly inflated targets were set for agriculture and industry. Land was forcibly collectivized and up to 25,000 peasants at a time were grouped in people's communes, essentially state-run agribusinesses. Backyard steel furnaces were set up. Mass campaigns were launched to increase working hours and tighten workplace discipline. But factory managers lied about output and caused chaos. Maintenance was neglected and machinery broke down. The backyard furnaces simply wasted raw material. Workers were exhausted by long shifts. Peasant productivity slumped. By 1961 famine again stalked northern China, desperate peasants were fleeing their villages, and armed rebellions had broken out in at least 2 provinces. It is estimated that the Great Leap Forward set China back a decade. Mao was marginalized within the Chinese leadership for his role in promoting the policy. In 1966 he attempted a comeback by launching the Cultural Revolution. This involved mobilizing popular forces, especially young Chinese enrolled as Red Guards, to attack Mao's enemies in the bureaucracy. Local officials and intellectuals were denounced as capitalist roaders and counter-revolutionaries and tried for their crimes in kangaroo courts. The personality cult around Mao became fanatical. His Little Red Book was brandished like a holy text. When dictators attack one another in public, they risk unleashing forces they cannot control. Within a year, China was in turmoil. The educational system had effectively shut down. Many towns were divided between armed factions supporting rival officials. Workers were taking strike action. The party-state apparatus was increasingly paralyzed. The PLA was brought in to suppress the growing disorder. Old officials returned to their posts. Millions, around 10% of the urban population, were deported to the countryside. Sometimes the repression was lethal. In the southern province of Guangxi, an estimated 100,000 were killed and most of the town of Wuzhou was destroyed. Even so, the CCP could not re-establish full control until 1971. By then, Mao's health was failing. When he finally died in 1976, a power struggle erupted inside the leadership. The hardline Maoists, led by the Gang of Four, found themselves unpopular, isolated, and rapidly outmaneuvered. They were purged and control passed into the hands of modernizers led by Deng Xiaoping. In 1978 the modernizers launched an ambitious program to transform the Chinese economy. It had 2 main features: opening up China to foreign investment and technology, and reducing state control of the economy in favor of market forces. Chinese backwardness had hamstrung Maoist state capitalism. The great experiment in capital accumulation through propaganda, willpower, and socialist labor had failed. China's rulers now turned to neoliberalism. End of empire? The Second World War had been an imperialist war. The victorious powers had fought to keep their empires, and they had every intention of holding on to them when the war ended. In some cases this meant restoring colonial authority they had lost. The Japanese had driven the British out of Malaya, the French out of Vietnam, and the Dutch out of Indonesia. All returned. But much had changed. Not only were the European powers overshadowed by the 2 superpowers in what had become a bipolar world, they had also become financially dependent on US loans to rebuild their shattered economies. This was especially true of Britain, which had been fully engaged in the World War throughout its 6 years and had become heavily reliant on US financial and military aid from 1941 onwards. At the same time, nationalist resistance to British rule in the colonies was growing. This reflected the increasing wealth of the native bourgeoisie and middle class, the growing size of the urban working class, the strengthening of political and trade union organization, the radical mood that had developed during the war, and ever more frequent examples of successful anti-colonial struggles. British rule in India had been shaken by 3 previous waves of nationalist agitation, in the early 1920s, early 1930s, and early 1940s. The Quit India campaign of 1942 had been especially potent, challenging Britain's right to declare war on behalf of 325 million Indians. Exceptional violence was deployed to suppress the movement, but the events left some of Britain's rulers under no illusions. The British Viceroy, General Archibald Wavell, told Churchill in 1943 that the repressive force necessary to hold India after the war would exceed Britain's means. Post-war imperial overstretch evoked 3 kinds of response: repression, divide and rule, and support for client rulers. Repression triggered several full-scale colonial wars. The French fought a long war against the Vietnamese, 1946–54, at a cost of 500,000 lives, and another long war against the Algerians, 1954–62, at a cost of 1 million lives. The British fought colonial wars in Malaya, 1948–60, Kenya, 1952–6, Cyprus, 1955–9, and Aden, 1963–7. These dirty wars involved massacres, concentration camps, and the widespread use of torture. Colonial wars fought a long way from home against embedded nationalist guerrillas imposed a huge burden on declining imperial powers. This was most clear in the case of Portugal, a small European state with an old empire in Africa. The strain of fighting simultaneous wars in Guinea-Bissau, 1956–74, Angola, 1961–74, and Mozambique, 1964–74, was a direct cause of the Portuguese Revolution of 1974–5, which was led by disaffected army officers. The last in this sequence of post-war conflicts was the war against the racist regime in Rhodesia, today's Zimbabwe, between 1964 and 1979. In this case, the mother country refused to back the white settlers. The Conservative Prime Minister Harold Macmillan had summed up the view of Britain's rulers on a visit to South Africa in 1960 when he said, "The wind of change is blowing through this continent. Whether we like it or not, this growth of national consciousness is a political fact." Other, more subtle ways of protecting imperial interests were needed, such as those successfully deployed in the decolonization of India in 1947. The principal expression of Indian nationalism had for long been the Indian National Congress founded in 1885. Its most radical elements favored Hindu, Muslim, Sikh unity, a single state spanning the subcontinent, thoroughgoing land reform, and support for workers' rights. The potential was shown in February 1946 when the Indian crews on 78 British ships and 20 shore stations mutinied. The mutineers were supported by students and workers. Hindus and Muslims marched side by side. But more right-wing elements hostile to class struggles that threatened the interests of Indian landowners and capitalists were dominant inside the nationalist movement. Congress was a bourgeois nationalist party, not a revolutionary one. Mahatma Gandhi, on the right wing of Congress, opposed the mutiny, and even the more left-leaning Jawaharlal Nehru busied himself trying to contain it. This left a weakness in the nationalist movement that could be exploited by Hindu chauvinists, Muslim separatists, and the British imperial authorities. Class struggle tends to unite the exploited against their exploiters. Absence of class struggle can have the opposite effect, leaving people divided and susceptible to the politics of hate. The British actively encouraged Muhammad Ali Jinnah's Muslim League, which favored a separate Muslim state, as a counterweight to Congress. The effect was to unleash a torrent of communal violence in which poor Hindus and Muslims turned on each other. Hindu, Muslim, and Sikh populations were intermixed, especially in the Punjab region in the northwest of the subcontinent. Once the Congress and Muslim League leaders had agreed to partition, with British connivance, right-wing thugs moved into action on both sides of the new border to ethnically cleanse their territory. Between 250,000 and 1 million people died in communal massacres as India and Pakistan became independent in 1947. The divisions created by partition remain unresolved. India and Pakistan are still at loggerheads over the status of Kashmir, and chauvinism and communalism continue to poison the politics of the region. The British had divided their opponents, marginalist Congress radicals, and ensured that the new regimes in Delhi and Karachi were sympathetic to foreign capital. Similar methods were employed elsewhere to manage the transition to native rule. In Malaya, the British waged a counterinsurgency war against a communist-led guerrilla movement. The guerrillas were mainly ethnic Chinese. The British exploited this by playing on Malay distrust of the Chinese minority, while promising eventual independence to moderate Malay politicians. In Kenya, the British first defeated the Mau Mau revolt in 1956, then, some years later, released from detention the principal nationalist leader, the relatively moderate Jomo Kenyatta, in order to negotiate an orderly transition to independence with him in 1963. Something similar happened in Cyprus. The British were unable to defeat the EOKA nationalist guerrilla movement on the island. Instead, they arranged a ceasefire and negotiated a transfer of power to Archbishop Makarios, a more conservative nationalist leader than General Grievous, who had commanded the guerrillas. Formal empire, direct colonial rule, ended in a series of conflicts, some very bloody, some less so, between the late 1940s and the late 1970s. But this did not mean the end of imperialism. Foreign interests had often been well protected in the transition. A high degree of economic dependency shackled many of the newly independent states. Few would find it easy to develop their way out of poverty in a world dominated by giant corporations and military superpowers. More radical nationalist regimes would sometimes try to break the shackles. But when they did, they would once again find the economic and military power of imperialism ranged against them. The backdrop of global power had changed. But the stage on which the players performed remained the same: oil, Zionism, and Western imperialism. One area of the world has assumed particular significance for the great powers since 1945, the Middle East. The reason is that it holds about 70% of the world's known oil reserves. Oil is the global economy's most important commodity. It is fuel, heat, and light. Without it, capitalism would grind to a halt. Oil is also immensely profitable. 5 of the world's top 10 corporations are oil companies. Post-1945 U.S. economic growth fast outstripped domestic oil production. In the 1950s the U.S. imported only 10% of its oil. By the late 1980s this had risen to more than half. At the same time, newly industrializing countries like China and India are putting growing pressure on oil supplies. With annual growth rates of around 8%, China's share of global output has risen from about 5% in 1978 to about 20% today. Oil is a vital commodity, demand for it is rising, but it is a finite resource. That is the principal reason why the Middle East has become a battleground. In the late 19th century, the British took control of Egypt and the Suez Canal, mainly to secure their communications with India and Australia. Shortly before the First World War, they acquired a second, equally pressing reason for influence in the Middle East: Britain's Royal Navy was converting its fleet from coal to oil power. Control of the oilfields of southern Iraq became a strategic priority. The modern Middle East was created by the First World War. 500,000 British soldiers were deployed to drive the Ottoman Turks out of Iraq and Syria in 1918. The Middle East was then partitioned into colonies by the British and their French allies in line with a secret wartime agreement. But the British had also entered into 2 other wartime agreements. They had promised independence to the Hashemite leaders of an Arab native rebellion against Turkish rule, and they had proffered support for Zionist settlement in Palestine to create a national home for the Jewish people. The first of these promises was broken. The second was kept. Zionism was a right-wing nationalist movement founded in the late 19th century and supported by a minority of European Jews in the years before the First World War. Most politically active Jews in this period were on the left. Judaism is a religious persuasion, not a race, nor even a nationality. The vast majority of European Jews were descendants of converts to Judaism in the Middle Ages. Their only real homeland was Europe. But the Zionists claimed that anti-Semitism was inevitable, the Jews were a separate nation, and Jewish people from different parts of the world should therefore settle in a single place and live together. Where this should be was secondary. One suggestion was Madagascar. Most Jews regarded the scheme as fantasy. They had jobs, homes, and businesses where they lived. They were integrated into local communities. Anti-Semitism was a real threat, but the most practical response seemed to be to fight against it in alliance with socialist and trade union allies, not to daydream about escape to an idealized homeland. What gave Zionism traction was imperialism. The Zionist leaders understood this. They lobbied hard for high-level backing from, among others, the German Kaiser, the Russian Tsar, and the Ottoman Sultan. but it was the British who delivered. They wanted the Zionists to encourage Jews to volunteer for military service during the war, and they could see the advantage in a pro-British Zionist enclave in post-war Palestine. "We could develop the country," one Zionist leader had written in 1914, "bring back civilization, and form a very effective guard for the Suez Canal." The problem was that Palestine was already occupied. And of its 700,000 people in 1918, only 60,000 were Jews. The rest were Arabs, most of them tenant farmers. Yet by 1947, when the British surrendered their mandate to rule Palestine, Jewish numbers had increased more than tenfold to 650,000, Arab numbers less than threefold to 2 million. The difference is explained by the large-scale Jewish immigration permitted under British rule. The Zionists were well funded by European and American benefactors. So they were able to buy land by offering attractive prices to absentee Arab landlords. They then moved in to evict Arab farmers whose families had worked the land for centuries. The Zionist land grab, and British repression of Arab protests, triggered the Palestinian Revolt of 1936-9. Zionist militia units fought alongside 20,000 British troops to crush it. About 5,000 Palestinians were killed. The British then tried to limit the rate of Jewish immigration to ease tensions. This brought them into armed conflict during the 1940s with the increasingly confident Zionist militias. The defeat of the Palestinians meant that the Zionist movement the British had nurtured now had a life of its own. What gave Zionism massive further impetus was the Holocaust. The discovery that 6 million Jews had been murdered in a systematic extermination program stunned the world. It seemed to substantiate Zionist claims that anti-Semitism was so pervasive that the only solution was a separate Jewish homeland. It left many feeling that the world community was morally obliged to support Zionist demands. In 1947, with British withdrawal imminent, the United Nations brokered an international peace plan. Palestine was to be partitioned, with 55% of it allocated to the Zionists, who represented only 30% of the population, the vast majority of them immigrant settlers. The Arabs rejected the plan. Huge anti-imperialist demonstrations erupted in Arab capitals. The Palestinians organized for self-defense and hoped for wider Arab backing. But the Zionists were now too numerous, too well organized, and too heavily armed to be stopped. They went on to the offensive and seized 80% of historic Palestine. Terror was an essential instrument of their conquest. After the Irgun group massacred 250 Palestinians in Deir Yassin, truckloads of Zionist militia drove around chanting Deir Yassin. Deir Yassin, as a warning to others. At least 700,000 Palestinians fled in 1948. The Arab monarchs committed their small, ramshackle armies to war. They were quickly defeated, but settled for a land grab of their own, the rump of Palestinian territory being divided between Egypt and Jordan. The State of Israel was proclaimed in 1948. It has since fought wars against its neighbors in 1956, 1967, 1973, and 1982. It captured the Golan Heights from Syria, the West Bank from Jordan, and the Gaza Strip and the Sinai Desert from Egypt in 1967. Another 350,000 Palestinians joined a second exodus in that year. Much of the additional territory acquired in 1967 has been retained. Israel continues to annex land, build settlements, and encourage Jewish immigration. It also engages in exceptionally high levels of internal repression against Palestinians. This peaked during the First Intifada, 1987-93, the Second Intifada, 2000-5, and the Gaza War, 2008-9. Israel is inherently militarist and expansionist because it is a colonial settler state founded on dispossession. It can never live at peace with its neighbors because it has taken their land. Insecurity imposes permanent pressure to increase territory and manpower. Israel is also an outpost of imperialism. It regularly receives up to 25% of total U.S. foreign military aid. The Zionist state is the paid watchdog of Western imperialism in the Middle East. Zionism and U.S. imperialism are permanent sources of oppression, violence, and instability in the Middle East. Only an Arab revolution from below with the power to recast the whole geopolitical structure of the region offers hope of lasting peace. The road to Jerusalem runs through Cairo. 1956, Hungary and Suez. 1956 was a year of war, revolution, and disillusionment, a year after which nothing could ever be quite the same again. The 1948 war and the creation of Israel had been a catastrophic defeat for Arab nationalism. The effect was felt across the Middle East as corrupt, reactionary, puppet kings came under intense pressure from below. The junior officers of Arab armies provided the most effective expression of this popular discontent. They had been in the forefront of military failure in 1948. They had good reason to favor reform and modernization. And because of their professional role, they were organized as a national force. Amid rising mass protests, on July 23, 1952 the Free Officers Movement staged a military coup in Egypt and ended the rule of King Farouk. The most important figure in the movement was Colonel Gamal Abdul Nasser. Nasser became a dictator, but his program of land reform, state capitalist development, and strident attacks on Zionism and Western imperialism made him popular at home and a beacon of Arab nationalism across the Middle East. 3 years after taking power, Nasser nationalized the Suez Canal. In November 1956 the British and the French responded by invading Egypt in alliance with Israel. The invasion was a political disaster for the imperial powers. It provoked a storm of rage in the Arab world and mass protests at home. A demonstration called by the Labour Party and Trades Union Congress was the biggest in London since the Second World War and culminated in clashes between protesters and police outside 10 Downing Street. The US took advantage of the hostile reaction to pull the plug on the operation by threatening to cut off the funding on which the British economy depended. Its aim was to displace Britain as the major imperial power in the oil-rich Middle East. The Suez Crisis thus destroyed any illusions about the British Empire. It was clearly in terminal decline. It could no longer play a role in the world independent of the US. Nasser's standing in the Arab world, on the other hand, soared to new heights. Even more dramatic events were unfolding at the same time on the other side of the Iron Curtain. Stalin had died in 1953. His dictatorship had claimed many victims at the highest levels. Now the Russian ruling class took the opportunity to reign in the apparatus of terror. Stalin's police chief Beria was executed. A struggle for power inside the bureaucracy erupted onto the public stage in February 1956 when the new Soviet leader, Nikita Khrushchev, denounced Stalin at the 20th Party Congress. Stalin, he said, had murdered thousands, deported millions, and proved cowardly and incompetent in the crisis of the German invasion of June 1941. The shockwave was immense. The Stalinist propaganda machine had silenced the slightest whisper of dissent for a quarter of a century. Suddenly, everything was in question. Perhaps all was not well in the socialist motherland. Perhaps some of the criticisms were not just capitalist lies. Discontent had been growing inside the Soviet Empire since 1953. In June of that year, building workers on a giant construction site in East Berlin had walked out when told they would have to work longer hours for the same pay. When they marched through the city, tens of thousands joined them. The following day, the whole of East Germany was in the grip of a general strike. In some towns, demonstrators ransacked party offices, attacked police stations, and broke open the prisons. In July, revolt also broke out at the giant slave labor camp at Vorkuta in the far north of Russia itself. Within 5 days, 50 pits had stopped work and 250,000 miners were on strike. Both risings were crushed by the army. But the need for reform was clear, and within 2 years, 90% of the millions held in the gulags had been released. Khrushchev's speech at the 20th Congress had a context. The reopening of debate and the first tentative moves towards reform are always danger points for dictatorial regimes. Suppressed longing for change can suddenly swell into a torrent. In Poland, memories were still fresh of the long Nazi occupation and of the high hopes of freedom and prosperity engendered by the end of the war. The death and subsequent denunciation of the Soviet dictator had rekindled these hopes. In June 1956, like the workers of East Berlin 3 years earlier, the workers of Poznan stopped work, marched through the city, and were soon battling the police, releasing prisoners, and seizing arms. The insurrection was contained, but rather than crush the movement outright, a section of the bureaucracy that favored limited reform maneuvered for power. Vladislav Gomulka, an independent-minded communist leader jailed under Stalin, was released from prison and formed a new regime. The Russians threatened to invade, but were persuaded to back off. Gomulka addressed a mass rally of 250,000 enthusiastic supporters. What had begun as a working-class revolt had been turned into a bureaucratic coup. The Polish Spring in October, as it was called, merely gave power to the reformist wing of Poland's state capitalist ruling class. Events in Hungary played out very differently. Poznan and the Polish Spring were the detonators of a great working-class revolution in the heart of Europe. On October 22, 1956, students at the Budapest Polytechnic Institute drew up a 14-point manifesto calling for democracy, free speech, the release of prisoners, the withdrawal of Russian troops, and an end to compulsory state levies on peasant farm produce. The following day, the students marched to present their demands. As they did so, they were joined by tens of thousands of workers. In the evening, as they converged on the radio station, they were fired on by the secret police. Workers armed themselves with guns from sports clubs. Soldiers handed their weapons to demonstrators. Across the city, and then across the country, power was seized by popular committees and armed militias. Peter Fryer, covering events for the British Communist Party paper The Daily Worker, reported that the new democratic bodies were like the workers, peasants, and soldiers' councils which were thrown up in Russia in the 1905 revolution and in February 1917. They were at once organs of insurrection, the coming together of delegates elected in the factories and universities, mines, and army units, and organs of popular self-government which the armed people trusted. A section of the Hungarian ruling class, led by Imre Nagy, attempted to regain control in the same way as Gomulka had done in Poland, by riding the tiger of popular revolt. But the movement was too powerful. Events had moved beyond a government reshuffle. On November 4 Russian tanks rolled into Budapest. The city was turned into a war zone as working-class suburbs were reduced to rubble and thousands of Hungarians died fighting the invaders from street to street. The Greater Budapest Central Workers' Council, playing the role of the Petrograd Soviet in 1905 and 1917, ordered a general strike which paralysed the city for a fortnight. That November, Budapest was under dual power. The Workers' Council organized essential supplies, distributed bread, maintained health services, and manufactured weapons. The authority of the newly installed regime of János Kadar, by contrast, rested on the turret of a Russian tank. But the workers could not win against 3,000 tanks and 200,000 troops, not without the revolution spreading to other parts of Eastern Europe. The strike was defeated, the Workers' Council suppressed, and 350 oppositionists, including Nagy, were executed. Even so, the collaborationist Kadar regime remained fragile. As it struggled to regain control, it was forced to raise wages by 22% on average and promise democratic elections, in all existing administrative bodies. The events of 1956 had cracked the Stalinist monolith. The real Marxist tradition of revolution from below and workers' self-emancipation had been reborn on the streets of Budapest. Tens of thousands of left activists across the world were forced to reconsider their political allegiance. In East Germany, 68% of those purged from the Communist Party for their part in the 1953 uprising had been members before 1933. The old revolutionaries had fought with their class. The suited apparatchiks of the new ruling class had remained at their posts. Peter Freier's reports from Budapest were spiked. He resigned from the Daily Worker and was then expelled from the Communist Party. He was not alone. In the immediate aftermath of the Hungarian Revolution, the British Communist Party lost 7,000 of its members, a fifth of the total, including many leading intellectuals and trade unionists. As Stalinism crumbled, a new left began to form. And as activists recrystallized into new groupings, they were drawn to a number of competing anti-Stalinist political traditions. Many of these, like Stalinism, were delusionary. Maoism was one. Another was taking shape in a remote mountain range on a distant Caribbean island. It was to produce an inspirational and iconic figure who seemed to personify revolutionary idealism in a world scarred by exploitation and injustice. His name was Che Guevara. Che Guevara and the Cuban Revolution. In December 1956, a group of 82 revolutionaries landed on the Cuban coast with the intention of overthrowing the corrupt, brutal, US-backed dictatorship of Fulgencio Batista. They called themselves the July 26th Movement in honor of a failed attack on the Moncada Army barracks in 1953. The principal leader of the expedition was Fidel Castro. Among the other leaders were Fidel's brother, Raúl, and an Argentinian doctor, Ecobedo, Che Guevara. Only 12 of them survived long enough to launch a guerrilla war in the remote Sierra Maestra Mountains. Despite this, the group held together and attracted fresh recruits. By the summer of 1958, they had 200 members. 6 months later, in January 1959, they entered Havana, the Cuban capital, as victors in the Revolutionary War. It was a stunning achievement. At the moment of victory, there were still only 800 guerrillas, yet they had defeated Batista's armed forces and taken control of a Caribbean island of 7 million people. The U.S. regarded Central America and the Caribbean as its backyard. Nominally independent states were run by U.S. client regimes formed of assorted generals, landowners, industrialists, and gangsters. The system, designed to protect American business interests in the region, was policed by the U.S. intelligence agencies. When a mildly reformist regime had taken power in Guatemala in 1954, for instance, it had been overthrown in a CIA-organized coup. As it happened, however, Batista had become so unpopular that the US had decided to dump him at the last minute, believing they could cut a deal with Castro. And why not? The Russian Revolution had been carried out by workers. The Chinese Revolution had been carried out by peasants. The Cuban Revolution had been carried out by neither. It was a movement of middle-class intellectuals. Castro had issued a series of statements indicating support for liberal reforms but little more. As late as May 1959 he declared, "We are not opposed to private investment. We believe in the usefulness, in the experience, and in the enthusiasm of private investors. Companies with international investments will have the same guarantees and the same rights as national firms." The revolutionaries were naive. What had made victory possible was the support of Cuba's peasants and rural laborers. These were U.S. capital's beasts of burden. Their lives could not be improved without confronting the interests of big business. The contradictions of Cuba's economic underdevelopment confronted Castro with a simple choice: he could either end up running a client regime like Batista's, or he could carry out land reform and use the wealth of the island to fund schools, hospitals, and welfare. Castro moved cautiously at first, but he faced fierce retaliation against any perceived threat to U.S. interests. An increasingly tense standoff culminated in wholesale nationalization of American businesses on the island, the development of strong commercial links with Russia, and a belated declaration that Cuba's revolution had been socialist. The CIA then backed an armed attack on the island by rich Cuban exiles in April 1961. Just as ordinary Cubans had abandoned Batista to his fate, now they rallied in defense of the Castro regime. The Bay of Pigs invasion was a fiasco. The Cuban Missiles Crisis in October the following year, when Castro's Soviet ally, temporarily, installed nuclear weapons on the island and almost triggered nuclear war, sealed the rift between the US and Cuba. The urban workers had played no part in the revolution and exercised no power after it. The rural laborers had cheered the revolution from the sidelines, but hardly any had become guerrillas. The revolution was almost entirely the work of middle-class idealists and a small numbers of peasant farmers they succeeded in recruiting along the way. The Cuban Revolution was not, therefore, an example of the self-emancipation of the working class. And in consequence, Cuban socialism was the impoverished state capitalism and economic dependency of a Caribbean sugar island subject to a U.S. boycott. The reforms were real, but they were bestowed from above and straitjacketed by poverty. Che Guevara nonetheless generalized the Cuban experience into a theory of revolutionary guerrilla warfare that could be applied worldwide. He identified three key lessons. 1. Popular guerrilla armies can defeat regular government forces. 2. The countryside, not the town, is the natural terrain of struggle in the underdeveloped world. 3. The revolutionaries do not need to wait until conditions have ripened, they can themselves create the revolution by forming a guerrilla group and acting as the catalyst. Small, mobile, hard-hitting bands of dedicated revolutionaries, Che argued, could provide insurrectionary focos, bases, kick-starting revolutionary guerrilla wars and toppling us-back dictators across Africa, Asia, and the Americas. Che was as good as his word. He could have remained a comfortable, popular, high-ranking official in Cuba. But he was soon disillusioned with the Soviet-style economics and diplomacy embraced by the Cuban leadership. He remained at heart what he had always been, a brave, idealistic, and dedicated revolutionary fighter. So he disappeared from public view and traveled secretly, first to the Congo in 1965, then to Bolivia in 1966, in an attempt to make a reality of his Foucault theory of revolution. But the theory turned out to be false. Revolution could not be replicated by mere acts of willpower and dynamism. History could not be forced by voluntarism. Subjective factors, leadership, organization, ideas, were decisive in revolutionary situations. But the objective conditions had to be right. Whether or not revolution was possible also depended on the balance of class forces, the coherence of the state, and the consciousness and confidence of the masses. And there had to be a proper relationship between the two. Revolutionary organization had to be embedded in society, in its class struggles and mass movements, so that the revolutionaries were sensitive to the popular mood and could match demands and calls to action to what was possible. In Cuba, all social forces had been weak, the social elites, the Batista regime, the middle class, the labor movement, the peasantry, rural laborers. Corruption and exploitation were endemic. Life was bitter, but alienation and lethargy were pervasive. Entering this hollowed-out society, the guerrillas were the grit in the void. Things were different elsewhere. Che was defeated in the Congo by the corruption and factionalism of rival warlords, and by his own poor health. But he faced far worse in Bolivia. His guerrilla force of about 50 men, inserted into a remote mountain region, found itself isolated amid the indifference and fear of the local population. The guerrillas stumbled from disaster to disaster, and then, in early October 1967, the remaining handful was surrounded and overwhelmed by 1,800 Bolivian soldiers. Che was captured and summarily executed. Nevertheless, he became an icon of revolutionary resistance because of his heroism and idealism in a world soured by suffering. His has since become perhaps the most famous face on the planet. But to change the world in the way he hoped for, we must learn from his mistakes. 15. The New World Disorder. 1968, present. The history of the future in the making, disabled anti-cuts activist on the streets of London in August 2012. Image, Terry Conway. The period from 1956 to 1968 was one of relative political consensus across much of the developed world. Colonial wars continued to rage in parts of the Third World, but dissidents in the Eastern Bloc and demonstrations and strikes in the West seemed to have little impact beyond the minorities involved. Then, in 1968, the world exploded in a wave of mass protest. The radical movements created in 1968 quickly fused with the growing resistance of working people to attacks on jobs, wages, and conditions. The great post-war economic boom was slowing down and finally jutted to a halt in 1973. Class struggles then erupted across the capitalist world. But the ruling class went on to the offensive against the unions and the movements, an offensive which culminated in ferocious class warfare, especially in Britain, during the 1980s. A succession of major defeats shifted the balance of forces in favor of the rich and big business. The result was a radical remodeling of capitalism based on weakened unions, privatized services, casualization of labor, and wholesale redistribution of wealth from labor to capital. We call the new form of capitalism neoliberalism. It is accompanied by a reassertion of imperial power and an aggressive use of war to shore up the global interests of the US and its allies. We know this as the War on Terror. But neoliberal capitalism has proved to be a short-term fix based on debt. During the first decade of the 21st century, financialization created a huge speculative bubble, culminating in the biggest banking crash in the history of the system. At the same time, imperialist wars, embarked on in a mood of self-righteous arrogance, have resulted only in carnage, sectarian mayhem, and intractable insurgency. This is the New World disorder. This is our world. The history of this period, of our epoch, really begins with the most terrible of all the post-1945 colonial wars, Vietnam. The Vietnam War. Napalm is jellied gasoline designed to stick to the flesh and burn through to the bone. The American reporter Martha Gellhorn saw its effects on children when she visited a hospital in South Vietnam in 1966. Flesh melts right down their faces onto their chests and it sits there and grows there. These children can't turn their heads, they were so thick with flesh. And when gangrene sets in, they cut off their hands or fingers or their feet, the only thing they cannot cut off is their head. During its wars in Indochina against the people of South Vietnam, North Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia, the US dropped more than 8 million tons of explosives. This was 3 times the total tonnage dropped by all belligerents during the whole of the Second World War. Up to 5 million people were killed in the Vietnam War. Some 58,000 of these were American soldiers. The rest were Vietnamese, a million or so of them soldiers of one sort or another, but the majority civilians. Most of those who died were killed by aerial bombing. The reason was simple. The US was waging war against an entire population. So the easiest, and safest, way to kill the enemy was to bomb them from the air. This, in the circumstances, seemed the most efficient means of stopping the spread of communism. The military problem for the invaders was that the Viet Cong, VC, the South Vietnamese communist guerrillas, were rooted in the villages. They were the sons and daughters of villagers. They were the armed wing of the Vietnamese peasantry. The US estimated that, had an election been held, the communists would have won 80% of the vote. So there was no election. Instead, 500,000 US troops were deployed to prop up a corrupt dictatorship supported by landlords and profiteers. The enemy was everyone else. That is why, after his men had destroyed the Vietnamese village of Ben Tre, a US Army major could explain that it was necessary to destroy the village in order to save it. Such is the logic of counterinsurgency warfare. Incredibly, the Vietnamese refused to give up. On the contrary, the worse the bombing and burning, the greater the bitterness and the stronger the flow of young Vietnamese to the resistance. The growing violence of US imperialism was like throwing petrol on a fire. Vietnam was a poor country. The guerrillas fought with outdated weapons, homemade bombs, and jungle booby traps. They spent much of their time hiding in underground tunnel complexes. But they were formidable opponents. For one thing, they were highly organized in the communist-led National Liberation Front. For another, they were an ethnically and culturally homogeneous people with a long history of resistance to foreign invaders. They had, in recent times, fought successfully against the Japanese and then the French. At the end of the Second World War, after the defeat of the Japanese, Ho Chi Minh, the leader of the Viet Minh nationalist resistance movement, had proclaimed the independence of Vietnam. But the French had been determined to re-establish colonial rule. The Viet Minh then fought the French for 8 years. They eventually won a decisive victory at the Battle of Dien Bien Phu in 1954. Afterwards, the Vietnamese leaders were persuaded by their Soviet and Chinese backers to accept partition of the country pending subsequent elections. This was a serious mistake. There was no historic basis for a division of Vietnam, any more than there had been for the division of Germany, Korea, or Palestine. Partition was Cold War politics. A US-backed dictatorship was established in Saigon, which became the capital of South Vietnam. No Vietnamese had the opportunity to vote on this. The partition of the country between a nationalist regime in the north and a client regime in the south looked set to become permanent. The problem for the US was the former Viet Minh fighters in the south. They formed an extensive underground network able to organize resistance to landlords, tax collectors, and police. Soon, there was a low-level guerrilla insurgency in parts of the countryside. President Kennedy escalated the conflict by increasing U.S. military support for the Saigon dictatorship from 400 advisors in 1960 to 18,000 2 years later. This seemed routine. U.S. Attorney General Robert Kennedy told a journalist at the time, "We have 30 Vietnams." But Vietnam was different. It escalated rapidly into full-scale war. By the end of 1965, there were 200,000 U.S. troops on the ground, by 1968, 500,000. And North Vietnam came under massive aerial bombardment from 1965 onwards. So did neighboring Cambodia after 1970. In just 6 months in 1973, the Americans dropped 1.5 times the bomb tonnage on Cambodia that they had dropped on Japan in the Second World War. Several 100,000 people were killed in the aerial terror. The Khmer Rouge, the Cambodian communists, were stopped. But they were filled with hatred for the collaborationist regime in Phnom Penh, which had sanctioned the bombing of its own people in order to root out popular resistance. When the war ended in 1975, the rage of the peasant army was channeled by its Stalinist leaders into political genocide, deurbanization, and the imposition of agricultural slave labor. Millions perished in Pol Pot's killing fields. But the seeds had been sown by B-52 bombers. The violence unleashed on an impoverished country had destroyed its economy, its social fabric, and, to a large degree, its political sanity. By late 1967, U.S. public opinion had begun to turn against the war. The administration of President Johnson responded by claiming it was on the brink of victory. General Westmoreland, the U.S. commander-in-chief in Vietnam, claimed that the communists were unable to mount a major offensive. He continued, "I am absolutely certain that whereas in 1965 the enemy was winning, today he is certainly losing. We have reached an important point when the end begins to come into view." In the early hours of January 31, 1968, the National Liberation Front launched the Tet Offensive. Across South Vietnam, Viet Cong guerrilla units, supported by North Vietnamese soldiers, mounted coordinated attacks on about 100 targets, including most provincial capitals, major U.S. military bases, and even the heavily defended U.S. Embassy in the center of Saigon. A commando group of 19 men blasted its way into the embassy compound and held the main building for several hours. American television viewers were stunned by the images broadcast that night. Just when the war was supposed to be almost over, fighting had erupted in every major town and city in South Vietnam. General Westmoreland demanded 200,000 more troops. But 3 weeks later, President Johnson, the pro-war incumbent, announced that he would not be seeking a second term of office. The 5-year-long rundown of the U.S. military commitment to Vietnam had begun. It would culminate in the ending of the U.S. occupation of South Vietnam, 1973, the overthrow of the Saigon dictatorship, 1975, and the reunification of the divided country under communist rule, 1976. An army of peasant guerrillas had defeated U.S. imperialism in a full-scale war. They had not fought alone. During the struggle, the American people had become their allies. So too had millions of others across the globe. In 1968 the war had come home. The heartlands of world capitalism were ablaze with revolt. 1968. The Tet Offensive was the beginning of a year of revolt across the world. A wave of militant demonstrations, mass strikes, and urban riots swept across the major cities of the capitalist system. Many who lived through it felt it was a year of revolution like 1848 or 1919. The mood everywhere was ripe with expectation and hope. A new post-war generation, the children of the boom, raised in the shadow of the bomb, had come of age and erupted onto history's stage. Revolt against the whole system was a common thread in the events of 1968. So too was the central role of young people, students and workers. Protesters thought of themselves as part of a single movement. Action in one place inspired action in the next. But the events of 1968 were also diverse. The struggle erupted along social fracture lines that were different from one country to another. In Britain, Vietnam was the principal focus. In March, thousands marched on the U.S. Embassy in Grosvenor Square, arriving with arms linked, carrying Vietnamese resistance flags, and chanting "Hey, hey, LBJ, how many kids did you kill today?" There were violent clashes with police. In October, the Vietnam Solidarity Campaign called a second demonstration. With around 100,000 people, 3 or 4 times the size of the March protest, it was on a scale unprecedented for a political demonstration at the time. As well as contingents of thousands from the major universities, large numbers of workers also marched behind trade union banners. In the U.S., too, the war was a central focus. When Chicago's Mayor Daley unleashed the police and National Guard on a peace demonstration outside the Democratic Party convention in August 1968, in full view of the world's TV cameras, millions watched in horror the graphic images of the violence with which the capitalist state treated democratic dissent. But it was in the black urban ghettos that the movement peaked. When civil rights leader Martin Luther King was assassinated in Memphis in April 1968, Black America erupted in a storm of rage. There had been big anti-police riots before, in Harlem in 1964, Watts in 1965, and a dozen places in 1966 and 1967. But this time, in an unparalleled night of destruction, looting, and fighting, 100 cities burned across America. A different kind of struggle unfolded in Czechoslovakia. A ferment of debate among intellectuals and students had broken down the Stalinist censorship as splits opened in the ruling bureaucracy. The students formed a free union. The workers voted out government appointees from the leadership of state-run unions. The media filled with debate. In August 1968, Russian tanks rolled in to crush the Prague Spring. Reformist leaders were arrested and deported. But it would take the Russians 9 months to defeat the passive resistance they encountered. Many other places in the developed world that year saw demonstrations, strikes, and occupations. From Derry to New York, West Berlin to Mexico City, Warsaw to Rome, there was mass protest. But it was in France in May, June 1968 that the movement came closest to revolution. As well as campaigning against the war, the French student movement was protesting about conditions in the universities, the character of education, and the whole authoritarian system in France under the 10-year rule of President Charles de Gaulle. The authorities overreacted. They shut down the whole of Paris University and sent in the police. The violence unleashed provoked mass resistance. On the night of the barricades, 10/11 May, students and young workers battled the riot police for several hours and eventually drove them from the Left Bank University district. The workers listened to live reports of the fighting on their radios or watched the events on television. They too hated de Gaulle's police. They too had faced them on the picket lines, where police had sometimes killed striking workers with impunity. The union leaders, under pressure from below, called a one-day general strike in support of the students. The response surpassed all expectations. On May 13, hundreds of thousands of workers marched alongside tens of thousands of students. The chants were ominous: "Adieu, de Gaulle. 10 years is enough." The following day young workers at the Sud aviation plant in Nantes began an occupation. Their example was infectious. Within 2 weeks, France had ground to a halt, with an estimated 10 million on strike and hundreds of thousands occupying their workplaces. It was a rerun of 1936 on a larger scale. France was close to revolution. De Gaulle fled to consult the generals: would they deploy military force to defend the government if necessary? In the event, it ended as 1936 had done. The Communist Party, still with immense prestige among the working class, engineered a return to work on a promise of wage increases and a general election. It was reformist leaders, not reactionary generals, who ended the revolutionary strike and saved French capitalism. The events of 1968, in France and across the world, were the tumultuous beginning of a political crisis that would continue until 1975. What had caused it? What had brought to an end the long sleep of the 1950s and early 1960s? For the British feminist Sheila Robotham, Vietnam was my generation's Spain, and the suffering of the people became imprinted in our psyches. Vietnam, with its monstrous use of military hardware against a peasant people, seemed to encapsulate all that was wrong with the world: imperialism, violence, injustice, poverty. But it was the catalyst rather than the cause of the crisis which shook world capitalism between 1968 and 1975. The war had its biggest impact in the US. Americans came out on the streets because their own country was the aggressor and because young men were being conscripted to fight. But even here the war was linked to other issues. "No Viet Cong ever called me nigger," said world heavyweight boxing champion Muhammad Ali. The real enemy, of course, was at home. It had really started back in 1955, on the day that Rosa Parks decided that she had had enough and sat down in a whites-only bus seat. Her action ignited a bus boycott that shook the racist power structure of Montgomery, Alabama, and thereafter a mass movement of black Americans that was to shake the racist power structure of the whole of the South. The decade-long struggle of the civil rights movement transformed America. It radicalized a generation of young activists, black and white. And when the war came, they knew what to do. What gave the movement its power was the social transformation wrought by the Great Boom. Black Americans would not take any more because too many had moved from the isolation and fear of laboring on farms to take up work in the big cities. It was the same worldwide. The boom sucked millions into the factories, from poor countries to rich, from rural areas to urban, from the home to the workplace. It had also created whole new industries, suburbs, and concentrations of people. Not least, it had transformed higher education from the preserve of a privileged few to an opportunity for a large proportion of the youth. In Britain, for example, between 1939 and 1964, the number of university students rose from 69,000 to 300,000. There were 200,000 students in Paris in 1968, of whom around 30,000 joined the demonstrations that year. As the world changed, old oppressions became intolerable, new exploitation provoked outrage. And as so often, those first into action, the blacks, the students, the anti-war protesters, led the way for the working class as a whole. The vanguard encouraged others to reflect on their condition and its injustices, and to organize themselves to fight back. Both the women's liberation movement and the gay rights movement were spawned by the mass radicalization of the late 1960s. But it was when the workers also moved, as in France in 1968 itself, and in Italy, Britain, and Portugal in the years following, that the system was shaken to its foundations. 1968 to 75, the Workers' Revolt. The events in France in May 1968 were a concentrated expression of a general political crisis of world capitalism. Exceptionally militant student demonstrations triggered a general strike of 10 million workers, which immediately posed the question of state power. At the beginning of May, the authorities had closed Paris University and the police had violently attacked student demonstrators. By the end of the month, France was on the brink of working-class revolution. Events elsewhere sometimes followed a similar trajectory, but with differences, and always in slower motion. In West Germany, the universities continued to be centers of radicalism and militant protest through the early 1970s. But the working class, in what was the most successful of the post-war European economies, remained largely passive, leaving student activists isolated from wider German society and therefore prone to ultra-leftism and even, in extreme cases, terrorism. In the US too, the workers played only a limited role. The movement was dominated throughout by students, black activists, and young radicals involved in a range of campaigns from anti-war protests to gay rights. This was partly because of the weakness of organized labor, but also because the war, the draft, and racism were such central issues. The biggest protests came in May 1970, when the National Guard opened fire and killed 4 student anti-war protesters and wounded 9 others on the campus of Kent State University in Ohio. Colleges were occupied across the U.S. in response to the atrocity. Violent confrontations also took place in Northern Ireland, where the Catholic minority had faced systematic discrimination since the partition of the island in 1921. Repeatedly battered by sectarian police and right-wing mobs as they demonstrated for civil rights, the Catholic population of Derry rose in revolt in August 1969 and turned the Bogside district into a no-go area under popular control. Elsewhere, the working class moved to center stage. In Italy's hot autumn of 1969, strikes peaked with a wave of factory occupations by rank-and-file metal workers acting outside official union channels. The strikers demanded recognition of new democratic workplace structures, local negotiation of contracts, shorter working hours, and upgrading of insurance, pension, and social benefits to parity with white-collar workers. In Britain, the government's pay controls and anti-union laws were broken by strike action and mass picketing in 1972. The Conservative administration was then defeated in a general election in 1974 when the miners went on strike in response to renewed attempts to hold down pay. Much of Latin America was also in turmoil. Chile became the primary focus of hopes for change when Salvador Allende was elected president and formed a popular unity government committed to radical reform. When the bosses organized a strike in an attempt to force Allende from office, the workers seized control of the workplaces and established a network of workers' councils, Cordons. 1972 saw Chile poised between revolution and counter-revolution. By the time the long-serving Spanish dictator Franco died in 1975, his regime was being buffeted by mass strikes. Demands for pay rises were accompanied by demands for democratic reform, regional autonomy, and the release of political prisoners. Developments in Spain were heavily influenced by yet more dramatic events unfolding in Portugal, where, in April 1974, the dictator Caetano had been overthrown in a military coup. His replacement, the conservative General Spinola, was unable to contain the wave of struggle unleashed. Radical army officers, who wanted an immediate end to colonial wars in Africa, formed alliances with striking workers in the shipyards of Lisbon and Setnave and in other industries. Right-wing coup attempts were defeated and Spinola was overthrown. Like France in 1968 and Chile in 1972, Portugal in 1974 hovered on the brink of working-class revolution. Yet the global political crisis of 1968–75, what the Marxist theoretician Chris Harman called the fire last time, did not result in successful revolution anywhere, not in France, Chile, or Portugal, certainly not in Germany, the US, or Britain. The crisis was resolved in one of two ways, by murderous repression or, more often, by carefully engineered demobilization. In both cases, political confusion and error on the left was usually vital in providing the ruling class with an opportunity to defeat the movement and restore the stability of the system. Repression was the norm in Latin America. It was tried first in Mexico City on October 2, 1968. With the Olympic Games due to start in 10 days, Mexico's authoritarian, single-party regime was determined that nothing should detract from the state-sponsored spectacle. It was also determined to destroy the protest movement among Mexican students before it could have a radicalizing impact on wider society. A mass demonstration on that day was corralled in a major downtown square by 5,000 troops. Ordered to open fire, they killed at least 100. Hundreds more were wounded or arrested. The whole protest movement was broken in a single day of state terror. In Chile, the mass movement was wider and deeper. Millions of workers, peasants, and shantytown residents became involved in mass struggle and grassroots democracy in 1973. Destroying this movement was necessarily a far bloodier process than had occurred in Mexico City. Allende was a left reformist politician who believed in a parliamentary road to socialism. He advised his supporters to rely on constitutional methods and refused to arm them. In September 1973, General Pinochet carried out a military coup backed by the Chilean landowners and bosses, U.S. multinational corporations, and the CIA. Thousands of Allende's supporters were rounded up and murdered. Something similar happened in Argentina. A mass movement for change was diverted into constitutional channels, and a subsequent military coup in 1974 led to the murder or disappearance of tens of thousands of left-wing activists. Repression was always in the mix. Everywhere, demonstrators and strikers were attacked by the police and stitched up by the courts. Sometimes, they were killed outright. 13 civil rights demonstrators were murdered by British soldiers in Derry on January 30, 1972, the event known since as Bloody Sunday. But wholesale repression was not usually an option. Bloody Sunday was a mistake. Its aim was to crush the protest movement, but it had the opposite effect. It turned it into an armed struggle as hundreds of young Catholics joined the Irish Republican Army, IRA. The civil rights movement followed the same trajectory in the U.S., where state violence against black protest, culminating in the assassination of Martin Luther King, spawned a militant armed response in the form of the Black Panthers. The British cabinet rejected using troops against striking miners in 1972 precisely because they feared the working class response if pickets were killed. In the end, the survival of the system depended less on police and soldiers, more on reformist politicians and union officials. France had provided the model. The communist-dominated CGT had led a return to work in early June 1968 on the basis of the Grenelle Agreement for limited economic concessions by the employers and the state. The political restabilization of European capitalism generally followed this pattern. Trade union leaders and social democratic or communist politicians used the power of the mass movement to exact some concessions, but then exercised their influence over the workers to demobilize the movement and destroy its power. In Italy, it was called the Historic Compromise, which meant the Communist Party's willingness to govern in harmony with right-wing Christian Democrats. In Britain, the Social Contract, union-policed wage cuts and strike bans in return for government promises of reform. In Spain, the Pact of Moncloa, wage limits, public spending cuts, and union opposition to strikes that afforded liberal politicians just the breathing space they needed after the fall of fascism. Perhaps the strangest denouement of all was in Portugal. The Communist Party emerged from its underground existence under the dictatorship with enormous prestige. But it then devoted itself not to working-class revolution, but to an attempt to establish a Stalinist regime by winning influence over radical army officers. It was outmaneuvered. Right-wing officers took action to suppress left-wing officers. They acted with the blessing of a broad coalition of moderate political parties. The Socialist Party, committed to parliamentary rule and limited social reform, was the main beneficiary. The revolution ended in a whimper. However it was done, whether by bloodshed or bureaucratic maneuver, the defeat of the mass movements of 1968 to 75 was to have huge and unforeseen consequences. For the Great Boom had ended. Capitalism now faced an economic crisis as well as a political one. By the mid-1970s, as the crisis deepened, the ruling class was in a far better position to resolve it at the expense of the working class than it would have been had the mass movement still been on the offensive. The Long Recession, 1973 to 92. The Great Boom came to an abrupt end in the autumn of 1973. Problems had emerged in parts of the world economy in the late 1960s, slowing the rate of growth, but the sudden lurch into global recession came as a shock. Crisis was supposed to be a thing of the past. Capitalism's defenders, from social democrats to right-wing conservatives, argued that the boom-slump cycle had been abolished and the system now guaranteed steady growth, full employment, and rising living standards. But in the downturn of 1974 to 6 unemployment doubled. Then, having failed to recover, it doubled again during a second downturn in 1980 to 2. High unemployment rates continued thereafter, and growth rates during the 1980s were only half what they had been during the 1960s. The crisis was never as severe as it had been during the 1930s, but it was chronic, a sustained period of stagnation and slow growth, perhaps best described as the Long Recession. The levers of state economic management that had operated during the Great Boom no longer worked. Government spending to offset downturns by injecting demand into the economy appeared to have little effect, except to stoke inflation. Politicians responded by moving rapidly to the right. We used to think you could just spend your way out of recession by cutting taxes and boosting government borrowing, Prime Minister Callaghan told the British Labour Party conference in September 1976. I tell you in all candor that option no longer exists, and insofar as it ever did exist, it worked by injecting inflation into the economy. And each time that has happened, the average level of unemployment has risen. In fact, unemployment went up whatever governments did. The contradictions of capitalism, the irrationalities of an economic system based on competition and profit, were again defying the managerial powers of its political representatives. What had gone wrong? The Great Boom, considered at the time to be the new norm, was actually an anomaly. The only comparable period of sustained growth was that from 1848 to 1873. Since the onset of the Long Depression in 1873, crisis of one sort or another had been the norm. Capitalism had become a highly pathological system sustained only by its addiction to arms spending, imperialism, and war. What prevented a return to slump after 1945 was a variant of this addiction, unprecedented levels of peacetime government spending on arms, infrastructure, and public services. This had been driven by three factors: the requirements of post-war reconstruction, the pressure for social reform from a radicalized working class, and the militarization of international relations during the Cold War. The Great Boom, in short, was engineered by state capitalist economic intervention. This was obviously true in fully state capitalist economies like Russia, but it was also true in ostensibly free market economies like the US. At the height of the Second World War, government military expenditure had accounted for about 50% of U.S. economic output. 10 years later it was still around 15%. The effect was to sustain and stabilize the boom. But if capitalism had become an arms junkie, it was only a temporary fix. The Great Boom was undermined by three intractable problems. These became more acute as the global economy expanded during the 1950s and 1960s. First, economies with high levels of arms expenditure were able to sustain the boom only by sacrificing their competitiveness. Arms expenditure is waste expenditure. Unlike expenditure on labor-saving machinery, it contributes nothing to raising the productivity of labor, cutting unit costs, and thereby boosting the competitiveness of industry. That is why the defeated countries in the Second World War, Germany and Japan, became powerhouses of post-war economic development. West Germany spent 3 or 4% of GDP on arms, a substantially lower proportion than Britain, a much lower proportion than the US. Japan spent even less, just 1%. Both economies, in consequence, were able to invest heavily in new technology and achieve exceptionally high levels of growth from the early 1950s onwards. West German and Japanese growth rates were roughly treble those of the US over the following 2 decades. A gap therefore opened between sluggish, arms-based economies and dynamic, export-led ones. West Germany's share of the combined output of the advanced economies doubled and Japan's more than quadrupled during the Great Boom. The US share fell from more than 2/3 to less than half. So the arms burden had to be reduced. The proportion of US output devoted to arms halved between the early 1950s and the mid-1970s. As Chris Harman put it, the dynamic of market competition was relentlessly undercutting the dynamic of military competition. But the effect was to reduce the pump priming and stabilizing effects of arms expenditure on the global economy. The second problem was less tractable. While the US and the Soviet Union were able to pursue a policy of détente to reduce their respective arms burden, getting the agreement of the domestic working class to the wage and welfare cuts also considered necessary proved harder. Unemployment is an economic necessity under capitalism. What Marx called the reserve army of labor reduces the price of labor power by forcing workers to accept lower wages through fear of unemployment. But the Great Boom meant virtually full employment for an entire generation. Labor was in short supply, employers were competing for staff, fear of unemployment largely disappeared, and workers were able to build powerful workplace union organization to demand a better deal. Governments were also under pressure to provide affordable homes, new hospitals, better schools, and improved welfare provision. The social wage increased in line with personal wages. In Britain, for example, the working class share of national wealth increased from about half to about 2/3 of GDP during the Great Boom. Rising wages and government spending created demand and helped sustain the boom. But they also meant that capitalists faced increased costs, reduced competitiveness, and a squeeze on profits. This was a particular problem where the labor movement was strong. British capitalists, for example, lost ground to West German and Japanese capitalists for this reason. The third problem was a consequence of the continuing long-term tendency for capital to become more centralist and concentrated, that is, for the world economy to become increasingly dominated by ever fewer giant corporations. The rise of the multinationals during the Great Boom meant the rise of an economic power largely beyond the control of governments and therefore outside the framework of state-managed capitalism. In Britain, while the top 100 firms accounted for 21% of manufacturing output in 1949, their share had risen to 46% by 1970. Cutting-edge enterprise in key industries like armaments, cars, pharmaceuticals, and electronics depended increasingly on globalist access to finance, technology, raw materials, production facilities, and markets. The multinationals came to dwarf most national economies. Globalist operations enabled them to avoid regulation and taxes, get round capital controls, and secure subsidies and other concessions. To gain access to technology, investment, and markets, nation-states were forced to offer increasingly generous terms to private business. Competitive capital accumulation was breaking through the boundaries of national economies and making redundant the mechanisms of the previous phase of capitalist development. By the mid-1970s, not only was the Great Boom over, but the state-managed capitalism that had made it possible was breaking down amid crisis and conflict. What emerged to replace it was a new form of globalist corporate neoliberal capitalism. What is neoliberalism? Neoliberalism, previously called Monetarism and Thatcherism, is sometimes dismissed as little more than an ideological aberration. This is seriously mistaken. It is certainly true that the free market theory espoused by neoliberal academics, journalists, politicians, bankers, and entrepreneurs fails completely to explain how the capitalist economy actually works. Instead, it provides a pseudo-scientific justification for the greed, poverty, and chaos endemic to the system, and for the grotesque, unearned wealth of the political and business elite. In this sense, neoliberalism is simply the self-justifying ideology of the ruling class. But until the 1970s, neoliberalism was confined to an obscure right-wing fringe. Free market theorists like Friedrich Hayek and Milton Friedman were regarded as little more than cranks. The great majority of economists and policymakers favored a mixed economy, with high levels of state intervention and public spending. What changed in the 1970s was that the accumulating contradictions of state-managed capitalism precipitated a crisis which ended the Great Boom and tipped the world into the long recession. Neoliberalism is a response to that crisis. In essence, it is a class war of the global rich against everyone else. Its purpose is to destroy the gains made by working people since 1945, to increase the rate of exploitation and profit, and to redistribute wealth from labor to capital. The initial impulse was intensified competition between capitalists during the long recession. Shrinking markets meant that bosses needed to reduce costs by sacking workers and driving down the wages of those they retained. Once begun, this became a global race to the bottom and a permanent feature of a new economic order emerging from the crisis. The age of national economies, autarkic blocs, and state-managed capitalism was passing. A new age in which the global economy was dominated by international banks and multinational corporations outside the control of nation-states was dawning. The rise of the financial and industrial megacorporations of neoliberal capitalism can be charted in many ways. U.S. foreign direct investment, for instance, rose from $11 billion in 1950 to $133 billion in 1976. The long-term borrowing of U.S. corporations increased from 87% of their share value in 1955 to 181% in 1970. To take another example, the foreign currency operations of West European banks increased from $25 billion in 1968 to $200 billion in 1974. The combined debt of the 74 less developed countries soared from $39 billion in 1965 to $119 billion in 1974. The steady drip feed of these quantitative changes during the Great Boom reached a tipping point in the 1970s. Global corporations had by then come to overshadow nation-states. Commenting on the long recession in 1984, Chris Harman put it like this: "It is as if the film of the pre-war crisis is being rerun, but with a difference. The competing individual firms which borrowed from banks within a national economy have given way to state capitalisms and multinational firms borrowing from international banks within an international economy. The effect was to impose relentless pressure on national ruling classes to increase the exploitation of their own working class. High wages might deter new investment. So might taxes on business to pay for public services or welfare benefits. Similarly, laws designed to make workplaces safe, limit working hours, or guarantee maternity leave. The ruling class counteroffensive was first tested in Chile after the military coup of 1973. It was soon being championed by Margaret Thatcher, who had been elected leader of the British Conservative Party in 1975. She became Prime Minister in 1979 and went on to win 2 more general elections, remaining in office until 1990. She was a firm advocate of neoliberalism. The previous Conservative government under Edward Heath had been broken by industrial action in 1972 and again in 1974. Thatcher was determined to mount a full-scale counterattack against the unions, the welfare state, and the working class. The miners were the most important target. They had spearheaded the struggle against Heath's administration. A massive program of pit closures provoked the miners into a desperate battle to save their livelihoods and communities. It turned into the longest mass strike in history, 150,000 men on strike for a year, 1984-5. The miners faced paramilitary-style police violence, courtroom frame UPS, and a barrage of media lies. They were eventually starved back to work. The defeat of the miners broke the back of British trade unionism. In the early 1970s, the British working class had been one of the best organized and most militant in the world. Since 1985 union membership has halved, and over the last 20 years the British strike rate has been lower than at any time since the 19th century. It is now clear that the miners' defeat had global significance. It was the single most important breakthrough in the international ruling class's attempt to smash working class resistance to neoliberalism. Most immediately, it enabled Thatcher and her successors to roll out a program of cuts and sell-offs. Privatizing nationalist industries and public services fragments large bargaining units of well-organized public service workers and creates the conditions in which wages can be driven down as rival employers seek to undercut each other in the competition for franchises and contracts. That is the real purpose of marketization and privatization. They are mechanisms to weaken union organization, ratchet up insecurity, drive down wages, and redistribute wealth from working people to the corporate rich. Private capital replaces state capital as the main provider of public services. Instead of recycling tax revenues as a social wage in the form of housing, hospitals, schools, and welfare, the state pays corporate profiteers to become providers, and they remodel provision according to ability to pay. Unions are weakened, services rationed, and costs cut. The main beneficiaries are the global megacorporations of neoliberal capitalism. The security firm G4S is an example. It is the product of a series of acquisitions and mergers. It now employs 650,000 people in 125 countries, 39% of them in Asia, 19% in Europe, 17% in Africa, 9% in North America, 8% in Latin America, and 8% in the Middle East. In Britain, it runs prisons, police services, and security at public events. It is one of the main beneficiaries of public sector privatization. Its revenue from British operations in 2011 was £1.59 billion. It paid only £67 million, 1.5%, in corporation tax. The end of state-managed capitalism does not, therefore, mean the end of the state. Its roles in economic management, industrial investment, and welfare provision have been curtailed. But other roles have been enhanced. The state has always been a huge market for capital. But business opportunities are increasing massively as public services are sold off. The British government is currently privatizing the National Health Service, for example. The annual health budget is worth £125 billion. A handful of private companies will soon dominate healthcare in Britain. The state, including interstate bodies like the European Union and the International Monetary Fund, also continues to play a central role in economic crisis management. Since 2008, it has functioned as a mechanism for shoveling trillions of dollars into bankrupt banks in order to prop up international finance capital. Not least, the state's primary and original role as an armed force for use against the enemies of the ruling class at home and abroad, anti-capitalist demonstrators, striking workers, guerrilla insurgents, independent regional powers, has increased during the neoliberal era. Cuts, privatization, and growing inequality have made society less cohesive and consensual. If you are building hospitals, you need nurses. If you are shutting them, you need police. Globalization, privatization, and militarization are the characteristic features of neoliberal capitalism. They have given us a new world order radically different from the state-managed capitalism of the Great Boom. That new world order has a geopolitical as well as an economic form. Two events, the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989 and the destruction of the World Trade Center in 2001, have signaled the shift from the bipolar world of the Cold War to the economically and geopolitically more fragmented world of the War on Terror. 1989, the fall of Stalinism. On the evening of November 9, 1989, the people of Berlin changed the world. A city divided by the warmongering ruling classes since 1945 was reunited by a revolt of ordinary people. With news spreading like a firestorm across the city, hundreds of thousands converged on the Berlin Wall, supreme symbol of the Iron Curtain and the Cold War, and began to tear it down. Since its construction in 1961, an estimated 5,000 people had attempted to cross the wall, and between 100 and 200 had been killed. Suddenly, in one of history's great moments of revolutionary insurrection, it was demolished. The fall of the Berlin Wall was a signal event in a year of such events. But matters could have played out very differently. Beijing on 3 to 4 June had revealed the face of a possible alternative future. In a few days in April, pro-democracy protests in the capital's huge Tiananmen Square had swelled to 100,000 people. Within a month, the movement had spread across China, with protests in 400 cities. For a while, the authorities, a one-party dictatorship of aging bureaucrats, were paralyzed by indecision. But the movement kept growing, and fearing they would lose control altogether and be swept away, China's leaders launched a military coup against their own people. The soldiers billeted in the city knew too much of what was really going on, and many sympathized with the demonstrators. So the regime brought in soldiers from the provinces. They poisoned their minds with lies, then sent them into Tiananmen Square to gun down the unarmed demonstrators. Around 3,000 were killed. The mass movement was decapitated. The Chinese are still living with the consequences of this counter-revolutionary massacre. They have the worst of both worlds, the drudgery, poverty, and insecurity of free market capitalism, and the authoritarianism of a Stalinist police state. But 1989 turned out differently in Eastern Europe. The long recession of the 1970s had plunged the state capitalist regimes into economic and political crisis, and the signs had been growing since that something had to give. Poland had a long history of resistance to Stalinism. There had been major workers' revolts in 1956 and 1970. Dissident intellectuals and victimized working-class activists had maintained an underground opposition, the Workers' Defense Committee and the newspaper Robotnik, Worker, during the 1970s. When, in the summer of 1980, the regime attempted to impose price increases, the Lenin shipyard in Gdansk was occupied in protest. This was one of the workplaces regularly leafleted by the underground opposition. Strikes and occupations spread rapidly. The protests melded into a single mass movement at a conference attended by delegates representing 3,500 factories. The movement, Solidarnosc, Solidarity, was a hybrid of a trade union and a network of revolutionary workers' councils. It eventually had 10 million members and was to last for 16 months. But its leaders, paralyzed by fear of Soviet military intervention, announced a self-limiting revolution. They would not attempt to seize state power and overthrow the old ruling class, they would try to cut a deal. For this they paid the inevitable price. In mid-December 1981, General Jaruzelski declared martial law, arrested the Solidarity leadership, and used troops to crush the workers' movement. Nevertheless, Jaruzelski stopped short of full-blooded repression. So deep was the economic and political crisis that wholesale restoration of the old order was impossible. The coup was designed to win the time and space the ruling class needed to manage a process of reform rather than have it forced on them. The Eastern Bloc had achieved economic growth rates higher than those in Western Europe during the 1950s and 1960s. The Stalinist regimes had built autarkic economies in which state power had been used to direct investment into heavy industry and arms production. The second phase of industrialization, however, required access to technology available only in global markets dominated by foreign multinationals. By the 1970s, autarky had run its course. An opening to the market was necessary if the state capitalist economies were not to fall behind. The imperatives of market competition were reinforced by those of military competition. The Cold War had imposed massive strains on the Soviet Union. With an economy only half the size of the US, the Soviet rulers had been compelled to maintain much higher relative levels of arms expenditure in order to keep pace. The strain had been eased by détente during the 1970s. But in 1980 US President Reagan launched what was, in effect, a second Cold War with his Strategic Defense Initiative. U.S. arms spending rose from $295 billion in 1979 to $425 billion in 1986. New computer-guided cruise missiles were stationed in Europe, and a program was initiated to put weapons into outer space, dubbed Star Wars in the media. At the same time, U.S. military intervention was ramped up in Central America, the Caribbean, the Middle East, and Central Asia. The sluggish Soviet economy of the 1980s found the strain of a news arm race unsustainable. But the clearest indication of waning military power was defeat in a colonial war in the Soviet backyard of Central Asia. In December 1979, the Soviet Union had invaded Afghanistan to prop up a beleaguered, nominally communist client regime in Kabul. The invasion triggered a massive escalation in guerrilla resistance by Islamic Mujahideen based in the countryside. The Mujahideen were soon being armed by the CIA. Funding soared from $30 million in 1981 to $280 million in 1985. The combination of Islamic insurgency and U.S. arms broke the Soviet occupation. Russian troop withdrawals began in spring 1988 and were completed a year later. The end of the Afghan war coincided with the beginning of the terminal crisis of Stalinism in Russia and Eastern Europe. Mikhail Gorbachev had become Soviet leader in 1985. In 1987 and 1988, he launched a policy of glasnost, openness, and perestroika, restructuring. His aim was managed reform from above in order to deal with an economic crisis that was now endangering the ruling bureaucracy's grip on power, both at home and abroad. He quickly lost control of events. Deep splits within the regime created openings for mass protest unseen since the 1920s. As the monolith cracked, the more adept bureaucrats reinvented themselves as reformers and nationalists. Most adept of all was Boris Yeltsin, a political maverick who broke with both Gorbachev and the Soviet Communist Party, winning election as deputy for Moscow in 1989, then president of Russia in 1991. By this time, the Soviet Union was breaking up into separate republics. With the imperial hegemon itself in crisis, the threat of external military intervention that had held the people of Eastern Europe in thrall was removed. The combination of economic crisis, faltering power, and talk of reform culminated in an explosion. The detonator, as so often, was a tiny device. Late in June 1989, a pan-European picnic was held on the Austro-Hungarian frontier. A border crossing closed since 1948 was opened for the occasion to allow the passage of a small delegation. As news spread, thousands of East Germans headed for the crossing. The Hungarians made no attempt to stop them. First some hundreds went through, then thousands more, until eventually some 40,000 East Germans had escaped to the west during 6 weeks in August and September. By October, the masses moving into action across Eastern Europe had become a flood tide. But now, with millions on the streets, they no longer sought escape. On November 4, when 1 million demonstrated in the heart of East Berlin, the chant "We want out" had become "We want to stay." Flight had turned into revolution. The old regimes toppled like dominoes. The Polish leaders had been deep in discussion with Solidarity since January. Now Hungary voted to transform itself into a parliamentary democracy on October 7 and to end the Stalinist system on the 23rd. Berlin was reunited on November 9, and the Bulgarian dictator Todor Zhivkov was overthrown on the 10th. The Czechs brought their Velvet Revolution to victory on November 28. Only in Romania did the regime make a determined effort to fight it out. But the Securitate, the state's hated secret police apparatus, was overwhelmed and the dictator Nicolae Ceausescu captured before he could escape and immediately tried and executed with his wife Elena. The revolutions of 1989 represent impressive victories for mass action. But they were limited in effect. The crowds in Moscow, Berlin, Budapest, Warsaw, Sofia, Prague, and Bucharest had wanted freedom and prosperity. What they got was rather less. State bureaucrats recycled themselves as parliamentary politicians. State-managed capitalism was reconfigured into neoliberal capitalism. The ideology of Stalinism was discarded and that of Western-style freedom embraced, only to discover that it too, like its Cold War alter ego, was a chimera. What had gone wrong? Why had the revolutions developed no popular momentum? How had such powerful class struggles been deflected into the dreary routines of parliamentary politics? With the key prop of Soviet imperial power kicked away and the state capitalist regime so hollowed out, limited pressure was sufficient to bring them down. Both Cold War ideology and the rapid advance of neoliberal globalization implied that Western-style, free market capitalism and parliamentary democracy must be the alternative to Eastern Bloc socialism, as it had always been called. It was in the interests of the old ruling class both to manage the transition and to promote this alternative vision. In this way, most of them held on to their property, power, and privilege. The political revolutions of 1989 were successfully prevented from evolving into social revolution. 9/11, the War on Terror, and the New Imperialism. On September 11, 2001, Al-Qaeda terrorists hijacked 4 American aircraft in order to carry out attacks on the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center in New York, the Pentagon in Arlington, Virginia, and the Capitol building in Washington, D.C. 3 of these attacks were successful, the Pentagon sustained major damage, the Twin Towers were both struck and later collapsed, and about 3,000 people were killed. 9/11 was a gift to the U.S. ruling class. It allowed them to rebrand their own aggression, which has since been 1,000 times more deadly than Al-Qaeda's, as a war on terror. It helped them fabricate the threats and enemies they needed to justify new imperialist wars. The war on terror is the geopolitical correlate of neoliberal capitalism. Neoliberalism wrecks economies and destroys lives. It tears societies apart and leads to revolutions and wars. The great powers then intervene to safeguard the interests of global capital. The war on terror provides their current framework for intervention, and also, since the end of the Cold War, their primary justification for maintaining high levels of arms expenditure. As state-managed capitalism was dismantled in Eastern Europe, and an old elite of party bureaucrats morphed into a new elite of neoliberal oligarchs, entire economies collapsed. 10 years after 1989, the Russian economy had contracted by 40%. East German unemployment rates hit 20% and more. Yugoslav living standards halved in just 2 years. The economic and social dislocation was not restricted to former communist regimes. The state-managed model was picked apart on every continent. From Egypt to India to Latin America, state enterprises were sold off, public services run down, and welfare provision retrenched. The World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, IMF, representing global finance capital, became the supreme arbiters of neoliberal virtue. Those who signed up to structural adjustment programs, a euphemism for neoliberal cuts, were rewarded with access to finance, technology, and investment. Those who did not were consigned to oblivion. Of 76 countries subjected to structural adjustment in the 1980s, almost all failed to return to the growth rates of previous decades. The effect was to leave 55% of Africans and 45% of Latin Americans living below the poverty line. The social tensions exploded in many ways. Yugoslavia can serve as a case study in neoliberal chaos. As the heavily indebted Yugoslav state broke up, Western banks cut off access to further funding, and IMF-imposed structural adjustment plunged the sundered fragments into a depression. Party bosses reinvented themselves as nationalist politicians and rekindled ancient identities. The region was then ripped apart by vicious civil wars marked by genocide and ethnic cleansing of a kind unknown in Europe since 1945. This proved a convenient testing ground for a new kind of Western imperialism masquerading as humanitarian intervention and peacekeeping. NATO, the US-dominated Cold War military alliance, was now recast as the military guardian of a post-1989 New World Order. Serbia was attacked by NATO bombers during the Bosnian War, 1992-5, and again in the Kosovo War, 1999. The aim of the Western powers was to manage the transition from state-managed to neoliberal capitalism and create a stable political order safe for foreign capital. Tony Blair proclaimed the new imperial doctrine in a speech to the Chicago Economic Club during the Kosovo War. "We are all internationalists now. We cannot refuse to participate in global markets if we want to prosper. We cannot turn our backs on conflicts and the violation of human rights within other countries if we want still to be secure. We are witnessing the beginnings of a new doctrine of international community. Global financial markets, the global environment, and global security and disarmament issues, none of these can be solved without intense international cooperation." Blair exuded the arrogance of imperialists throughout history. His we meant the neoliberal bourgeoisie. His international community meant the great powers. The major war he helped launch against Iraq in 2003 laid this bare. It represented the new imperialism's coming of age. The principal threat to global peace today is the United States. This is because the US is in decline economically, yet remains dominant militarily. The US economy grew more than 15% a year during the Second World War. By 1945, it accounted for more than 50% of total world output. This share declined to around 30% in 1980, and is perhaps 20% today. On the other hand, US arms spending has remained relatively high throughout the post-1945 period. Over the last 20 years, it has accounted for around a third of the global total. In 1999, US arms spending was 3 times that of China, 8 times that of Russia, 40 times that of Iran, and 200 times that of Iraq. It is this contradictory pairing, relative economic decline and absolute military superiority, that explains the belligerence of the US. Military power is being projected to compensate for declining economic clout. Control over oil, the single most important global commodity, is at the heart of US strategic calculations. That is why the Middle East, with about 70% of all known reserves, remains a central focus. The war on terror is not a struggle between Islam and the West. It is a struggle on the part of imperialist capital for control of oil and other vital interests. But it derives its ideological character from political developments inside the Middle East since 1979. Islam is a religious persuasion that can take as many forms as Christianity, Hinduism, or Buddhism. It can express a wide range of class interests and political attitudes. Islamism or political Islam is not, therefore, a single, cohesive, organized force. The label encompasses traditions as diverse as the benighted tribal conservatives of Afghanistan's Taliban, the present ruling regime in Iran, Egypt's relatively liberal Muslim Brotherhood, and radical resistance organizations like Hezbollah in Lebanon and Hamas in the Palestinian territories. Indeed, Islamism's lack of political definition is part of its appeal. It seems able to offer a political home to anyone opposed to imperialism, Zionism, and dictatorship. It has the apparent capacity to unite the young professional, the unemployed graduate, the stall holder, the slum dweller, and the village mullah in a single mass movement. Islamism's appeal has been enhanced by the failure of other, secular traditions. The Arab nationalist regimes were defeated in the Arab-Israeli Wars of 1956, 1967, and 1973. They later turned into brutal dictatorships, like that of Saddam Hussein in Iraq, Hosni Mubarak in Egypt, and Bashar al-Assad in Syria. The old Arab communist parties, following the Stalinist line, led their supporters to repeated defeat by subordinating working-class movements to treacherous bourgeois nationalist leaders. The Palestinian guerrillas, outnumbered and outgunned, struggled heroically but hopelessly against the might of the Zionist state. The Iranian Revolution of 1979 seemed to represent a new way forward. A mass movement of millions overthrew a vicious, heavily armed, Uzbek dictator. Admittedly, the left was subsequently smashed by an Islamist counter-revolutionary movement. Islamism thereby revealed its deeply contradictory character. It could bind together disparate social forces in a struggle for change, but was then liable to shatter into antagonistic class fragments once in power. Yet the Iranian Islamist movement did not represent a wholesale return to the old order. Instead, under the green banner of Islam, it became an assertion of Iranian national independence in defiance of the USBAC setup in the Middle East. That is why the US armed Iraq in the bloodiest war of the 1980s, the Iran-Iraq War, when 1 million died in a trench war stalemate which effectively contained the Iranian Revolution. Then, having built him up into a regional strongman, the US knocked the Iraqi dictator down when he attempted to seize Kuwait's oil fields. The Gulf War, 1990-1, was a practical illustration of US imperial doctrine in the Middle East: keep the region divided and weak by preventing any local state from becoming hegemonic. 9/11 provided the US neocons, neoconservatives, the hawkish advocates of the new imperialism, with their opportunity to go onto the offensive. US military power was to be projected across Central Asia and the Middle East to steal a march on imperial rivals, impose a Pax Americana on the region, and secure a military platform for the indefinite defense of US access to vital oil and gas reserves. The cost would be 1 million dead. But the Afghan and Iraq wars would spin out of control, conjuring intractable guerrilla insurgencies in the occupied countries, and a mass anti-war movement of unprecedented size at home. After 2008, moreover, this great resurgence of street protest in the heartlands of old capitalism would feed into a new movement against austerity as the world's banks crashed and the global economy was tipped into a second Great Depression. The 2008 crash, from bubble to black hole. I have found a flaw. I don't know how significant or permanent it is. But I have been very distressed by that fact. That is how a leading architect of neoliberal capitalism, Alan Greenspan, former chairman of the Federal Reserve, the U.S. Central Bank, described the onset of global economic disaster. Perhaps the most explosive of Greenspan's contributions to the biggest financial bubble ever seen was to destroy the Glass-Steagall Act of 1933, by which banks were prevented from speculating with their customers' savings. BBC Newsnight's economist Paul Mason put the consequences of this and the whole bonfire of regulations more strongly: it had resulted in the greatest man-made economic catastrophe in human history. In September 2007, the so-called credit crunch turned critical when the British building society Northern Rock failed. 1 year later, the giant U.S. investment bank Lehman Brothers announced losses of $3.9 billion and declared itself bankrupt. On September 18, fearing a chain reaction of bank failures, Ben Bernanke, successor to Greenspan at the Federal Reserve, and Henry Paulson, U.S. Treasury Secretary, announced, "We are headed for the worst financial crisis in the nation's history. We're talking about a matter of days." To prevent this, world rulers ripped up their free market textbooks and carried out a series of massive nationalizations and bailouts. Almost immediately, a total of around $2 trillion of state funding was injected into the banks, 2/3 in direct spending, 1/3 in the form of guarantees. Since then, trillions more have been handed over. Pumping unprecedented amounts of state capital into private banks stabilized the global financial system. It covered immediate losses and, more importantly, restored confidence by demonstrating to finance capitalists that the state would not allow the major banks to fail. Profits remained private, but losses were made public. None of this solved the crisis, it merely reconfigured it. The crash, unprecedented in scale, has shrunk the financial reserves of states, corporations, and households and pitched the world economy into a slump. The real economy is now overshadowed by a vast debt mountain. The banks are estimated to have lost $3.4 trillion. They are carrying trillions more in bad debt. Because of this, the state funds in the banks have simply disappeared into a black hole. Worse, bank debt has been converted into government debt. The risk of bank collapse has been transformed into the possibility of state bankruptcy. The crisis, credit crunch, crash, and slump, has its roots in the 1970s. Thatcher in Britain and Reagan in the US responded to the problem of low profits and sluggish growth by launching a frontal assault on unions, wages, and the welfare state. The aim was to redistribute wealth from labor to capital. Higher profits, they argued, would encourage enterprise, investment, and growth. But this policy was double-edged. Capitalists want low wages in their own firms, but high wages elsewhere so that workers can buy the goods and services they produce. The neoliberal economy of 1979 to 2007 faced the possibility of being derailed by growing income inequality and insufficient demand. Annual growth rates tell the story. The stimulus of arms production during the Second World War had raised the U.S. growth rate to 5.9%. At the height of the Great Boom in the 1960s, it remained at 4.4%. During the 1980s and 1990s, however, it fell to 3.1%. And in the 2000s, it was just 2.6%. That was not all. Most growth in the 1960s was in the real economy, in the production of goods and services for actual use. Most recorded growth in the 2000s was fictitious, because the problem of flagging demand had been solved by a vast increase in debt. Artificial demand had been generated by financialization of the economy. Market deregulation, low interest rates, cheap money, financial innovation, and rising household debt eventually created the biggest bubble in the history of the system. The economy was flooded with electronic loan money. So demand was stoked up, prices increased, and profiteers scrambled for a slice of the action. This turned into a gigantic bubble of fake wealth. The economy kept growing simply because people were spending money that did not exist. Loans were secured against assets that were rising in value only because of the availability of loans, a classic, self-feeding, speculative frenzy. Workers in many parts of the developed world became heavily indebted because of stagnant incomes, easy credit, and rising house prices. And workers buying on credit then became the basis of a vast inverted pyramid of financial derivatives, unsecured debts, and inflated asset values. Average U.S. household debt more than doubled between the late 1970s and 2006. Total debt grew from about 1.5 times U.S. national output in the early 1980s to nearly 3.5 in 2007. The financial sector's share of U.S. profits increased from about 15% in the early 1950s to almost 50% in 2001. At the height of the frenzy, any madcap scheme was good to go. Banks started giving mortgages to people who could not afford to repay them. The value of this subprime lending rose to 30% between 2000 and 2007. Subprime loans were then repackaged with better quality loans, and these financial derivatives were sold on. The idea of derivatives was to spread the risk. They were considered a clever invention by the financial services industry. What they actually did was contaminate the entire banking system with bad debt. It was in the subprime mortgage market that the panic began. A slowdown in consumer demand and an easing of house prices now made subprime loans look like bad debts. The subprime panic quickly turned into a contagion sweeping across global financial markets on fears about the degree to which the banking system as a whole was infected by toxic debt. The entire world banking system was abruptly revealed to be a vast edifice of speculation, inflated values, and paper assets. The crash was caused by financialization. But without bank debt there would have been no boom. The system, in short, was deeply pathological. Beset since the 1970s with low profits, excess capacity, and underconsumption, its only mechanism for sustaining demand had been rising debt. That is why financial speculation swelled into a gigantic bubble. The pathology of a permanent debt economy was the reality behind the glossy neoliberal facade. The problem now is not simply the fallout from the crash itself. It is that the very motor of the neoliberal boom, debt and speculation, has blown up. Bankers refuse to lend because their banks are bust and they do not believe that borrowers can repay. Industrialists are not investing because markets and profits have collapsed. Consumers spend little because they are deeply in debt and fear for their jobs. Governments plan to cut and deflate to stave off state bankruptcy. The financial crisis has been caused by speculation, greed, and casino madness. It represents the end of an era in which these forces had been given free rein by market deregulation, low interest rates, financial innovation, and rising debt. Its effect has been to plunge humanity into the Second Great Depression. We now face what is almost certainly the greatest and most intractable crisis in the history of the system. The Second Great Depression. Injecting trillions of dollars into the banking system cannot solve the crisis and restore growth. The bailouts are simply propping up a bankrupt system. They are designed to prevent a calamitous economic collapse of neoliberal capitalism and to protect the property, power, and privilege of the international ruling class. The bank bailouts and austerity programs are, in fact, the precise opposite of what is needed to solve the crisis and restore growth. The banks are still not lending. They are using state funds to write down debt and recapitalize their balance sheets. And, with the economy in depression, they fear they may lose their money if they loan it. Nor has any sort of financial stability been achieved. Bad debts have simply been moved around the system, so that a crisis of bank solvency has been transformed into a crisis of state solvency. The epicenter of this crisis at the time of writing, 2012, is the European Union. The Euro and the EU are now in danger of disintegration. A cycle of failed summits and panics has exposed a ramshackle political and economic apparatus hopelessly ill-equipped to master the imploding debt that threatens to topple the European banking system. In October 2009, a combination of bank bailouts and imbalances between the debt-based economies of Southern Europe and the export-based economy of Germany threatened the EU with financial meltdown. Since then, Greece, Portugal, Spain, and Italy, in order of vulnerability, have teetered on the brink of collapse. The efforts of the EU, IMF, and European Central Bank, the Troika, to solve this crisis in the 3 years since have been utterly ineffective. Not only is it pointless to bail out heavily indebted countries simply so that they can continue paying interest to the banks. It has been counterproductive to demand massive austerity as the price for this. Austerity does not just ruin lives. It wrecks whole economies. As governments impose cuts, markets shrink, firms sell less, wages are cut, and workers are sacked. Demand falls still further. A spiral of decline sets in. This is the mechanism that helped drive stagnation in the 1930s. Our rulers are forging the Second Great Depression. Moreover, as the economy shrinks under the hammer blow of austerity-driven deflation, the debt burden grows. This happens in several ways. First, more debts go bad as additional firms and households go bankrupt. Second, governments have to borrow more as tax receipts fall and welfare costs rise. Third, by crippling the economy, austerity undermines investor confidence and increases the cost of borrowing. Finally, as the economy shrinks, the relative weight of the existing debt burden rises and more borrowing is necessary to roll over debts that cannot yet be paid off. Debt, in short, can only get worse in a depression. Debt reduction requires economic growth. The proof of this simple truth is all around us. Greece is the acme of the Troika's failure. Bailouts keep the payments flowing to Greece's creditors at the same time as austerity hollows out the economy, making further bailouts necessary. At the end of 2009, Greece had a debt-to-GDP ratio of around 130%. After 2.5 years of bailouts and austerity, it has risen to 190%. Why has this happened? Because the Greek economy had suffered an austerity-induced collapse of around 20% in GDP. Greece is not alone. Ireland was hit hard by the onset of the financial crash in 2008. It was then hammered by a succession of austerity budgets, contracting by 8.5% in 2009 and 14% in 2010. Greece and Ireland, along with Portugal, Spain, and Italy, represent the extreme end of a spectrum. But Europe as a whole is sinking deeper into slump, with 10% average unemployment across the continent, rising to 25% in Greece and Spain. Millions more are condemned to low-paid, part-time, casual jobs because there is nothing else. Massive levels of hidden underemployment are a particular feature of the current crisis. The future for Europe's young people is especially bleak. Overall, 1 in 4 of those seeking work cannot find a job, rising to 1 in 3 in Ireland, Portugal, and Italy, and 1 in 2 in Greece and Spain. The cull of the Grim Reaper is one measure of the social crisis. The suicide rate increased by 40% in Greece in 1 year. The banking crash was not a natural catastrophe, it was a human-made disaster caused by speculation and greed in a casino economy based on neoliberal ideology. The depression we have now entered is not a natural catastrophe, it is a direct consequence of government-imposed austerity. As one leading mainstream economist, former Bank of England Monetary Policy Committee member David Blanchflower, explained. Lesson 1 in a deep recession is you don't cut public spending until you are into the boom phase. Keynes taught us that. The consequence of cutting too soon is to drive the economy into a depression. That means rapidly rising unemployment, social disorder, rising poverty, falling living standards, and even soup kitchens. The problem for the capitalist class is that the Keynesian strategy is itself hazardous. State debt is a commodity that must be sold on financial markets like any other. If record government deficits are ratcheted up to fund public spending, the risk of default rises, loans become more expensive, and at some point confidence will evaporate and state debt become unsaleable. State bankruptcy will then herald the very economic meltdown and social revolt that Blanchflower predicts under the austerity regime. Greece is the clearest embodiment of this dilemma. The neoliberal elite is therefore trapped by the contradictions of the system on which its wealth depends. The only way out of a slump is to invest in new growth. But this cannot be done within the constraints imposed by private ownership of finance capital. This points the world in another direction, towards the barbarism of fascism and war. Democracy is already under attack across Europe. The power of economic decision-making is concentrated in the hands of tiny coteries of neoliberal politicians and bankers. Challenges to programs of debt repayment and austerity are met with howls of derision and predictions of financial Armageddon. The examples of both Greece and Italy have shown that elected governments can be replaced when necessary to restore market confidence, with bankers' regimes imposed from outside. At the same time, as corporations compete for profits in shrinking markets, wars become more likely. As U.S. economic power wanes in a crisis-racked and increasingly competitive world, the temptation to use its overwhelming military power, before it is too late, before it is eroded by industrial and financial decline, will grow. The rift between the U.S. and China may turn into the world's deepest geopolitical fracture. China's growth is powered by low-cost exports. In consequence, China held an estimated $2.3 trillion in foreign currency reserves in early 2009. Of these, some $1.7 trillion was invested in dollar assets. China's savings glut is therefore recycled to underwrite U.S. debt and fund its imports of Chinese goods. This major imbalance, reflecting the shift of economic power from a declining imperialist superpower to a rising one, is highly destabilizing. It was one factor in the financial crash of 2008. At the same time, Chinese capitalism has gone onto the offensive to secure access to vital raw materials across the globe. The deals, as the New York Times explained it, largely focus on China's locking in natural resources like oil for years to come. In a depression, this can become the stuff of imperialist war for a redivision of the world. To end the slump, it is necessary to cancel the debt, take over the banks, tax the rich, and invest for jobs, services, and a green transition. To do that, it is necessary to overthrow the rule of finance capital and put the economy under democratic control. As in the 1930s, when the choice was barbarism or socialism, politics will be decisive. Conclusion: making the future. The wealth of the world. For the last 5,000 years, ever since the agricultural revolution first made possible substantial accumulations of surplus wealth, humanity has been engaged in an uneven and uncertain ascent towards the abolition of want. This has been driven by the three motors of history: technological progress, ruling class competition, and the struggle between classes, and it has been uneven and uncertain because the working of these mechanisms, especially in combination, has been fraught. Over the last 250 years, since the start of the Industrial Revolution, the pace of change has accelerated sharply. A dynamic system of competitive capital accumulation has created a global economy of rapid and incessant innovation. Humanity's ingenuity and industry have brought us to the brink of material abundance for all. Yet the full potential inherent in the economy remains unrealized. Instead, there is exploitation and poverty, imperialism and war, famine and disease. As I write, the pittances paid to the disabled poor in Britain are being withdrawn so that bailed-out bankers can continue awarding themselves million-pound bonuses. At the same time, in Greece, average wages have been cut by a third to keep payments flowing to billionaire speculators domiciled in offshore tax havens. Further afield, in East Africa, pot-bellied babies scream with hunger because farmers in the American Midwest are growing soya to burn instead of corn to eat. And in Central Asia, other babies are torn apart by high explosive because a Pentagon spook half a world away deems their village a terrorist threat. We have created unprecedented resources of know-how and wealth, the fruits of 5 millennia of collective human labor, yet they are harnessed to the greed and violence of a tiny minority who do no productive work at all. One aim of this book has been to explain why this should be. Another has been to show that it could have been different. Central to the argument has been the simple fact that human beings make their own history. They do not do it in circumstances of their own choosing. Their actions are framed by the economic, social, and political structures of their age. But, subject to these constraints, indeed, because of them, humans face a succession of choices. Sometimes, they choose not to act, but to acquiesce. Then they remain history's victims, enthralled to the decisions of others, their rulers, the self-appointed arbiters of human destiny. Other times, far too rarely perhaps, they choose to organize and fight. When enough make this choice, they become a mass movement and an historical force. And then the earth shakes. We have arrived at a juncture when momentous choices must be made. Either we acquiesce to austerity and poverty, to grotesque and growing social injustice, and, quite possibly, to a descent into the darkness of fascism and war. Or we decide that this latest crisis of capitalism should be its last, and that we must overthrow the rule of bankers and warlords and create a new society based on democracy, equality, and production for need not profit. The beast. To change the world, we have to understand it. To slay the beast, we need to know its nature. Capitalism today is different from the system analyzed by Marx in the mid-19th century or Lenin in the early 20th. But it is also the same. History's most dynamic economic and social system, it grows and morphs, engulfing the most distant corners of the globe, sucking in ever more raw human material, trampling underfoot all that stands in the path of its relentless expansion. Yet it remains what it has always been, a system of competitive capital accumulation, of wealth begetting wealth as an end in itself, without plan or purpose, endlessly. The black heart of the beast is ever the same, the pursuit of profit. In the history of its development, the capitalist system has passed through 5 distinct phases. In each case, the transition from one to the next has been mediated by acute economic, social, and political crises, and the system's new mode of operation has been first pioneered in parts of the global economy and then generalized to the rest by the pressure of competition. Each transition, moreover, has preserved in reconfigured form the main features of the previous phase. Capitalist development has been both accumulative and transformative. It can be summarized as follows. Mercantile capitalism, c. 1450 to 1800. Most wealth was still produced by pre-capitalist classes, but merchant capitalists accumulated profit by acting as middlemen, whether in national markets, overseas trade, or through the putting out system, where they organized and marketed the output of independent artisans. The great bourgeois revolutions, the Dutch, English, American, and French, were powered by the new social forces unleashed in this period. So, too, were the successive wars of empire between Britain and France during the long 18th century, 1688 to 1815. Industrial capitalism, c. 1800 to 75. Industrial capitalists created factories for mass production based on steam power and new labor-saving machines, resulting in a mass of small and medium-sized firms competing in national and colonial markets. The Industrial Revolution, which brought the factory system into being, was pioneered in Britain. It triggered ferocious class struggles, first as independent artisans resisted their impoverishment, then as the new factory proletariat began to organize. Industrialization also provided the context for a second phase of bourgeois revolutions, the Italian Risorgimento, the American Civil War, the Meiji Restoration, German unification, as competitive pressure forced the creation of modern states and unitary national markets. Imperial capitalism, c. 1875 to 1935. The long depression of 1873 to 96 was the forging house of an economy dominated by giant monopoly firms organized in cartels, financed by the banks, and expanding on the basis of state contracts, international sales, and the export of capital to overseas colonies and dependencies. New centers of capital accumulation developed rapidly. German and American output overtook British. Imperialist tensions, especially between Germany and Britain, erupted in the First World War, the first modern industrialist war of materiel. New labor movements, trade unions and socialist parties, were a product of rapid industrialization in this period, and these became the organizational basis for successive waves of class struggle, most notably that between 1917 and 1923. State-managed capitalism, c. 1935 to 75. A new model of capitalist development was pioneered in Russia after the defeat of the revolution. Russia was isolated, impoverished, and surrounded by enemies, so it needed to industrialize and militarize quickly. But as private capitalism was very weak, the state itself was turned into a single giant capitalist enterprise. This model was later replicated, in whole or in part, across the world. Three factors were decisive: the imperatives of the permanent arms economy during the Second World War and the Cold War, the pressure of a radicalized and militant working class for full employment and welfare reform after 1945, and the desire for rapid economic development in newly independent Third World countries in the 1950s and 1960s. State-managed capitalism underpinned the Great Boom of 1948 to 73. But the world was divided into two nuclear-armed blocs and was scarred by a succession of colonial and proxy wars in the Third World. This provided the context within which formal decolonization took place and new independent nation-states were formed in Africa and Asia. But the majority of humanity continued to live in poverty. And the boom was unsustainable, for it was balanced on the cone of a nuclear missile. Neoliberal capitalism, c. 1975 onwards. State-managed capitalism entered a crisis in the 1970s. During that decade, an alternative neoliberal model began to gain support among mainstream politicians, especially in Britain and the US, where it became the basis of government policy under Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan respectively during the 1980s. By the end of the decade, especially in the wake of the 1989 anti-Stalinist revolutions in Eastern Europe, it was being replicated across the world. The essential aim was to bring about a redistribution of wealth from wages to profit, from labor to capital, from workers to the rich. This has been achieved in various ways. The internationalization of capital, programs of marketization and privatization, new forms of surplus appropriation, and the growth of precarious employment have all combined to make this shift possible. Let us define the main features of the system in a little more detail. Internationalization, the centralization and concentration of capital has developed to such a point that the dominant corporate form has burst its national limits and now operates as a multinational, or denationalist, firm within a worldwide market. Finance, investment, and trade, in the past more firmly anchored within individual nation-states, have become globalist. This has intensified the contradiction between international capital and the nation-state. It has also intensified conflict between states, as old, self-contained blocs break up, alignments dissolve, and old powers decline as new ones arise. Because of this, the growing anarchy of the global market coexists with the growing violence of imperial states. Marketization and privatization, the direct economic role of the state has been reduced. Nationalist industries have been privatized. The ability of the state to regulate private capital has been undermined by the globalization of finance, investment, and trade. The state has become less a manager of capital and more its client, bidding for its favor in competition with other states. This has contributed to a hollowing out of parliamentary regimes, an erosion of democratic choice, and the development of technocratic and managerial forms of politics. It has also enhanced the importance of interstate bodies like the EU, the ECB, and the IMF, which increasingly take on the functions of capitalist superstates. Financialization, finance, or bank, capital has become largely detached from both industrial and state capital, and now operates as an increasingly important mechanism for independent, and parasitic, surplus accumulation. The rise of finance capital is linked with the growing exploitation of workers in their roles as consumers and taxpayers. Traditional forms of surplus appropriation through exploitation at the point of production have been augmented by a relative expansion of surplus appropriation at the point of consumption. Three mechanisms of appropriation are at work: monopoly pricing, where large corporations price the commodities purchased by the working class above their real value; interest, where banks and other financial institutions make profit out of working class debt; and state taxation, where taxes paid by the working class are recycled as payments, grants, and bailouts to private business. Precariousness, the reserve army of labor, the mass of unemployed, semi-employed, and casually, or precariously, employed, has been expanded compared with the period 1948 to 73. In the metropolitan economies, this has been achieved by, on the one hand, marketization, privatization, and the fragmentation of large, well-organized workforces, and, on the other, by the systematic unpicking of the welfare safety nets characteristic of state-managed capitalism. Globally, it has been achieved by the internationalization of capital, the growth of new centers of capital accumulation, and increased opportunities for capitalists to relocate production in low-wage economies. Playing one group of workers against another in a global race to the bottom has become more central to the operation of the global system. The coercive state, the economic management and welfare functions of the state have declined. The role of the state as a market for capital and as a conduit for the transfer of surplus from workers to capitalists has increased. Growing social inequality, the erosion of democracy, and the imposition of extreme austerity programs mean that the role of state in policing the working class has increased. Consent remains the basis of capitalist rule, but the balance has shifted towards greater coercion. This is equally true of relations between states, now defined largely in terms of the war on terror, the ideological form of the new imperialism in which a phantom enemy is conjured to justify high levels of arms expenditure and military aggression. This system, neoliberal capitalism, now faces a systemic and existential crisis. The crisis has economic, imperial, social, and ecological dimensions. We are 4 years into a second Great Depression, and it appears to be the deepest and most intractable in the history of capitalism. The declining imperial hegemon, despite massive military investment, has proved unable to impose its will on Iraq and Afghanistan, unable to prevent a wave of revolution across the Middle East, and unable to answer the challenge posed by the emergence of new economic superpowers like China. The crash of 2008 and the programs of bailouts and austerity rolled out since have triggered general strikes, mass demonstrations, and pitched battles in the centers of major European cities as societies are torn apart. And all the time, the countdown continues to runaway global warming and a climate catastrophe that could destroy industrial civilization. Human alienation has never been greater. On the one hand, collective human labor has created productive forces with an unprecedented potential to abolish want. On the other, these same forces, operating wholly beyond our control, have been transformed into monstrous threats to our health, our well-being, even our very survival. What is to be done? Revolution in the 21st century? The global elite cannot continue to rule in the old way. But the only viable alternative to poverty, war, and global warming is to dismantle the very system on which their wealth and power is based. This they cannot do. The ruling class can resolve the crisis only by a descent into barbarism. Their role as the lords of neoliberal capital makes them a parasitic social class without historic function. Human progress has come to depend on the overthrow of the neoliberal ruling class, the taking of state power by working people, and the reorganization of economic and social life under democratic control. The lesson of 20th century history is that, to succeed, this must be done globally. The lesson of the last 30 years is that socialism in one country is a more fantastical delusion than ever. But is world revolution really possible in the 21st century? Revolutions are typically unanticipated, highly infectious, and immensely powerful mechanisms of change. The French Revolution of 1789 exploded when the people of Paris armed themselves, took to the streets, and prevented a royalist military coup. Thereafter, between 1789 and 1794, the masses intervened repeatedly in the political process to drive the revolution forwards against the resistance of half-hearted moderates, counter-revolutionaries, and foreign armies of invasion. The revolutionary movement subsided after 1815, but then erupted again, first in 1830 in France, then in 1848 with a wave of insurrections in Paris, Berlin, Vienna, Budapest, Rome, and other European cities. Though the revolutionaries were defeated, the impetus they gave to reform was unstoppable. Europe's rulers knew they had to manage change from above or risk further explosions from below. France became a republic, Italy was united, and Germany was forged into a modern nation-state. In February 1917 the police dictatorship of the Russian Tsar was overthrown by working-class insurrection. In October 1917, under the leadership of the Bolshevik Party, the Russian working class seized power. The factories were run by workers' councils, the land was given to the peasants, and Russia withdrew from the First World War. For a few brief years, until the revolution was destroyed by economic collapse, civil war, and foreign invasion, Russia was the most democratic country in the world. The Bolshevik Revolution sparked a chain reaction of revolutions from Germany to China. The revolutions in Germany and Austria-Hungary ended the First World War. The revolutionary movement as a whole, between 1917 and 1923, came close to bringing down the entire world capitalist system. That system has remained pregnant with revolution ever since. In 1936 revolution in Spain blocked a fascist-backed military coup. In 1956 revolution in Hungary greeted a Soviet invasion. In 1968 10 million workers joined a general strike in France, hundreds of thousands occupied their factories, and students and young workers fought pitched battles with riot police in central Paris. In 1979 revolution brought down a vicious, heavily armed, US-backed dictatorship in Iran. In 1989 a wave of revolutions across Eastern Europe brought down a succession of Stalinist dictators despite their networks of informers, secret police, and political prisons. On February 11, 2011, after 18 days of mass demonstrations, the 30-year military dictatorship of Egyptian President Hosni Mubarak collapsed in the most spectacular victory so far in a revolutionary process that is still in progress across the Middle East. Before all these revolutions, opponents had looked at the regimes they confronted and despaired at their military power, their monolithic police control of society, the apparent apathy of the mass of the people. Each time, the arrogance of the ruling class had continued unchecked until the moment of insurrection. But what Marx called the old mole of history loves surprises. In 1924 the Hungarian Marxist theoretician George Lukács, reflecting on the great epoch of war and revolution that had just passed, wrote of the actuality of the revolution. It is worth recalling, in the context of our own age of crisis, what Lukács had in mind. Marxism, he explained, presupposes the universal actuality of the proletarian revolution. In this sense, as both the objective basis of the whole epoch and the key to understanding of it, the proletarian revolution constitutes the living core of Marxism. The actuality of the revolution provides the keynote of a whole epoch. The actuality of the revolution therefore implies the study of each individual daily problem, as moments in the liberation of the proletariat. For Lukács, international working-class revolution was a vital and ever-present possibility against which all political action should be judged. It was not inevitable. It might never happen. It could be far off. The point, however, was that the old order contained within itself the ever-present possibility of revolution, and that this was the only conceivable solution to the ever-growing sum of human suffering. The eventual defeat of the revolutionary wave of 1917-23 did not disprove the essential validity of Lukács's insight. On the contrary, it confirmed it, for the result was the barbarism of Stalingrad, Auschwitz, and Hiroshima. Whose apocalypse? A biblical myth sees the end of the world heralded by the appearance of the four horsemen of the apocalypse, representing conquest, slaughter, famine, and death. The prospect before humanity today can seem truly apocalyptic. Neoliberal capitalism has developed the productive forces of the global economy to an unprecedented degree. But these forces are not subject to democratic control and rational planning, they are propelled by the economic and military imperatives of competitive capital accumulation. In consequence, despite their potential to emancipate the whole of humanity from material need, they now threaten to do the opposite, destroy industrial civilization itself. The ignorance, cupidity, and irresponsibility of our rulers in the face of this crisis are rooted in the irrationality of the system. Climate catastrophe, economic slump, and imperialist war have their roots in the madness of the market, the blind economic and military competition which propels the nation-states and megacorporations of neoliberal capitalism. The system is deeply pathological and destructive. It has brought us to what is perhaps the most serious crisis in human history. Another biblical myth was sometimes counterposed to that of the four horsemen. In this version of the apocalypse, the culmination was a popular jubilee. Tax collectors and landlords would be swept away. Slaves and serfs would be set free. The land would be restored to the people who worked it. A new golden age of freedom and plenty would begin. To turn apocalypse into jubilee in the early 21st century, three things are required. 1. We have to understand the necessity for total system change. Only by linking disparate campaigns, protests, and struggles in a general assault on the system that is at the root of humanity's problems can we hope to solve them. 2. We have to understand the centrality of the working class to any serious strategy for system change. Only by mobilizing the majority of ordinary working people can we find the power to confront and defeat corporate capital and the nation-states. 3. We have to organize the revolutionaries into networks of activists able to lead and organize mass resistance from below, fanning anti-austerity anger into a wave of working-class struggle that eventually swells into a new world revolutionary movement comparable with, but greater than, those of 1789, 1848, 1917, 1968, and 1989. A different world has become an absolute historical necessity. Another world is possible. The revolution is, in this sense, an actuality. But it is not a certainty. It has to be fought for. Its achievement depends on what we all do. The historical stakes have never been higher.